very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Are you sick of just opening?
And let's introduce our second guest, Regali, formerly of Game Agents or Fnatic Rising, now playing in Copenhagen Flames, absolutely tearing up the scene right now. They've been playing super well. They've won some of our tournaments.
Hello everybody watching this.
You guys are playing an obscene amount of games.
Trained a lot, we practiced a lot.
Were you a bit worried after you joined? And
He was one of the main reasons I really wanted to join Copenhagen Flames. Right now I became strong with Rifle as well.
the thing is, it sounds like you're continuing to expand your game.
We are playing way better in officials.
How do you find time to practice? You guys have obviously been placing super highly in these events consistently now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Central Europe Malta Finals. I am Cole Exner McHenry and I'm joined here by the wonderful desk right alongside me. I've got Tom as a special guest and I've got Alan as well. Alan, how are you doing today?
Not too bad, I guess. Well rested,
Yeah.
I guess is the word. We had, let's say, an onslaught to end the evening last night. It was a great game. I was so delirious, I can't remember a lot of it, but I just remember I was very unhappy that Spirit didn't close it out in 2. Let's put it that way.
That's the only thing we can remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, watching back the end of your analyst desk was quite entertaining. I think deliriousness had certainly set in at that stage. It was a long day for everyone, but certainly for the pair of you. But no, I mean, it's a pleasure to be here. My first ever time on an analyst desk. I thought I'd try my hand at it after casting what was a pretty entertaining morning of Counter-Strike. Certainly less delays, and I guess more expected results coming through than than what happened yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit of a quicker day so far, but you got a new day, new us, Alan, and it feels good to be back here once again with some more action. Today, our matchup, Eternal Fire versus forZe, and this one's an exciting one. I feel like this one could be a more competitive affair than what we got in the morning. You can kind of see it in those 1xBet odds, but yeah, walk me through your initial thoughts on this matchup here for these two teams.
Yeah, I think for both the teams, they're in a similar position. If you just look at where their lineups are and where they are in their trajectory, and for both of them, it's just about stabilizing this sort of tournament and playing through their new positions, their new methods of cooling, and all this sort of stuff. So I think so far, forZe looks like a little bit more of a tight-knitted outfit. But the thing with Eternal Fire is, I've learned over the years now to never bet against them. They can win so many unlikely games. So yeah, I think if this isn't a close series, I'll be extremely surprised.
Yeah, I mean, also they're not up against Bad News Eagles as well, which seems to be a team they're allergic to winning against. The last 3 times they played them, it's come to 16-14. All of them have been on LAN. They just can't push it over the line. But again, forZe, different team, a fairly different play style to what we see from Bad News Eagles. It's a lot less puggy, a lot more put together. And hopefully we see the individuals showing up on the likes of Eternal Fire. And when I say individuals, I mean especially Eternal Fire.
Yeah, there's no question about it. We'll get a closer look, though, at the roster of Eternal Fire. Well, we got a closer look at the Turkish powerhouse, and you know, confidence is key here for, I feel like, both of these teams. Mentioned it a little bit there. They're up against, you know, rosters that they don't have a really rough history against, like BNE here. So do you think that's going to be a big factor in this matchup for Eternal Fire?
I think Eternal Fire, honestly, they are their own worst enemies a lot of the time. I think for a team like them, the opposition here doesn't really matter all that much. It's more like learning their own playstyle, their own game. I don't think they should be focusing so much on what forZe's approaches are going to be and really thinking hard about how we're going to anti-strat it or game against it. So, yeah, for Eternal Fire, I think yesterday they had their moments, but it was like in closing the rounds or in the tight situations, or maybe they were just, you know, Major makes a call and it's not being executed quite correctly. So it felt like they had a lot of the right ideas, but right now, and probably off the back of massive, you know, roster instability, it just isn't quite, you know, it's not quite a fully functioning machine. You can see the pieces, you can see roughly the direction we want to move in, but Eternal Fire is not firing on all cylinders just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you do look at their history, though, they have beaten forZe the previous 2 times they played against them. The last time forZe won was a DreamHack event back in 2021. So they do look good, and again, they might have had 8 roster changes, but it has been the same 3 players. So it's probably a similar lineup back then. I do think Eternal Fire need to, again, ensure Xantara shows up to the plate today. He's been fairly underwhelming. He had a decent second map against HONORIS, but again, about 7 or 8 of his frags were all exit kills, very unimportant to the overall scoreline. Major, on the flip side, though, I think he's been one of my favorite players of the tournament, showing up to a massive degree. This is the best I've ever seen Major play.
Yeah, it's a good sign there for Eternal Fire, but now we get a closer look at what forZe is going to be doing and what they're working with this video. Something that we've been highlighting quite a bit here is Result and the energy that he brings to this roster. He's come in with some really good vibes, I feel like, for this team. And, I mean, walk me through what your guys' opinion is on bringing in some of that youthful energy to a roster that's really hoping to rebuild a project.
Yeah, I think, well, they obviously had a lot of options for players, and they could have gone for someone much more established and much more experienced, but they decided not to. So clearly they're seeing a lot of potential in this kid, and they're saying we can grow him into these roles. And I think that kind of is the point. Result is he's not playing the greatest positions in the world. He plays a lot of bad spots, to be honest. And I think that's kind of the idea, is we're going to mold him into these positions, we're going to get him communicating better, we're going to get him really used to playing these anchor spots and understanding when to fall back and when to buy time. So I think he's been pretty good. He's been playing his roles fine. I think Crad was the interesting storyline yesterday, because Crad has actually been pretty good online. He's been in fairly good form since coming out of Entropiq and playing for these guys, but he's an aggressive player. He did get punished at times for that on Entropiq, and I think yesterday he had a few, let's say, bizarre decisions in rounds to get overly aggressive. So hopefully he has an opportunity to think about it, but I'd like to see a better Crad today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a head-to-head for you all to take a look at, and you know, we went for some pretty standard players here for this one. It's the 2 stars of the show here. Tom, give me your thoughts on these 2 players.
I mean, I've already covered Xantares. He's not had the best of events so far. Now would be the perfect time for him to show up with so much on the line. It's a best of 3s as well. No more promiscuous best of 1s against, again, a flashy opponent like Bad News Eagles. But Shelfie, he didn't have the most confident of starts, but he very quickly warmed up into the tournament. He was the highest performer in the series yesterday. I think that was a 1.23 rating, and 1.14 overall in the past 3 months is certainly not too shabby at all for a youngster. And under Jerry's tutelage, he's just been performing amazingly.
Yeah, I think when you look at these 2 players, you could actually take it from the angle of, like, Xantares is much further in his life cycle as a player, and he's you know, played a lot of different positions, and I think he does have, I think people underrate his actual understanding of the game, his understanding of how to approach different situations. And I think for someone like Shelfie, he has the raw mechanical skill. He plays all the important aggressive spots on the CD side. He's always a rotator, but I want to see him develop into being someone that can, you know, cool around himself or being a bigger part of this team, because they do lack for experience outside of Jerry and maybe now Crad as well. So I just like to see Shelfie develop into being, you know, what we consider, you know, a top star player that can not only be a good individual player, but also help kind of set up the game around themselves.
Well, setting up the game here, we do have to take a look at where we're going to be playing things out on. So we got the vetoes here up for you, and you know, Alan, walk me through what you're expecting from this.
Yeah, so Ancient Perma for Eternal Fire. Vertigo goes out for forZe. Vertigo is actually a really bad map right now for Eternal Fire, so I guess they're a little bit unlucky. I think Eternal Fire, we're going to... Oh, God, they've gone for Anubis. That's kind of out of nowhere. So they've actually played loads of Anubis. I actually think I casted their first Anubis game, and it was actually a disaster. Like, Xantares was getting absolutely railed in mid every single round. So I'm really intrigued to see if they've switched it up. The overpass pick from forZe makes sense. They picked into BNE. It was a close affair, but they still won it. So, yeah, the Anubis pick... yeah, I think it makes sense. I think it's a good map for Eternal Fire, but I don't know. It's so early in the life cycle that I do think it is a bit of a risk.
I mean, I'm just super jealous because that means these guys have gotten to cast 2 Anubises now. I've yet to see it come on through. I had 2 Infernos in the first day, which, you know, Inferno's not a bad map, but it was a bit of a slogfest. Anubis, though, what we had 16-6, 16-5 scoreline earlier. It was quite dominant. Sprout really couldn't get into it. There was a reason they banned it in the previous series. But it's not a terrible map for forZe, so they've played it a couple of times before. At the same time, I do think Eternal Fire should probably be edging that one out fairly easily.
That's all. I mean, if you wanted to, you know, cover some what we got out of last night, I would have happily let you stick around there.
Any help would have been much appreciated.
No.
I was in bed before the last map even started.
It was one of those games where I've absolutely, like, enjoyed watching it, but it was very late. We were getting slap happy for sure there. But yeah, I'm excited to see Anubis here. I think that there's, you know, potential. This matchup's super competitive, so I don't think that anyone needed to get super tricky on the vetoes. But I think maybe that's kind of what Eternal Fire are kind of leaning towards with this Anubis pick.
Yeah, I think for all 3 of the maps, none of them are like super one-sided or a massive slam dunk. So I think we are kind of primed for a very competitive series. As of course is reflected in the odds. There's nobody knows really which way to spin on this one, but I don't know, in terms of which I'm actually leaning, I just think forZe is a more comprehensive outfit right now. I still think Eternal Fire, off the back of so many changes, I still have a lot of questions over whether major cooling is actually a long-term functional thing for this team, because they've tried it a few times now. They removed them straight after the RMR because they weren't happy with the system they were trying to implement. And I mean, if you look at their roster moves, it looks like a menu. The number of things that's going on in there is absolutely bonkers. So for Eternal Fire, I don't know. These guys are so hard to predict. I do think they can win this game. I honestly think they could even win the tournament. I actually could see that world if that happens, but I have to pick the consistency, and I think I have to go for forZe here.
I mean, my prediction for the grand finals coming into this event was Spirit versus forZe, because forZe are just so unpredictable as a team. Sometimes their form is impeccable. They're doing everything down to the line, just to perfection. But looking at this, I reckon it'll be a reverse sweep for forZe here. I think they're much stronger on overpass, although everyone's T-sides yesterday were an absolute mess. And I do think they'll be able to pip out Eternal Fire on Nuke. That first map, though, of Anubis, yeah, I reckon that's the Turkish Squad's playground here. That's going to be their chance to really get their heads into this game. And yeah, as you said, Eternal Fire could win this entire tournament. I don't want to rule them out of this series at all. And clearly, neither do one expect. Those odds are as close as you can get.
Yeah, so I kind of want to pick your brains here because we've talked a little bit about Xantares kind of being the star of the show here of Eternal Fire, but I've also heard some, you know, good stuff about Emor in this event in particular, and his opping, maybe some high highs and some you know, struggles with the rifling, but now he's off that role. So talk to me about that switch with Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I think I much prefer seeing Emor in a position where he can get a lot more leeway to be aggressive and make moves. And when you're a rifler, you know, you're always playing the same position, so there's not that much play in what you can actually do. But as the AWPer, you can just fly around the map, you can take your spawns, and I think it just suits a player like Emor that likes to be dynamic. He doesn't like to be, he never likes to stand still, basically. But I actually think the player to look at is Calix. I think Calix has actually played really well recently, and during periods last year when he was playing for Eternal Fire, he was struggling a lot. He was having some really, really rough tournaments, some rough series, and he's always played more of the tricky anchor positions than towards the edge of the map on T-side and stuff like this, but I do think recently he's looked pretty good, so it's been nice to see more of the Calix of old of late, and if we're talking about, you know, having a functional system around a really, you know, sensational player like Xantares, if Calix is in good form, suddenly this lineup does look like a very different offering on paper.
I mean, just going back to Emor from earlier, though, this morning he was a hero for the likes of Eternal Fire, absolutely slapping about HONORIS on their own map pick of Nuke, which is, again, why I don't think this is a surefire reverse sweep for forZe. I think he had, what, above a 4 KD at points in that map. His CT side was impeccable, dancing around with that orb, as you said, liked to play quite fluidly. He was at ramp, he was in heaven, he was outside, he was just finding frags every which way. And again, it was Xantares who was sort of underperforming on Nuke, losing a lot of fights to Taz outside, which is, again, not a player that you want to be losing too many fights to, especially when you have the prowess of Xantares.
Hey, Taz can do some good work in that outer yard at Nuke. That's his domain. I got to give him some credit there. I've seen him thrive in that. But I mean, forZe is one of our teams that actually made it through the online, Central Europe events, and I gotta say, man, they were putting in a lot of work. They've had some good events where they were able to make deep runs, but they've also gone through a lot of roster changes during that time. I mean, talk me through just getting those reps in, the officials with Result and helping them out on LAN.
I think actually I was kind of recall a period last year when forZe went from not playing a lot of online tournaments to actually playing loads of them. And I'm guessing they had an internal discussion and sort of realized, we just need to get more reps in. We need to play through these roster moves. We need to give, some of these younger players more experience, especially now with a player like Result. He just needs to play 50 officials. He needs to get used to playing these sort of games and, coming in with preparation from coaches and, figure out what pissed around we're going to run and how we're going to approach different stuff. How do you play anti-eco? There's a lot of moving parts to professional level Counter-Strike that aren't always immediately obvious. And if you're someone like him that doesn't have a lot of kind of professional level experience outside of more of a pugging environment, there's endless amounts he can learn. So yeah, I think forZe are doing the right thing. This is the perfect event for them. And of course, as we get further and further into this major cycle, if they progress further in that sense as well, it's just another great opportunity to build up more and more experience and get this unit as well as the younger players up to speed before they they play the really high stakes games.
I mean, yeah, Result comes straight from an academy team as well. So, as you said, building on this experience that he's gained in the past month or so online. I think he's only been registered on the roster for about 15, 16 days at this point, but they did practice for about 5 best of 3s beforehand in officials. He was replacing Sugar, was I think the person they were trialing before. The Azerbaijani just wasn't really up to forZe's standards. Result is definitely the better pickup. In fact, Result played in a finals against forZe on that VP Prodigy lineup before being signed to it. He was the top-rated player. Clearly, Jerry saw a lot in him, and he was quickly poached after. Clearly a successful trial, and Result's own personal confidence coming into this event was demonstrated by an interview we did with HLTV. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. He said he's very confident, and he wants some extra cash so he can buy himself a good gaming PC for home.
That can't hurt. Alan, you kind of mentioned something that's pretty familiar to me, at least, in forZe's trajectory. I mean, would you kind of parallel them to a kind of younger Spirit in a sort?
Yeah, potentially. Probably even younger than a Spirit. Maybe probably more like Gambit youngsters before they became the main team, and they had only Hobbit as the really experienced player. If you look at forZe, Jerry's the only really experienced player. I know Krad has played quite a lot for Entropiq, but those are a lot of online tournaments. He actually hasn't played that many LANs, I wouldn't have thought, with Entropiq during those days. So Jerry's the only real player here that's played for absolutely years. And Jerry's only 24. It's not like he's 29 and he's played the whole circuit for 15 years. So yeah, this team is a lot of kind of inexperience. And for example, you see Spirit talking in interviews about how even for them, they have communication issues. Sometimes it's really hard for them to play in stressful scenarios. And Spirit now has played multiple majors with that kind of iteration of the lineup. Maybe a few changes in and out with Dexter to Wonderful. But if a team like that is saying that even for them, they're getting flustered sometimes, you can imagine for forZe that communication probably is quite a big deal. And I imagine they put a lot of work at the moment behind the scenes just trying to figure out how to get all these different parts and the young players up to speed.
I mean, as a diehard Spirit fan, what do you think is better? The old Spirit roster with Dexter or the new one with Wonderful?
Dexter. I think Dexter is a really brilliant player. I will say that Wonderful, people frame him a lot in the wrong light where they think he's just a Dexter 2.0 and he's really aggressive and proactive. Wonderful's actually probably one of the most passive AWPers in the top scene. He really loves to sit back T-side. He's always like the last man in. He just loves holding angles, loves playing the after plants. And on CD side, he's more slow and composed, maybe a bit like Shiro. So I think I was very surprised when they took such a massive swing swapping type of players that they kind of hit the ground running. And yeah, I mean, Spurs, I don't think they're much worse, but I just think Dexter was an absolute X factor that unfortunately, for whatever reason, they couldn't hold on to.
Yeah, I said younger for forZe. I think that Spirit's actually the youngest team in this event, so
yeah,
that's a bit of a shock that they're the youngest team and they're coming into this one with what I'd imagine is the most favorite outside of that ENCE loss that they took last night, probably due to a little bit of exhaustion. And yeah, I mean, overall, I think we have some good news. I think we can bring in our casters right alongside us in Dinko and Henry G, if we can do that, if we can pull that one up potentially and say hello to them. There they are.
We go.
Good morning. How's it going?
We actually appeared, Henry.
Good morning.
You know, how many hours of sleep did you get, Henry? Before
I got a good 6 hours. I'm
That's
feeling
good.
fresh.
Not
I'm feeling
bad.
good.
Fresh,
It's not bad.
We're wearing a new uniform today. We've got matching jackets
We
on.
do, we do.
It's looking good.
It's kind of a feature for us. At a previous event, we had matching polo shirts. Now we got the denim jackets.
And we get to commentate Anubis today as well.
We get it
I
again.
am super hyped. It's my favorite map to commentate. I've only done it like 3 times. This is great. I'm having a lot of fun.
I haven't got to do it much either, so I think I've been on that similar trajectory. But I think we've seen a lot of good games yesterday, Cole, and I'm very excited to get Anubis going again.
Who's winning the series?
I've got Eternal Fire. Like, I believe in Zantares. He hasn't had the best tournament so far, but you could never doubt him. He's maybe down, but he's not out. He'll be coming in swinging today.
I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go with forZe. I feel like it's such a 50-50 that forZe, I've seen a little bit from them yesterday that I enjoyed a little bit more than Eternal Fire. I've seen Eternal Fire kind of capitulate at times, so I'm going with forZe. I think they'll be a little bit more stable.
I hope so. Well, this is going to be fun. Do you guys want to stick around? Do you want to have a chat? How much longer have we got till the game starts?
Let's have a chat. Yeah, let's
keep
get your thoughts here on what the maps are gonna look like. You guys like Anubis, right?
Love
Big fans
Anubis.
of that.
I like the fact it's one of the maps where you can really kind of innovate still. We're seeing new ideas, new strategies. The CT side especially, we're seeing some of those aggressive plays towards the water position. I think that's really interesting to watch. Some teams not really providing that so much in this tournament, but I'm hoping teams like Eternal Fire, their pick, they should be able to show us a bit of flashy, aggressive plays, I'm thinking.
We've really only seen teams with stand-ins play it, right?
that's a good point. I've been looking for tactical depth, and there's like a stand-in every single game.
We've watched so far, we've watched Barry play it.
Well, Barry's like the MVP of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Barry Bomb.
He's killing in that last game. He was
is.
like, what, high fragging the refresh? That was insane.
Yeah, he was a little bit above refresh shot. We'll bring that one up. But he's like, but Barry's insane, man. You got the experience at the start of the year. I think he's had a couple of moments throughout the past 2 years, actually, where he's kind of stood in and impressed. You can tell he's put a lot of hours into Counter-Strike when you look back through his history.
Are we going to be seeing any overtimes today, though? That's the question on everyone's lips.
I'm sure we'll get a couple, Henry.
I hope so.
11 4s.
11 the deadliest scoreline in the world.
The dangerous scoreline.
That could be
Dude,
fun.
it was great, though, guys, because I don't know if you guys seen it, but there was a bunch of tweets from people. I think Striker from HLTV was like, God damn it, now there's going to be all these Zonic law people for another few months. We're going to have to listen to this.
Yeah, we've definitely started
So
that
I
one.
clicked on it, and I scrolled down. The first thing was Dinko and Henry.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very happy to be part of that.
I hope some overtimes. I hope for some 11-4s, and I hope this one goes the distance. I haven't seen much of forZe yet, but younger players, it seems like from that region especially, we're seeing so much talent every single week, new players being unearthed. I haven't got to commentate these players yet. Super excited for it. Still got Eternal Fire, but you've got forZe, so we'll see how it goes.
I got forZe. Sneaky, how are you enjoying being on the desk over there, or the sofa as we've
I know, it feels weird. The sofa's nice, but no, I'm used to being in the gaming chairs you guys have got over there. It's
There's
a nice
quite
first
big gaming
experience,
chairs as
though.
well. It's like the biggest, like a throne almost.
Dude, I feel like it's so deep.
Yeah.
My legs aren't really long enough, and I got pretty long limbs.
You really have. And
So-
you've got extra pockets in your trousers today. You've got like
I'm wearing
utility
the cargo
trousers. You're like a
I've got
carpenter.
everything. I've got everything we need, Henry. They're quite wide, so you guys can't see them.
You can carry a lot of water bottles in those.
That's true.
Cover water bottles, carry those. They're very mobile. You could actually just fill it up with water as well, Henry, if you really wanted to.
That would be nice.
Water pouches.
All right.
Yep.
Well-
I'll stand up and show you guys what I'm doing.
Here we go.
Because it's kind of
fashion
weird.
show.
There we go.
This is interesting. Now. All right, lads. Cole, where are we going with this next?
No, thank you very much. That's all we needed from you. I just wanted to see Dinko's pants, and then we were good.
We're here all week.
Thank you very much. So we'll see you all a little bit later. And
Henry isn't
hopefully-
wearing any, so.
True, I can't stand up.
Very nice, very
Beautiful.
nice. Yeah, lovely people.
Yes.
Sounded sarcastic, Cole.
I much enjoyed that segment, and I like the idea that Henry's like on a work Zoom call and just not wearing anything, like below the mid waist. And,
That's just efficient.
yeah, it is. Why not?
No, I mean, he's usually without a shirt, so it's not too far of a stretch that there's no pants either.
True that.
Yeah, very much so. Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I love Anubis. I wasn't a big fan of Ancient when it first came into pool. I don't think a lot of people were, to be honest with you. But Anubis, I think, it came out of the gates, it hit the ground running, and we're all loving it.
Yeah, I think it's different. Not necessarily better or worse, but it is nice to see a map that plays differently. Especially for us that have watched certain maps now in the pool for upwards of, approaching 10 years for some of these maps. So yeah, I've quite enjoyed Anubis so far. I think it's a map where all the teams are still really figuring out. And I think, especially on the CT side, I think people don't realize yet that you need to take a lot of risks. I think it's really hard to play that map if you just give all the space. It's so easy for the T's just to crunch a site. So I think teams are going to get more and more aggressive. And I do wonder now we're not seeing, teams with stand-ins and Barry anchoring A every round. That maybe there will be some more aggressive options in the mix.
I like Barry anchoring A, though, man. He was locking it down.
He actually did. He got a killer double kill, and I almost fell out my seat.
Yeah.
It was actually amazing.
He was doing good work. Those B players that were struggling a little bit to get those crossfires rolling. But we got overpass as well. And something that I actually really like, specifically from Eternal Fires, is this map. So it's interesting to see this in the veto here coming on through, because Xanterra's on that A bomb site. You want your most mechanically sound rifler, maybe the smartest rifler, to be playing on that A side alongside your Opper. I think Xanterra's, he can really tear up a CT side.
I think it's an interesting parallel as well, because Crad plays A site on Overpass, and that for me has always been the Crad map, and he's really aggressive. He's so aggressive on Entropiq, and it didn't actually always work out. And I think, especially from the scene he plays in, when you're watching someone like Kindar playing the same position, you might even fool yourself into thinking, yeah, that's actually how you play it. You just go in every round, you spray down 3 people, that's how it works, lock down the whole side of the map. But for Crad, it wasn't always perfect. So I'm intrigued to see he's still playing that spot here on forZe. But yeah, there'll be a very interesting parallel, because I don't think they're necessarily very similar players. I think Xanterra's is more calm and composed, where I think Crad is more, inject a lot of pace, get up in the face, and we'll see if it works.
I mean, just going back to Anubis quickly, though, one thing I enjoyed watching from Crad online is he actually became the secondary AWPer for the squad, and for a lot of the time was out-AWPing Zorta. He had really good positioning on the A bomb site, was really versatile with that AWP, and yeah, he left quite the impact. I can't remember the team they were playing, but they certainly won that game off the back of his prowess.
Yeah, he's beasting in that game. I do remember the one that you were talking about. But unfortunately, he hasn't had the same event here, right? He's been struggling a little bit. I came into this one saying that this guy's going to absolutely farm up a Storm. You're not going to have to worry about him as much because of that experience, whereas you're going to have more time to focus in on Result. Result hasn't been a big liability here. He's been very, very cool, calm, and composed for such a young player, for such a new guy. So, I mean, walk me through, the difference there between Crad's online performance and his current standings here in this LAN.
I mean, he had a map with like 6 kills yesterday by the end of it.
It wasn't. I mean, the sample size is pretty small. But yeah, I mean, Crad does play positions with more variability.
Yeah.
Result plays a lot of anchor spots where, as long as he plays his role, as long as he doesn't just get immediately entried every round, it's not gonna be a problem. But Crad is in spots where he could give away opening kills and get overly aggressive and make mistakes, and he did make a few yesterday. I'm not necessarily sure he's gonna be have had as many troubles today. I do think he is a fairly good player, but yeah, I mean, in a world where forZe had the options forZe had for players coming, over this player break and coming into this season, they had so many choices. And I've got to be honest, when someone like forZe was on the table, I'm stunned forZe isn't on a top 20 team. I'm absolutely stunned he isn't. I thought he was the best part of Entropiq for so long. And I think before these results, I think they was playing with forZe, and I presume forZe was playing the same spots as Result is now. So there might even be that angle of they probably did choose Result over forZe. Maybe there were other reasons in the mix, of course, but yeah, they had a lot of options for these players, and they went for Crad and Results. They kind of, in that sense, need to prove that they made the right choices when there were so many different routes they could have gone.
I mean, is he playing for 1win now?
Yeah, he's on the new Boomich 1win lineup.
Do you reckon that's a top 20 team?
It's a really bizarre lineup.
I heard that Nickelback was IGLing in that.
So Nickelback's calling, and Boomich is just playing as a regular player again, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, Quantum Bullet of Fire back in the day, he was quite spicy on it.
Yeah, well, I presume he was still calling for that team. I can't remember. So long ago, man. Yeah, I mean, that'll be a very intriguing lineup. Obviously, from my perspective, I think forZe Deco is that's a really good duo. That's seriously good. Maybe top 15 in the world as a duo of players. So good, and so like I think Deco's one of the best up-and-coming AWPers in the world. I think he really could have played for a better team if he could have got out of one win. But yeah, I think that it looks better than the lineups they presented before from one win. But yeah, they got a lot of figuring out, and if Boomich and Nickelback come in with loads of ideas, just pointing the ship in the right direction when you've got so many cooks in the kitchen might be a bit of an interesting thing to figure out.
I mean, they had a rough start. They lost their opening game of the RMR qualifiers as well. I mean, speaking of funny results in that RMR qualifiers, Astralis lost to LDLC.
Yeah.
Snobbling dropped, I think, like +12 or +17 or something. It was pretty ridiculous. But no, something else about those RMRs is that both Eternal Fire and forZe, if I'm not mistaken, were playing in them yesterday.
Yes.
So there could still be an element of fatigue dragging over from that, because they had a very, very long day.
Yeah. We'll say for both of these teams, they are very used to playing playing a lot of games. Funny enough, me and Mr. Dinko over there casted Eternal Fire playing in Pro League at the same time. And I think they must have played, no joke, 15 maps in 2 days. And it was absolutely ridiculous. And somehow, even at 2 in the morning on the grand final, they were still holding it together. So if anybody can do it, these Turkish boys, they could play till 7 in the morning, honestly. And I don't think it'll make a difference.
Yeah, well, that's good news. Speaking of Dinko, I think we are ready to throw it to our lovely casters. So we'll go ahead and toss it to you all. And yeah, take it away, Henry and Dinko.
Thank you very much, Cole. I'm really looking forward to this. It's been a while. We've been building up to this. We had a big build-up, Henry. forZe versus Eternal Fire.
Old build.
Yeah, sure. We've been brick by brick.
Yeah.
But the odds are so close. It's so hard to see where this one's going on the 1xBet odds.
3 maps, I reckon.
3 maps.
That's where we're going.
Maybe a couple of overtimes.
The thing is as well, the map pool, the fact it's Anubis first, that's a bit of a curveball, then Overpass as well. It's a very specific, tricky map. I feel like it's almost certain to go 3.
We've seen yesterday a lot of ENCE's plays. They showed that on Anubis you can get kind of aggressive, especially since the opposite some Pius really getting a lot of spots like that. If you look at him more, he's one of the most crazy players I've seen play, so that's going to be fun.
I haven't quite how would you describe his playstyle compared to Woxic with the AWP? Is he just as flashy, or is he making more reserved plays?
I would say Woxic's probably obviously has a much higher skill ceiling as an individual with the AWP, but I think more it's actually shown just a capability of just being an okay opera in my opinion. Okay. I don't think it's like anything special.
Plugging the holes right now
yeah.
While they work it out, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that sounds about right. Did look like Xantares was having some technical issues.
Yeah, I also see that he's there. Okay, he gets close to the monitor, Xantares.
He does. He likes to get in there, doesn't he?
It's to measure how close he can get to it. I remember back in E-League days watching him, and he would be so close that you couldn't even see his face because he was that close to the screen.
Who get closer, Yekindar or
Bondic?
Xantares? Bondic, yeah, that's a good shout. He did actually get in there.
Some say he is still at the chiropractor, getting that spine unspiraled.
What did you played a lot of Anubis, right? What bomb side do you enjoy playing? Where do you feel like your playstyle suits?
I enjoy playing B, but I get a little bit aggressive sometimes, Henry.
You do. That is a cornerstone of your gameplay, is being a little bit too aggressive at the wrong moments, I've noticed.
Yeah, you can push a lot on B, but you get punished a lot for it.
Well, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? We saw a lot of B pushes. It was Madden who was getting those B pushes, and then they have a man advantage, and it get taken down like 3 times in a row, it felt like.
I've listened to multiple sort of ideas about how Anubis should be played from some of the top-level pros, and a lot of them thinking players, the ones that the thought process behind their play, were saying you can't really get away. It's not really worth it for the CT to go for these dark peaks into the canals a lot of the time, because there's so many ways that T's can combat you. A lot of the time it's not even good really to get aggressive on B out main, and that's what a lot of casual or average players would do. We're seeing a lot of pro teams, if they are throwing some CT aggression in, it's usually through A main and through middle and trying to get through the canal at the same time. Maybe you can only push dark while you're pushing A mid at the same time.
We're certainly still feeling the map out. It hasn't had any major updates since it was released, right? And that's quite uncommon for a map like this. Like, it's in pretty good state. It doesn't feel like there's anything that's a glaring issue, but still, most maps will be evolving as they go through the tournament structure.
I was reading a little bit about the mentality of the person who designed the map as well, and kind of their thought process that went into designing the map. And they wanted to design the bomb sites in a way that you would have to play a traditional style of CS, where you would play crossfires, have multiple different setups, and I think you can see that on the B bomb site.
Absolutely, like, you can see it really is crossfire dependent. You need great communication. You need to hold on to your utility till the actual moment. Like, sure, you can throw a smoke at B main at the start of the round, but it might be a bit more efficient to take the risk, allow it to be open, have the AWP up close. You saw that yesterday as well, taking it up towards B main, going for that first pick, then dropping utility and run the timer down.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Henry, we've had a game crash on the stage.
No.
So we are going to have to take this one to a break, and we're going to try and get that game uncrashed and back, ready to go, Henry. So we're going to go to a break.
Let's get warmed up ourselves. We'll go for a nice little jog around the building, maybe.
Yeah, a little
get the
bit
blood
of a jog,
pumping.
Get my cargo pants filled up with
Exactly.
whatever we have lying around.
Yeah.
And we're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Eternal Fire versus forZe is finally ready to go. A quick fix with our wonderful team on the ground in Malta. 1xBet odds at the top of your screen, favoring slightly Eternal Fire coming into Anubis. We're going to have to see how this one pans out, Henry.
Let's get into it then. T-side start for forZe, and it's going to be Jerry, the in-game leader, making his way towards that dark room here. Bit of a default spread, but looks like the B split is coming in nice and quick here. And more of those Julies will push A, get the first kill, but they'll still continue their assault towards this B bomb site. They've got quite a lot of territory here.
Oh, Santara's just chilling back in towards the temple. Retreats to safety. It's Major's turn to try and get something done here, and Result is close, and he gets the headshot. Jerry also follows up, and forZe are at a 3 versus 3, but they got the bomb down. And Shalfie, player to look out for with a clean headshot to kick things off, and another one on to Zantares. Calix gets involved, but there's a lot more needed here for him, and he has got a smoke on his back, but the time will start to tick.
Yeah, he's got about halfway to go here, but the
bomb's
smoke...
not planted for the CT player here.
Well, there is a player towards main, and Calix knows he's surrounded. A very nice strategy there from forZe. Quite fast-paced, I have to say. And then she went into a 5-on-4 deficit there as well. A nice A push did give the advantage towards Eternal Fire, but making their way quickly in towards that B bomb site. Bomb down. And I have to say, Shalfie, I've heard a lot about this kid, Dingo, and I've heard he is an absolute beast. This was a good showing. Obviously nothing too crazy, but it shows what we're hoping to see a lot more of.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a bit of him throughout the years, too. Has been in and around these kind of projects for a little bit. Tech issue, though.
Good way. Get him out of the way early, I say.
You know, one round.
Get him out of the way.
Day 2, get him out of the way on day 2. And then you have no more for day 3. That's kind of how that works.
We had a round. That was okay.
I think it's cool to see Crad back in a team. I think
what was the last team he was in? Entropiq, right?
Yeah.
That was there.
And that kind of fell apart. But they had a good string of results for a while. He's always been with Forrester, no longer there with him anymore.
Wow, that is throwback, isn't it? But yeah, it seems like a lot of projects and teams are moving towards youngsters now, right? They're trying to bring in fresh blood to mold and create superstars with.
Well, you see Blade kind of mentioning that he wasn't going to ever pick up SDY because he was over the age of 25. Now,
Yeah,
this is
that's
like
a
some
wild
Leonardo
statement,
DiCaprio side. What are we going on here?
Yeah, true. Well, we have got the force buy from Eternal Fire here. Not the most compelling one, but still could pack a punch. We'll see. 3 MP9s, a couple of Deagles. In terms of utility, just one single smoke, couple of flashes. And the first interaction is going down now between the Canals and Darkroom position. And that's a lovely shot from Jerry. Takes down Calyx, no problem at all. They've got all 5 players making their way towards a contact play in towards the A bomb site. Now, there is a player there, but it's Major with the aforementioned MP9 with no utility. I'm not really sure what he can do to defend this one off Dinko, but I'd love to see him give it a shot.
Well, Major, well, unfortunately, he will get shot.
Yeah.
He tries his best, but just run over the top of by a result. First time seeing this guy on the server. The narrative for him was he wants to play and get some cash to buy a PC.
I've heard about that. Can't force buy him a PC, maybe? Like, would that make sense?
So you're playing professional Counter-Strike for us. Maybe we'll provide you the tools.
I would say, yeah, like it would be beneficial for all of us if you have a good PC, I would say. Everyone
That
wins.
makes sense to me, Henry.
Yeah, like, I know they say a bad workman blames his tools, but I think in this particular case, having a good
Imagine
PC...
getting to this level with a bad PC.
Well, I guess he must be getting some sort of LAN buff then, because now he's playing on a decent computer.
Or not. Maybe he's like, why is it so smooth?
Yeah, true. I guess you're right. That could be a factor as well. But there it is. forZe will be picking the round. Didn't drop a single player there. Business as usual. 2-0 coming through. A couple of weapons saved for Eternal Fire, but it's just the MP9 and the Deagle. It was the nice shot from Jerry towards the Darkroom to open things up. Let's have a look at that now. Brilliant shot, actually. And then the Molotov down. Major just really didn't stand a chance there, unfortunately. Salty with the awareness to check the flanks and takes down the powerful Xantares. Unfortunately, this will be the full eco now for Eternal Fire. They do have the X-Cloud MP9, a player that seems to be in and out of this team every single week. Dinko, from what I can see, but he's here this week.
Major, Calyx, they've all had some leave from the team.
They just naded from the steps. You see how much damage that did?
That was sick, yeah. Now, you come into it with absolutely nothing, and your health is now halved as well. So just make it even harder for Eternal Fire to be able to do anything in round 3.
It's the 2 players like with no armor as well.
Yeah.
Like that's only 2 players with no armor, and they were the ones getting nuked by the nade.
Never much fun when you get nuked. Result setting up the Molotov up towards the platform. Close position for the MP9. Could have got something done for X-Flow, but it's so clean from Crowd on the double. The Mac 10 comes in, Result gets involved. And now it's just 2 players left with 2 Deeks. Maybe they can get something done here. But more unable to land. And this Jerry sends him to the grave. Now Calyx moments away from dying. And then we get the first gun round out for Eternal Fire.
Well, interesting to see what that will be bringing to the table. In terms of CT aggression, we discussed the idea of the pincers towards the Canals. Do you feel like we'll be seeing a lot of the B pushes? You mentioned that some players suggested it's not maybe the best idea, but the first gun round, I'd be looking to throw a spanner in the works potentially, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely see something like that for sure. These are 2 teams that can be very aggressive. We know over the years that Jerry is called a crazy style of play where it's a lot of death ball strategies. So perhaps this is where we're going to see a lot of aggression on both sides of the map. But we'll have to see. 3-0 start for forZe. They're keeping 1 Galil, the rest on AKs and an AWP. Here's the buy for Eternal Fire.
Looks pretty quiet right now. Standard stuff in the CTs. The initial smoke to buy some time and shut down any sort of mid-aggression from the T side here. Looking for their first gun round. First round in general. Moore has the AWP and Jerry once more working towards Dark. And this will be where the first frag comes through. And Moore can't quite hit the shot. There's going to be Jerry finding the man advantage. Maybe a double here. Good reaction coming in from Calyx. Maintains the 4-on-4 situation, but now they need a reaction. Lacking information. Need to work out where the next move is coming in for forZe.
The next move for forZe looks to be towards this B bomb site. He's got
surrounded.
Result in towards Dark. Calyx needs to be careful on the timing. He goes back, he hits the headshot. But because it's the A1S, there's not enough damage to take the kill, and so Calyx able to come out on top of that. And now Major is in a really tough spot towards the back of the platform here.
Looking for his first kill as well. Flashbangs raining in. Teammate will join him. Could go for a boost there, but Result will be continuing to apply the pressure with the AWP. Bomb to be planted. CTs can't deny it. And now just Xantares to say just this guy can frag! He is going for all 4 here. One more player to find this Result with 12 HP. Can he hit the orb shot? He absolutely can. That was almost something fantastic from Xantares.
And that's what you're talking about before this game started, Henry. He is the X Factor. He is the star player in this side. And you see him so many times being able to pull off just unthinkable things with his mechanics. Result gets an important kill here. Just about stays alive. important kill on the flick back too, but some crazy moments. Look at forZe are about to dominate this round, and then Xantares gets away with 3. Definitely could have taken Result down here, but what a big round from the youngster.
Oh, absolutely.
7-1 right now for Result.
Some signs of things to come, yeah.
PC buff indeed.
Exactly. Well, another light investment here from the Turks. We've got Eternal Fire 4-0 down. A few Deagles, SMGs once again. Playing on the front foot this time, in towards A main. Lovely shot there from Amor. That's the 5-7 coming into full effect. Throwing away the MP9, upgrading to the AK-47. No trade available there. So man advantage for now, and the recovered rifles. So this is looking serviceable for Eternal Fire for sure. They'll fall back into a more traditional setup. Look in the radar right now. You can see them making their way through CT spawn. Boosting that B defense, and for now, looks like an A finish. Smokes towards A con. Major alone at the A bomb site once again. This was a problem before, this time only with the Deagle.
Yeah, under a minute left. Shalfie will be at the front of the pack. Tough spot to be in here for Eternal Fire, not having the weapons available. Well, 45 seconds. forZe have pretty much everyone on the same page. They're going to be going in through the same main entrance, and Major, the timing might have just eluded him. He looks away as they start to come through, and I don't think he's getting away with anything here, Henry.
It would have to be something unspeakable at this stage. If he gets a double Deagle headshot from this position, I'll eat my hat. We'll see what happens. But it will be Amor going down first. Major is dealt with in due course as well. And just one player remaining. Blink and you miss it. Just Calyx remains, looking for that AK-47 and trying to get the hell out of there. 4-on-1.
Good round from Zortate.
Yeah, that will do nicely, won't it? 3 kills. Shuts it down. And that's going to be 5-0. Remember, this is the map pick of Eternal Fire as well. But it is proving to be a very T-sided map at this tournament especially.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of that. I think, you know, we've seen the utility be a big factor, and a lot of the things that Spirit were doing really well were being able to get into dark very early into the round and being able to split in towards that B bomb site with perfect util executes in. And I think that comes back to the point we were talking about before this game went live. In terms of how this map is set up, you have to play a lot of standard crossfire setups. And how do you break apart a crossfire setup? You use utility to cut off the angles, limit the positions. And I think on the B side, you can't. If good utility comes in, there's nothing you can really do about it, right? You can't really get aggressive or change anything up. You almost have to just drop back and let them take the side and play retake. And also another topic of interest was the fact that it is a very difficult map to retake. So definitely a couple of puzzles to figure out here on the CT side. But the T sides will be loving it.
Double orb setup this time. Major will be joining Amor the sniping responsibilities. He's playing toward that A bomb site, anchoring. It's a very tricky spot to play.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how he's going to perform in this game and in this competition.
He's looked good in this tournament so far.
He has.
He's been the shining light, which is not necessarily good news, I'm afraid, for Eternal Fire, I'll be honest with you.
I think Amor is pretty sick, though, Henry. I think his ceiling's very high. And I think sometimes he has frustrated me in the past in terms of his maybe thinking man's game, but his individual raw ability is really, really high.
Let's see what he can do here. Taking quite a lot of damage there from the Molotov, more than he anticipated. We're going to be focusing towards the B bomb site this time. Maybe a little bit of a flirt towards middle as well as Antares. He's up for a fight. Molotov's down, just reclaiming middle control as well. Good timing on the smoke.
Yeah, this is going to be such an important position to watch Antares in today as well. Yeah, there's a big task holding middle on Anubis. We've seen
super difficult.
Many players struggle with it. In particular, Patsy yesterday for Team Spirit.
Right.
Well, 50 seconds left. Calyx about to be put under some pressure. Has lost the battle against Result one time before, and again, Result comes through, wins the dark fight. And more, this is the shot, and that's it. That should be the door shut now on this round, unless something crazy happens. The remaining players on the B bomb site, Antares and X-Floud. And the Molotov hasn't spread to it.
No, that keeps happening. I've noticed that a few times. Like that Molotov doesn't seem to be perfect, and now they have no idea he's there. X-Floud can't believe his luck. They've Molotoved it and not checked it. Now, the amount of time that happens, you've got to be aware of it. But still, they have the advantage. That should secure the round as well. As Orte will be dropping X-Floud towards that platform position. Major, as mentioned, with the AWP towards the A bomb site. won't be doing much of this, and Zantares holding middle, nowhere to be seen. That's another missed orb shot there, the huge miss from Amor. If he hits that shot and gets away, probably a very different round, Inko.
What do you think of this setup, though, towards Dark? Because Calyx was, I think they were on different
Anti-flash,
pages.
right?
Yeah, but I think they're on different pages because Amor doesn't have the deep angle into... It's fine if he's got the first peak, right? Because then you're betting and switching, but Amor's not holding the deep angle.
So yeah, they just ran in and killed Calyx with
Well,
no
he's looking
response
at a
towards
wall,
6.
yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That didn't work. It really needed a nice bait and switch setup. Had the AWP taken the first contact, then Calyx is in anti-flash and then can capitalize. But it was the worst of both worlds. He's not looking and you haven't got the AWP covering you.
Yeah.
So yeah, really didn't work out or make sense for them. It's their map pick as well. Like we said, it's been very, very T-sided in this tournament. Early days here yet, but not looking too good. Even with xCloud given the opportunity to have a second life there from the platform. They did save the AWP and the AK-47 for Zantares. I would say that's his specialist weapon. On the CT side especially, we'll see what he can do. Probably want to let him off the leash a little bit here. We're seeing CTs push middle sometimes when they feel like they can get a timing. And a couple of fails yesterday on that regard as well.
Yeah, we did see a lot of that, yeah.
Anubis, it's always fun watching this map kind of play out and the new ideas and timings and how you can exploit your opponents when they're executing.
I think we were seeing a tough position for Eternal Fire here because they don't have so much money. And so we're looking at an AWP saved over for Major. He hasn't done anything. So to pass that over to Amor, hasn't really got on the board either. So Major's going to keep his AWP and they're going to go with rifles on everybody else.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. We'll reserve judgment until the round unfolds. Zantares, like I said, needs to be let off the leash a little bit more if you ask me. Hasn't had the opportunity at that shooting range apart from that 4 versus 1 where he came so close, but once he actually pulls it off, doesn't mean a whole lot. Jerry watching out for A aggression. Remember, it's Major playing there, the AWP yet to frag as well. On the defensive line. A few misses coming in so far as Jerry gets closer and closer to that choke point. You can see they're starting to triangulate around the A bomb site as well. Major will be tested here. Will the flashbang come in though?
I don't think Jerry has all the pieces where he needs them to be just yet. We're going to see some mid-utility being used up first. Shelfie just trying to force the CTs further back and taking some mid-control towards the doorway. This is such an important fight, and Zantares wins it. Flash comes in maybe just a little bit too late, but Major keeps the AWP, Henry. You made note of that at the beginning of the round.
Got to hit those ones, but xCloud certainly will. He gets the double here. Could be back in the round. Horrible position, though. It's such a difficult one to get more than a single frag. And now down to Amor. The Incendiary's actually pretty decent. Might be able to flush him out, but they're now in towards a 3 versus 2. Kits are available.
And Moore's got pretty deep into the site here. I don't think they're ready for this. And Amor gets away with at least one. But it's a 2 versus 2 and a double op T-side post plant. No spamming through smokes with this, Henry, but luckily no smokes available to the CTs any longer. As soon as this one fades away, it's job done. Zorte's hit the first shot, and Moore comes over the top with the rifle, and Zorte's just running away. Now he's in a good position, and as I mentioned, no utility here for Amor. Surely this one can't happen. A flash sent out for Zorte. They'll go for the peek. Good flash, missed shot. Oh, this is not pretty to watch at all, but
it's an ugly round.
It's a P250 headshot. It's a 7th round for FaZe. It's 7-0, and it's all okay.
The AWP is not quite hitting the mark for any player there. I think everyone missed their shot.
Throw those away.
Yeah, that shot from Major, I'm afraid, like, you have to hit that.
Oh, you have to see it again.
You have to hit that. That was a hook, line, and sinker shot. You got to hit those. You're going to be anchoring towards the A site. It's unfortunate. I don't think he's found a kill yet.
Because it's a very one-and-done position with the AWP as well. It's a very weird position to put the AWP in. Usually you see a rifle in that first pillar because you have the chance to get a multi-kill.
Yeah.
You're going to get overrun as the AWP after one. So you better at least get one. Otherwise, it's just throwing it away. Tactical timeout for FaZe. FaZe using it up. 7 rounds up.
They don't want to squander the opportunity. Like, sure, that we saw.
We've seen a lot of comebacks.
Yeah, Team Spirit, up 11-2 on their T side of Anubis. They won the map, but they wanted it overtime.
Yeah,
so
4 halves coming in.
You can't give anything away on this one. You're never safe on Anubis. There's no comfortable scoreline. 11-2 might be the second most deadliest scoreline.
Could be, because it opens up the opportunity.
Exactly.
For 4.
Exactly. So. Orbs back out, juggling it around. This time we have it in the hands of Amor. It'll be towards the B-bomb site. As mentioned in the pre-game, this is quite a common approach now, trying to get that early pick. You can get on towards that jail platform and have a bit of a deeper angle. Calyx playing the defensive game. Pixel spotting towards Dark, dropping the incendiary when he detects contact. Same story for xFloud with the HE grenade though.
Result actually beat the nade, and he's in front of it. Flash comes in.
Nice flash.
Really good teamwork between xFloud and Major to equip themselves with the first kill.
Lovely flash there. Jerry
to pull it back. Calyx has had a tough time in the dark area. It's a very important part of the map, and he hasn't really been able to stop them from coming through. This time takes half health, and he will stay up and smoke them off.
Quite tense right now, 45 seconds. Starting to coordinate themselves. Zorte trying to crack open this A bomb site. 2 players there. xFloud watching towards the A connector. Zantares watching for any creepers.
25 seconds. Zantares at the bricks. Shelfie comes through with the kill first. Krat able to follow up, and it's good. It's really good for forZe. They've somehow turned this round again in their favor. They're into the site, bomb goes down, but it's all about this quick retake from Eternal Fire. They still have a player in the form of Calyx coming back through A main.
Absolutely. He's the linchpin of this operation. If Calyx can step up and find a cheeky frag in the back just like that,
he needed that.
Could be the round, but he squanders the opportunity, and now Shelfie with an excellent position here. 2 players towards heaven. Major's not going to check it. That's a freebie if you've ever seen one. 2 versus 3 now. Might just be worth saving the AWP, and I think that's what they're going to have to go for. Calyx, low HP, and indeed will be falling back, saving the AK. 8-0 now for forZe. Now it's a 5-on-4 advantage for Eternal Fire.
I don't know how you can kind of throw those away and feel good about it. You're going to be at a pretty tough spot mentally here for Eternal Fire. We'd like to see some timeouts commit eventually. Mo did get a kill on the way out the door there, at least something. But at this point, you're getting up into advantageous positions. You're getting an opening kill. You worked hard to get it. And that you smoke them off. They don't even get dark control. But this is the problem. They win the A main fight, and then they just completely relinquish control of A main. And so they come back into the same position.
It's not the most convincing setup. Like, Zantara is fantastic with the rifle, but there's no utility. There's no real crossfire there. It's 2 solo duels. And as soon as Zantares doesn't get one, your teammate's completely thrown to the wolves, right? There's nothing he can do. Like, we keep saying that spot as you walk in is just so dangerous. The grenades coming through, I like that. It keeps happening time and time again. xFloud will go down to the double nade towards the bomb site through the window.
So ridiculous. But forZe have done their homework. Their T-sides are looking great here. They've got all the utility, all the bits and pieces. And Amor, well, he's very committed here with the AWP. Oh, he misses his mark to go through the A connector, but luckily gets there before they come around into the mid-fight. But they are really banking on taking this A main control, feeling that this is the most important play. But what you do in committing so many players here is completely leave mid open. So you can just go straight through mid, through the temple. You can split into the B-bomb site. There's a lot of options now available to forZe to play with in this final minute.
Well, they've got full mid control,
that's for sure. Flank. Ooh, round the back. Major takes a kill from behind, and Zorte at least able to trade it out, but there's a second player there, and Zorte doesn't want to get involved with that.
Well, he's got the bomb as well. He needs to get the hell out of there. He's got the AWP alone in towards middle. Get that bomb planted and enable these crossfires. A player towards dark there, and it's Calyx, as you mentioned, has been pretty quiet in this spot. The smoke, a little bit underwhelming. Might be able to do something with that, and indeed he will. Terrible little smoke.
Yeah, and not a great move from Krat either to walk into it. It's a tough spot to be in now for forZe, but we've seen them pull rounds back. Even when they're down a player, even when it's looking tough, they've been able to find their way back into these. Shelfie fighting Zantares. He wins that awkward engagement, and 20 seconds. They now have an opening to go back to A. They can run into the A bomb site, and there's no one here to stop them. He's trying to sprint back in time as a Amor, but he has the AWP. He has a Molotov. He's going to try and place it into the site. He's going to throw the molly in, but 9 seconds. Ooh. Molotov goes in. He's taking damage. It's not going to spread, and the bomb will go down. A 2v2 into the post plant. And Zorte, he's got the first pick. And Amor's down. Missed shot from Zorte, so it falls onto Shelfie. And he has been good so far. He's looking to close it, and he will. Calyx completely lost. Doesn't know where his opponent is. And again, a round that looks so good for Eternal Fire crumbles.
You're dead on there, Dinko. This is getting a bit heartbreaking for them, isn't it? Like they're finding these advantageous situations, but it seems to fall apart. A nice idea to push A main there as well, just a little bit unfortunate. Had they got that kill towards the window position, that's bombed down as well. Doesn't quite happen for them. And Xiaofish, you mentioned, he's looking very sharp, impressed by his discipline and his coordination in those 1v1 situations. But here we go, round number 10, 9-0 on the very T-sided map. We will say that much, but things started to get out of control here. And I've got a full buy and more with the AWP once again. Full utility pretty much. Got a couple of kits in the as well. Obviously got maximum loss bonus at this stage. And another default setup. We haven't seen a ton of aggression or change of pace from Eternal Fire, to be honest with you. Here comes that nade again. It's been doing so much damage.
I think on its lonesome, maybe just looking for some chip damage, but I want to see Xantares get involved a bit more, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
I think his position on the CT side, but here we go, he has a chance. Oh my god, Henry, how has this happened?
Past each other.
They have no idea. They
It's making me
traded positions.
It's giving me butterflies in my stomach here.
How has this happened?
We need to see the other player. What's he up to?
Xantares trying to back though. Oh no, that is so awkward. Chips in the night. Xantares makes first move, and the noise is enough to allow Xiaofi to be alerted to his position. xCloud at least getting resolved and has pulled it back into the 3v3. 44 seconds left. The bomb is positioned towards this B bomb site, and Xiaofi finally loses that fight versus Calyx. He's won it pretty much every time. And it's all on Zorte now to win the clutch. 1v3 it would be. He's found the first already, and so Calyx offers himself up. And now Zorte looking to go up against xCloud on the other side of the temple.
Big advantage for xCloud here. In terms of the positioning, the HP, the time should be his ground. And there it is. xCloud will convert it and manage to find the first round for Eternal Fire as they go 9-1. Finally, something coming in their favor. It takes another 1v1 scenario, but they managed to convert it. xCloud plays it very well indeed.
When the round goes onto the board here for Eternal Fire, but it has to be the first of many. You gotta start stringing rounds together, and this was an awkward fight in mid. Important setup here. Major just gets overlooked. I don't know what Krad is. He's just tunnel visioned on Dark, so he comes out, doesn't think about the Glizzy, and ends up getting punished.
Good old
That's
Glizzy.
actually a call now, Henry.
Yeah, apparently.
Tactical timeout here for Eternal Fire, as they realize, as I just mentioned, this isn't. And it isn't like it's a competitive half right now. You have to make it competitive, and you don't have a lot of rounds left to do it. So you've got to take this opportunity and start to try and build on this and string them together. Because if you just lose this next round, you're pretty much in the bin.
Yeah, you're cooked at that point.
Not in the good way.
Not in a good way at all. The bad way.
Well done to the point of dryness.
Well, no one wants that. Round 11 comes through, ladies and gentlemen. Third game of the day. One more to bring you after this. First map, though. Plenty more action. Hopefully, we'll see Eternal Fire step up. Big names in this team, Calyx and Xantares. You'd like to see them step up, but the latter, unfortunately, will not be doing so just now. He goes down early. That's Calyx normally playing,
isn't it?
normally playing Dark as well, so a change of setup here, and xCloud needs to get at least one. If Riso gets the easy kill here, they're in a lot of trouble, but there it is. Good shot.
Yeah, good work there from xCloud, because if he goes down, that's pretty much the round done.
Yep.
And I'm assuming this is what they talked about in the timeout is, okay, this is the move we want to go with. This is actually what we want to do. And that aggressive play from Calyx just doesn't work out. So luckily, xCloud able to trade out. And this is better from Eternal Fire. I think in the first portion of this game, the CT side was a bit stagnant. They don't have a lot of information as to where forZe are, and then they were just getting executed on. At this point, they're being a little bit more active. They've tried to push A couple of times, but the problem is they've left it open again here, Henry. And that's just an opening for Jerry to play with.
I believe in Major this time, though. Here we go. Positioning.
No op this time.
Yeah, much better positioning. Playing the round nicely, getting that kill, falling back. And now they can actually have a viable retake instead of him going down with nothing. So this is looking quite good now. 35 seconds, but Xiaofi's in towards B. He's at the platform as well. Now, if he's undetected, they can move the bomb over there potentially, and Krad can try and hold players towards A, but he'll go for the backstab through the connector and try and get towards the other bomb side through that. It's a huge frag to take in the context of this situation. He gets a double as well. That's going to pull those rotations over towards A. But xCloud, he's in towards Darkroom. I think he wins this round single-handedly. There's the first kill.
Starting to come out from Dark. Zorte scoped in, misses the shot. Now he's under a bit of pressure, uses the pillar as cover, but it's not enough. And the kills will come in across the board here for Eternal Fire. And even though it doesn't go well for them at the beginning of the round, they're still able to return it into a second round win.
Yeah, much nicer round overall. Good discipline, good teamwork there, not taking too many risks, getting their kills, falling back, especially xFloud. Managed to get the key frag at A main, flanking towards Dark as well, just when they'd been sold a dream over towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, I like xFloud as a player, and I want to make sure that everybody at home kind of is aware of the positions he plays. He doesn't get given the best spots because you know, he's not a big name in the team, right? You got people like Centaurs and more people are going to take those spots away from you, so you're left with a lot of the dirty work, and he's still able to perform to a decent level.
2 in a row.
Here's the boost.
Eternal Fire, money still quite low though, fully invested here. Need to find a couple more to secure themselves. Starting to come online now. Their map pick, unfortunately, but looking a lot more promising in the last couple of rounds here. The boost yields nothing. Maybe some basic mid control here as the flashbang will come through. Xiaofi exploring the options towards double doors, dancing through the flames here. He's got an easy kill here. Great flashbang coming in from Zorte. That's going to be full mid control here. They can smoke off towards Beacon. Looks like an A split coming in here, Dinko.
Then a MOUZ turn to really light up the scoreboard. We haven't seen one of those massive rounds out of him.
Not really, no.
But the bomb's going elsewhere, Henry, not just positioning itself towards A just yet. Eventually, it looks like that will be the final call, but they're taking the time. They're waiting till the pack arrives, and MOUZ is taking more of an advanced stance of the AWP here.
This is a better angle than the pillar, I would say. You've got easier chance to retreat. Yeah, exactly. If you miss the shot, you can still survive.
And it's a good angle, too, to get this first kill. They're going to play contact and walk right into it. So now he's got one. He can run back elsewhere and reposition at the bricks. Misses the shot on the second time, but again, he has a third opportunity, and the MOUZ flicks down to the headshot. Maybe a little bit of an overzealous re-peek into the AK.
He did so well to hit that amazing shot, and this gives it up to the AK straight after. That's going to be a bit of a gut punch there. They can't really go for it. As I said, the money's so low. They have to save these 2 M4s.
That's the problem with the MOUZ playstyle sometimes.
I mean, I get it. Like, you've just hit an absolute banger.
And you just want to go for it.
And you want to keep going for it. You know they've just got AKs, but as soon as he goes down, that's the round over. And they had a fighting chance. He could have delayed them further. Without him going down, the bomb wouldn't be planted. And that would have been maybe another round on the board. But,
sure, you can understand why he goes for it. But if you want to play good CS to the point of where you have to, the little differences, the details make the biggest differences, that's what you have to do. You can't go for that re-peek. And it depends. Do you want to just highlight, or do you want to actually win some serious games?
Absolutely.
9-2 down as well.
Yep, needed that one. Well, they do save a couple of rifles at least. The best case scenario. Lost bonus won't be there, though. It's going to be about the second stage at this point.
Xiaofi's just been kind of owning Centaurs in mid, hasn't he?
He has.
It's been tough to watch for Centaurs.
Such a nice work. 2 big kills there from the anchor. Didn't quite work out. They have fully invested. You kind of have to at this stage. Can't give another one away for free. So xFloud on the 5-7. M4's elsewhere. And this is the aggression. Here we go. We wanted to see some aggression.
Yeah, Calyx and Centaurs together this time. Running towards the A main position. Major's got mid this time. And the flash gets sent through A main. The aggression does not continue. And they're going to adjust the defense right away. I guess this kind of is an insight into the mentality of Major and Eternal Fire in terms of how they see Anubis on the CT side. Putting, I would say, you know, Major in towards mid wouldn't be a bad thing. You know, if you're just, it's all about utility, you just don't leave the gap open. You let Centaurs be a little bit more fluid across the map, but they obviously feel like the CT position of mid is super important, so they put their sharpest tool in the shed in mid. And that sometimes cancels them out in this game.
I think you might be onto something there. Well, for now, Xantara's in towards that B-bomb side, and more completely destroyed by Jerry there. He made that look easy. The pre-fire almost. They've still got 2 players in towards B. You wouldn't know it considering they're getting mauled here. They're going to leave Jerry in towards Darkroom, cut off those rotations as his teammates are running back towards the A-bomb side. This is a beautiful call, Dinko. Look at Jerry. He can actually give himself up for free here. He's just looking for information. If he gets one more, massive. He probably goes down, but he's confirmed there's 2 players A. He took a shot at Calyx and spotted the other one as well. So they know exactly who his last 2 players are. It's a masterclass in CS calling there. That was Hookline and Sync Up.
Yeah, I think that's really been Jerry this whole game.
That's a prime example of an in-game leader making those sort of moves and being able to have reduced input lag, not listening to calls from his teammates. He's the one causing the rotation, seeing how many numbers he can spot. Then he can say, this is the time to go. Pull the trigger at this stage. So lovely work from Jerry. Gets the all-important kill on that side of the map. Holds them there. gets the intel, and job done, 11-2.
Yeah, that's usually on the program for Jerry to lead by example. And it's just getting a little ridiculous in terms of how one-sided it has been, but 11 rounds, Henry, 11-2.
It's 11-2. We've seen it a few times
On this map.
Yeah. Let's see whether
Are
they
we
continue.
about to strap ourselves in?
Almost certainly. I think every game we're going to commentate from now on will be 11-4. Like, it just seems like we're cursed. Every event we attend, it's cursed in some way.
The 11-4s always come through. But we could see a few more rounds be picked up here for forZe. They could even get more. I don't see a world in which... Right now, there's no reason for me to believe that Eternal Fire are going to figure it out here in the second or the last round.
If they get one more round, win the pistol, and have a huge streak, I still wouldn't write them off. But yeah, it's certainly not looking good. And the fact they looked a bit flustered before the game as well, like frustrated, almost. Like, they haven't had the best tournament so far. I don't know. I'm not sure they can recover it, but we'll see.
Well, Crad. Great headshot to open things up. That's not the best step for Eternal Fire, losing Amor early. Jerry's went to the same position in default every time. They've called this default quite a few times. It's been very, very effective. Risalt is over towards A main here. Not a lot of help coming his way. Not really being set up with any flashes or utility, so to go through this archway would be ill-advised. So he's just holding it, making sure that if Eternal Fire go for some information, which you will feel starved of info right now with the setup they've got, and the player down, Henry, there has to be some sort of move somewhere.
Here we go. xFloud needs at least a double kill. He's in trade position, that's the problem. One and done, and surely will be Major on the other side of the map. Rotating in, but Crad getting all the information, looking for the rotations here towards B. And he's going to find Calyx. Calyx will find him, it seems. 3-on-3. They're actually coming in towards Dark. They know that's where he plays as well. Calyx with just a flashbang, no HP anymore, as they'll commit off this. 30 seconds remaining. We have got a player in towards CT spawn. It's going to be Zantares. Not what we'd expect from him there. Not a single kill found. And a simple procedure for forZe now as Major. 3-11, no kip. Might as well go for it, but Jerry is playing like an absolute monster right now.
Yeah, great time. 4-4 on the server, avoiding the 11-2. It's 12-2 right now. And it could get even better for them.
Well, that was the round they saved 2 M4s previously. So at the very best, they get $3,400 per play on the CT side. That's if they've got maximum loss bonus. I think they might just be arriving there now. Don't have a PC in front of me, I can't tell you. But I think they're about maximum loss bonus.
The thing is that forZe aren't really even playing like a crazy play style. They're just playing this default, making an aggressive move towards one choke point, and they just get the advantage. Eternal Fire haven't had any moves in the mid-round where they have a couple of openers like this. You know, this is a good move to get an opening kill, but I haven't really seen them loosen up in the mid-round. I'm going to see Major try and change that here.
Oh, it's a risky play.
It's cost him his life.
Doesn't work out at all. I like the idea of it, but I had to run. Can't be walking around there. As we'll see a brawl of a round coming forward. I guess like everything else is not working.
I mean, it's the last round. You need one more. Just throw everything at the wall, see what sticks. Maybe this fight is really... Oh, xFloud won a couple of these, but Risalt seems to be ready for it. Gets the AK out in time and decapitates xFloud for all to see.
2 of B is, they're going to have to rotate Zantares over. He's got 20 HP and a FAMAS. Does he just run into heaven to his certain death? Yes, he does.
There we go. Yeah, just right on cue.
Good shot from Risalt, though. That's clean.
He's been good as half, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, Eternal Fire obviously haven't shown up to this half, but I have to say, forZe are looking very, very good. It's not so much Eternal Fire playing badly. This is forZe playing very, very well. Great CS in general.
Sure, and I expect Eternal Fire to be better on the T side, but
especially
the problem is how much of a T side are they going to get to play if they lose the pistol?
You just don't have a buffer here. Like,
even
if you do win the pistol, there's in today's game, it's like 50-50 in the second round. Who picks that up? You need a lot of things going in your favor, and this one will not be. Calyx, definitely one of the bigger names in the team, but in a 3 versus 1, he'll get the first kill, but I think that's probably all he gets. No kip, no utility, 40 HP, just playing for stats at this stage. Takes a bit of damage there, just trying to toss the weapons around. 17 bullets in his AK. And Zorti will close things out. 13-2. I enjoyed the half, though. Every time I watch Anubis, I'm learning more and seeing these different ideas and methodologies these teams are deploying.
Sure, it's definitely cool to see a couple of different approaches, especially on the T side. I think the T sides have been a lot more interesting to watch in this tournament. I'm seeing a difference, though, in the level of Anubis from Katowice to this tournament. Obviously, when you see the best teams in the world play,
right.
I think their CT sides are just way better than the teams in this tournament so far. You can see them be a lot more proactive on the CT side. They have a lot of different openers. They're always setting each other up. It's a very living organism style of Counter-Strike at the moment, and I don't think we've seen that from Eternal Fire. They fell into this sort of stale play style on the CT side, and it just became too easy for Jerry to make the calls, and they didn't disrupt it.
They never took their foot off the gas, though. They never seemed like they were like, oh, well, I can have a default, enjoy yourself, go see what you can find. Every round was pretty structured, regimented, and actually hitting their shots as well.
Sure, they started in defaults a lot of the time, but they weren't slow at changing it up and making the first move. Well, 13-2. 3 rounds away here, forZe, from victory on map 1.
The pick of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a pretty slow start to the game, riddled with tech issues, but it seems like forZe might get us back on track here.
Good point. We probably need it at this stage. If we can get a quick 2-0 here, we might be right back on track. But
so if you do
way,
have dinner plans, maybe you might be able to make it.
Maybe. Be a late dinner, probably. So, 7 guns for forZe. Double dual elites. Armor on both players as well. Shelfie. Certainly been impressive so far individually. Patrolling, I would say, the most difficult position on the map towards middle.
Major gets tickled down to 73. The pack of 3 players for Eternal Fire now look to challenge down on Shelfie in middle. The 1xBet odds at the top of your screen have shifted to favoring forZe, and you can see why. And this pistol means so much to Eternal Fire. If they lose this, as you mentioned, it can all go crumbling.
It goes without saying at this point, need this pistol. I think we're all aware of that, and let's see whether it can be converted. Jerry taking the initial damage there from the canal position. They're actually going to be coordinated himself towards the B bomb site. 3 of them towards Darkroom, 2 outside main. In terms of utility, they've got a couple of flashbangs with Jerry trying to shut them down before they have a chance to execute. Crad will beat him to the punch, though. Double kill with that USP. The Julies will go down eventually. 35 seconds remaining. And Crad, he fancies another slice of the action here. It looks like he's got a guaranteed kill towards B main. Converts it, going for that reload. And one by one, Eternal Fire are being shut down. xFlood has a chance to win this in the 2-on-1. If he gets a quick kill here, not going to happen. A glimmer of hope there for Eternal Fire, but they do not win the pistol, Dinko.
Yeah, they don't pick it up. And now we're looking at forZe just looking to get the business done. A little bit of at least everybody still looks pretty calm over on the Eternal Fire side. They're actually having, you know,
no rage at least.
Conversations, yeah.
Nice from Crad, very nice.
Well, 14-2. They're getting beaten this badly. I suppose you're just kind of demoralized as well.
You probably just accepted it. It's like, well, it doesn't matter if you lose 16-14 or 16-0. Like, you still just move on to the next map, right? Still lose. So, yeah, I think most players can accept that.
Well, it's quite quick here. And Amor let off the leash. Charging right through Dark, through the smoke he goes. And Santaras, though, that uses the distraction of Amor to set himself up with a Mac-10. A double, at least 2 kills in. And now they're into the site. The CT shielded behind the smokes, and that is going to allow the bomb plant to come in here for Eternal Fire, and maybe they can win off the back of this.
Resold, though. I don't think they actually checked it properly. Oh, there it is! xCloud, aware of the possibility of the flank coming in towards the dark room, might want to consider the save now. 3-on-2, bomb ticking at some pace. Crad will investigate their options. We'll see whether he can actually crack things open here. Flashbang deployed. Down they go. That's a round for Eternal Fire. First of the second half, and much needed as well. Trying to cause as much damage as possible. Won't be winning the round, but certainly keeps them modest.
But the damage is so important.
Yeah.
Like, now you have to really buy Kevlar. You're not going to have a great utility set. But, okay. I mean, we'll take the celebration of the round win here for Eternal Fire. It's a quick call. It's one where you have nothing else. You just charge right through the dark smoke, and it's actually worked out. Just speed.
Certainly has. Well, some hope here for Eternal Fire. All is not lost just yet. It took a Zantares double Mac-10 kill towards the dark room, but that shot secured the round. xCloud, even after checking it, calling it clear, had the presence of mind to be aware of the tight corner on the left. And we do see a full spam response. Now, this could be where you start to open Pandora's box. We'll see. One for MOUZ, MP9, 3 pistols otherwise. Alfie knows he needs to be a bit more proactive at the start, looking to see if he can get vision towards middle, but smoked off for now. Will respond in kind of a smoke of his own. And trying to reclaim that mid territory. Setting up a crossfire here with the MP9. And Xantares, he's had enough of this now, hasn't he? This is the X Factor we're talking about.
The X Factor.
The Xantares Factor!
Oh, Zorte. He's the Z Factor, and he's come through with a couple of kills. Headshot just rattling through and drawing it back into the 3v3. Smoke goes down to try and recover this bomb, but he's now got some help here, Zorte. Resalt on the side of the smoke. Xflout turns to it, and a headshot removes Resalt. We're back into the 3v2. This is all over the show.
It really is.
They still haven't got the bomb back, though.
It looked like that was the perfect bait and switch there with the spam through the smoke. Still anyone's round, but advantage towards Eternal Fire. 2 players are low, however. Xfloud and Xantares, about 15 HP each. It's all down to Major, really. He's currently 3 and 15, has not had the best showing in this first map. At the best of 3, Zorte will continue his dominating performance towards middle. That's his 3rd kill. And we're back to a 2-on-2. Not far.
Oh my god. All right, Crad. That is very snappy. He's proud of himself for that one. Team give him a little chuckle. And that is the individual ability here on forZe. And they've been playing a better tactical game. So you've got so much firepower here. You just Sorte's Deagle. We've seen Crab pretty much hit an identical double D towards the end of the round there too. Here we go. This is it. They line up. Boom, boom. Easy kills again. forZe up to 15. Map point in their opponent's map pick. And here we go, Eternal Fire. Nothing else left in the tank. Sprint towards A and give it a rush.
Jerry has brought out the alligator.
Ready to snap.
See what he can do with it. The shotguns getting a bit more love this year, I would say. They're having a bit of a resurgence.
A bit of a gap in the smoke, and Resalt offers up his life, and that creates the opening. Now it's Zorte's turn. What's he got here? M4 catches Major. 2nd kill is quick too, and he's also got Shalfie arriving down in the bomb site to try and help him out here. Problem is for Zorte, his ammo will start to run out soon. He's got 10 bullets left in this one. Luckily, his teammate has come through with a pick, and Zorte now under so much pressure. How has this happened again? The double on the Tech 9, and it's all on Jerry. The alligator goes around the corner, but Xantares blows him out of the water.
Well, there we have it. They'll hold on for yet another round here. Not the prettiest, but it all counts. Yeah. There is the Tech 9 and Mac 10 combo there, somehow coming out on top after losing a couple of players towards Zorte as well. You'd think that would be it, but here's Xfloud making everything happen with the pistol. Good HE to close things out as well. 15-4 now. Should be, oh, I was about to say the eco, but I guess they'll go for the full investment, try and close things out right here, right now. CZs are out. Didn't see many of those these days, but it's smoke towards middle. Molotov to follow things up.
Stacking out the A site are forZe.
And that's where Eternal Fire actually heading towards now as well. The bomb's still down in T-spawn, so they don't have to fully commit to this, but we'll see if forZe can hold on.
You see Jerry was trying to sell that there might be some presence towards B by spamming through the smoke a little bit towards Dark, offering up his position, trying to force them and funnel them in towards this A bomb site stack. But as you mentioned, they're still playing a spread out default. Major's going to go in here and potentially see the stack set up and then call for them to take that bomb over towards B. So he's just setting himself out on his own. Does have some trade potential behind him too.
They're going to swing from pillar in a second. At the same time, here we go.
Wow.
3, 2, 1. That was too obvious.
They've got 2 kills out of it, Henry.
Once he was spotted, he had to get the hell out of there. But it's lovely. Still possible for Eternal Fire to pull this one back. They've got an open B-bomb site in some respects. Just Jerry there.
Xantares gets a double kill along the way, but it is just Jerry, and he'll still get one, and so much damage onto the second player. Immortal will put the bomb down, but those picked up weapons are now in the hands of forZe, and they are coming in from 2 different sides. Immortal needs to isolate them into 1v1s, and he's done exactly that. He hears the steps, and Immortal turns down to Dark. A good clutch that keeps Eternal Fire in this one, but you can see forZe, even with the low buy, even with the pistols, are knocking at the door.
Well, there we have it. Another clutch going in favor of Eternal Fire to avoid the defeat here in map number 1. It was actually a lovely setup here from forZe. Like, great swing. Good teamwork there. Wasn't quite enough, though, however. Zantares and Amor, able 20 HP, hit some stunning shots there with the AK-47, sending forZe down to a full eco here. Just a flashbang invested, so looks like I'll be going towards middle, flashing over and trying to take them down on a set timing. It's going to be Jerry with the flashbang. Waiting for the initial utility to be exchanged, and then they'll flash over and try and push in towards T-spawn. But Zantares, I think he'll probably shut them down before they even get a chance. Here comes Krad. Down he goes, and here comes the swing as well. Zantares doesn't fancy it, though. Flashbang does nothing, and he'll start to mow them down here, Dinko. Wow. Should be the ace, but he will be shut down eventually.
Definitely was on the plate for him, but he already ate. Himself a couple. Jerry with the AK. How much can he do with this? That's the question on my mind. He gets a chance there on Major, who goes back for more. He goes back for seconds. And the MAC-10 will beat out the rifle. Aim punch certainly playing a factor. And now it's just Shelfie. Money here for Major, perhaps. It will be the MAC-10 getting some extra cash.
The thing is as well, you probably have accepted this map is going to slip by the wayside if you're Eternal Fire. Yeah. But now you've shaken off the first game of the day. You've accepted this one's not going to be working out for you, and everyone's starting to get warmed up now. People are starting to hit them shots. They're starting to get a little bit more relaxed, especially Amor. He seems to get better and better. Zantares as well. Like, sure, this is just against pistols, but he's starting to get into the 5th gear at this stage, and that bodes very well for the future maps. But let's see if they can find a couple more. Build up the confidence. Major certainly needs it. Hasn't had the best game considering his good form in the earlier games of the tournament. And finally, we're back to a bye here for squad. We haven't got the AWP, but everything else looking pretty healthy.
Well, the nade stack goes in, but it's some damage. 70 health left on Shelfie, but not too down below half. Major will be the player towards A in these defaults for Eternal Fire. Zantares is left in mid. He plays mid on the CT side. On the T side, he's got that same position here on the default, and he is much more aggressive, a lot more fluid here on the T side than on that CT side. And it's great to see him be freed up a little bit here. Result's going aggressive.
Will it work out though, Dingo? That's the question.
He doesn't seem to be the kind of player that overcommits, though.
I agree.
Hasn't been.
I haven't noticed any like over-aggressive plays or anything that steps over the mark.
Yep.
It's been pretty controlled, and when he has the opportunity to find kills, he's absolutely smashing them.
Oh, Jerry.
This is a big play if he goes through the smoke.
Well, I was ready. I was ready for that kind of Jerry play, but I think he realized maybe the timing on the smoke wouldn't have worked out that well. And if you've got Krad in here, you can play the double setup. So Jerry's watching the walk into the B-bomb site. Silent smoke drop, but Resalt does get aggressive. He actually moves out of his position to aim in. He's not alone. He's got some help in Krad. He swings from dark, and this is more of the CT play that we were mentioning earlier. You can split, you can crunch in the water, and now Jerry, still with a strong position, gets absolutely destroyed, but he has Zorte and Krad to help him out, and forZe will close map 1. Eternal's map pick goes against them. And forZe looking very convincing here on Anubis.
Once again, the T side looking so strong there. forZe with the perfect game plan coming into their opponent's map pick as well. Really enjoyed that. I haven't seen a much from these younger players so far, but I'm very impressed. And that's a statement performance as well. Going to be difficult to topple them in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's looking very good for forZe coming into this. And I would have said this one's a 50-50 coming into the game. I think the odds certainly agreed with Eternal Fire's CT performance, leaving a lot to be desired in their map pick. It's hard to see them getting back into that map, and now they've started the series off with a pretty negative note. We'll see if they're able to bounce back. And this is a team that, as Alan was mentioning, are a team that have played so many days of Counter-Strike where they lose a couple of maps, so they have to reverse sweep. They're capable of mentally resetting. We've seen it time and time again.
What I will say is, though, that the fact Zantares and Amor started to look stronger and stronger as that map went on. Sure, wasn't the most compelling performance from them, but those individuals started to look stronger. If we can get Calyx in that conversation as well, this isn't done yet. They can bounce back into this.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of guys waiting to give us their thoughts on this matchup. What do you guys think of that one?
It was quite an exciting affair right there coming on through from forZe. And I gotta say, man, it felt like a full team effort there on Anubis. There was no missing pieces there for forZe, and all of them combined their efforts to take down the likes of Eternal Fire.
That was absolutely brutal. That was an absolute smackdown. Basically, everything went right for forZe. I didn't even necessarily think they played the world's most complicated Counter-Strike. They did basically just defaulted a lot of rounds, got a lot of opening picks, and just played simple CS from there. And Eternal Fire, despite quite a few different approaches, just couldn't find any avenue to make their Counter-Strike work. It was just a complete crumbling on that CT side.
I mean, yeah, my prediction completely crumbled in front of my eyes as well. I said a reverse sweep for forZe, and, well, they just swept the floor with Eternal Fire in that first map. They made it look actually not even that convincing. I mean, I'll hark back to my favourite round of play, round number 7, the 2-AWP post-plant with Zorta and Jerry. That was probably, yeah,
good CS.
One of my favourite rounds of a tournament. No one hit any shots, and then the P250 sealed off the round. And with that, it was, yeah, just a further debilitating scoreline for Eternal Fire.
We should just ban Jerry from AWPing again. After I've seen that round, not again. He's not allowed to pick it up.
Just keep him on a CZ. He's insane with that weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, speaking of pistols, man, that was how they were able to really pull that one across the line. We were talking about some of the extra wind that was coming through in Zenterra's in that second half, and there was kind of a rebuilding of form, and he kind of, he's showing us some of his mechanical ability in some of these rounds. But they lost a couple of those big, CZ rounds, or at least took a lot of damage in those rounds.
Yeah.
And so I felt like that really hurt their ability to get back at that T side.
I mean, the game was done. I don't think there's any way they could have won it anyway, but it's quite fitting in a sense that they lose it against the lower buys by making too many mistakes, by not being on the same page, and that's kind of why I was scared of this Anubis pick. I've casted them on it a few times, and it just isn't harmonious for this team. Even if they're getting wins sometimes, you can just tell the CD side, as Dinko mentioned, you can just tell the difference between this and a top team because on this map, because the way they play crossfires on sites, there was so many rounds in towards dark where Emor was posted and maybe a player's anti-flash and someone just gets in, Jerry just gets a frag, and there's just too many holes in the CD side at the moment, and unfortunately for Eternal Fire, I think they're really going to regret picking into this when they had other more comfortable options to go into.
Also, the crazy thing for Xantares is he got most of the kills in the first half in a single round. And it was a crazy round, but then Result chimes in with the AWP, cuts him down, and it was all a wasted effort. So again, an underwhelming performance from the star player who they built so much of their structure around. I mean, looking at the stats here, he does end up somehow topping the scoreboard, but another player I was looking at to perform, again, weirdly, was Major, but this was not his map.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple missing pieces here. I mean, again, Major maybe not stepping up to his full ability. We give him a bit of the benefit of the doubt there, but I gotta say, Zenterra's, he was able to be that X factor. Again, though, you just look at that forZe side of things, and you can just see how close those score lines were. 15 at the bottom frag, still rocking 82 ADR, and then you look at the top frag, it's 20. That's a really good sign that everyone's stepping up to the plate here.
forZe were just a much more comprehensive team in this map, and as much as Antares did pick it up towards the end, he was way down on that CT side. I think he was 4 to 11 at one point, and he plays that mid position, and I don't think it suits him as a player. It's really hard to get aggressive and find options, and maybe they'd be better suited putting Xantares maybe over towards B, where he can just play a little bit more late round, or maybe, I don't know, maybe they need to entirely change the philosophy on their CD side, because when they did try to get aggressive, it didn't work. They had a few rounds where I actually thought their macro was good. They were stacking the right site, and the crossfire just got nothing out of them. So that CT side was absolutely ruinous, and they're not going to enjoy watching that demo back, but they most certainly need to.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting seeing more and more teams choosing to start on the T side.
Yeah.
It's pretty unique at the moment to... I mean, I've seen it on Ancient a couple of times. FaZe did it a while ago, but Anubis really is that map where, I mean, look at how much of an advantage forZe gave themselves by starting there. They ruined Eternal Fire's game plan before, I mean, the game even got started. It was really, really enjoyable to watch from a forZe perspective, but again, it was just a little bit embarrassing at times. Again, the amount of times they were overwhelmed by pistols, and the team play on forZe was just so strong in comparison to Eternal Fire, which again hurts them even more because it was their map pick. Now, Major did give an interview saying that the schedule is very hectic for them right now. He said that they are professionals, but they didn't look very professional for the majority of that map, which is a real shame, especially after their HONORIS performance this morning.
Well, something that the casters were talking about there was their ability to get back in these long series. I mean, do you think there's a good chance that they can get their heads back in this game?
I think Overpass is a decent map for them as well. The thing that kind of would concern me from seeing that Anubis is, forget about the map or all of these sort of things, that it just didn't look right. It just didn't look like they're on the same page. Maybe communication was really bad or something of these sorts, because that first half, the amount of times they were in reasonably good positions, certainly positions where they should be taking it close, and it just fell apart, or someone slipped the net, or the amount of rounds Jerry just walks up dark and seems to get one kill and get so much space by himself. It just didn't look like regular Counter-Strike. So that's my only concern going into Overpass is that they need to have a pretty stern talk about what went wrong. And if it was something like communication, this is last chance saloon. They're not going to get another opportunity to turn it around. So they need to fire themselves up.
I mean, they're not the most confident team on Overpass either. Their T side is a big problem for them, I'd say, especially in recent times. I mean, I hark back to the match that we casted in South Europe Series 2. It was the quarterfinals, again against BNE, a team that they are apparently allergic to, but they put up, what, 2-3 rounds on the entirety of that T half. And again, they've not had very consistent T sides in this tournament either, as much as they do very well against HONORIS this morning. It's a very different caliber of team to forZe. It's what, 55th in the world versus the 31st or 28th. They're going to need to put up such a stronger performance, and I don't think they've got it in them.
Well, Eternal Fire going to be in hot water here coming up in this next map, but we'll see if they can bounce back right after this break.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
And let's introduce our second guest, Regali, formerly of Game Agents or Fnatic Rising, now playing in Copenhagen Flames, absolutely tearing up the scene right now. They've been playing super well. They've won some of our tournaments.
Hello everybody watching this.
You guys are playing an obscene amount of games.
Trained a lot, we practiced a lot.
Were you a bit worried after you joined? And
He was one of the main reasons I really wanted to join Copenhagen Flames. Right now I became strong with Rifle as well.
the thing is, it sounds like you're continuing to expand your game.
We are playing way better in officials.
How do you find time to practice? You guys have obviously been placing super highly in these events consistently now.
Welcome back to the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals #1. Here we are, Eternal Fire versus forZe. Map #2, we had a couple of issues, but we are now resolved. Everybody's at their seat, everybody's playing, and we're ready to go here. Utility picked up here for Jerry and Krat as the pistol begins with forZe on the T side.
Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise as we get into the second map. There we go. And we'll see resource. Excellent. In the first map of Anubis, looking to clear out the connector position here. He has got multiple players around him. Should be going down any second now. Where are the frags? There they are. forZe with a couple looking for the triple. And that's going to be another walk in the park there, Dinko.
Indeed, the park overpass. This is the map we've got here at the moment. And 3 players up for forZe, feeling pretty good about converting this pistol. They had a very dominant first map showing. In particular, starting on the T side, looked really good. Here they are again. You're going to see Eternal Fire try and step up with xCloud in the B-bomb site. Around the pillar he will go. First kill connected, but not much more to be that for xCloud as the bomb goes in. forZe have the round, and off to the races here.
Kind of a strange one. You've got a 3-man stacking towards the connector. Presumably all playing off each other. You know how this setup works. And one player walks on the corner, and you don't get anything out of it.
Not a thing.
I'd like to see it from their POV. It looked a little bit awkward, but in terms of utility, deployment, and just general crossfires, didn't really seem to come into fruition at all. But Zantares can't consider this one. He has got 100 armor, just to know, I suppose. So that's something. Might as well keep that and buy a helmet for a discounted price of $350 next round.
It's quite the deal.
It is a very good deal, but you have to make sure it's in pristine condition. No
cracks
marks of
in the
damage.
helmet.
Exactly. It has to be box fresh.
Like a play in DayZ. Well, good start here for forZe. Not just in this map, but they're up a map in the series. And Eternal Fire, I think we were talking about it as well on the desk there. They were just saying, you know, they're a team that can come back into things.
Here we go. Like, it's unfortunate, but still, like, the fact you don't get one there. That was really frustrating. They've had a lot of these sort of rounds where they're in the right place at the right time. Shots just don't connect. And we will see the force buy and response. As mentioned, Zantara has a bit more cash. He will be bringing out the FAMAS. Fully invested here. And his teammates will be on the Deagles. The 5-7s. An MP9 there for xCloud as well. Had his moments, and Resol continues to have his. That's amazing. Great shot there with the Galil. Takes down the Danger Man in the form of Zantares. As we said, he's one of those players that can build into this series. He had some moments. It could have been a very different game if he won that 4 versus 1. Early stages of Anubis, he was 15 points of health away from it. And that's a sign of things to come. But hasn't got going yet on Overpass as they start to maneuver their way back towards the A-bomb. So we have got him more. Problem is the 5-7. If he even gets a double kill, that would still just equalize the situation. With the trade coming through, Krad should be checking this one. There's the first. The trade is inevitable. Has to pull back now. Oh, good flashbang from his teammates. But there it is. 1.5, not bad, but still the man advantage safely with forZe.
Shalfie has had his way out of the monster tunnel, heading in towards the B-bomb site. Assault alongside of him. Eternal Fire starting to come back and realizing this B opening is that I don't know if they're going to get here in time to really patch it up, but xCloud has dropped down. The Heaven Smoke comes through, but already too late. xCloud's down here. Gonna start clearing him out.
He can do something with this, but it had to be that kill, yeah. If there was going to be a chance with the low HP player there as well, there was a chance. But Major didn't have the particularly best showing on the first map, but has had a good tournament so far. Holds towards Monster, hoping to get an exit kill here, but we'll see which way they decide to exit. I didn't really need to hunt him necessarily. We'll be holding on to the flash.
I am a little worried here on Overpass, considering the main problem we had on the first map for Eternal Fire was their CT sides. Overpass is a map where you have to be a little bit more fluid and dynamic on the CT side as well. We didn't really see their capability of doing that over on Anubis. I'm worried that they're going to possibly get off to another slow start here. And forZe, they're very good at building momentum. It's something that Jerry's just been really strong at throughout his entire career. Once he's got the ball rolling, he just keeps making the right call over and over.
And just to reiterate, this is the Group A decider game as well.
Exactly.
So whoever loses this best of 3 will be out of the tournament. It would be a disappointing state of affairs for either of these teams. 2 of the bigger names in the tournament for sure. Eternal Fire, certainly like in a rebuild period, but have they ever not been?
Yeah, that's true. Since their inception, really, they have just kind of been changing everybody. I had a little look through out of interest. I just wanted to nail how many players.
Didn't they change the? I don't see. Was it Hardstar the coach before? I don't see him there. He was there last Pro League at least.
They've changed the coach a couple times.
He came back. Hardstar came back after being removed. Why did they keep doing that? Don't
And
stop removing people and bringing them back.
I think it's little fights, like infighting, and then
I think you're right.
Like, hold on, actually, maybe it was better with you.
Sure.
They got rid of Issa at the beginning.
The
He's the only
toxic
player that really
relationship was better
back.
for both of us. Yeah.
This is the only player that's kind of actually cut off, but I believe that's communication issues. Well, here we go. Resalt runs on up. There's that Calix. He's been in and out of the team a few times.
He has.
Welcome back, Calix.
I guess Woxic will be back soon. That will be the
logical
thing.
When he doesn't get an EU team, he's like, hey guys. Turns out didn't really know what I had until it was gone. Well, here we are, 3-0 start for forZe. Not bad at all.
Not bad.
And this is their map pick.
That's also a very good point. If you are just joining us, Anubis didn't really go too well for Eternal Fire, losing the first half 13-2, managing to claw back a few rounds, ended up 16-7 in favor of forZe, and right now not getting any better on the map pick of forZe. They're currently up 3-0. Money will be okay for Eternal Fire going forward. They've got a more here with the MAC-10. Not a weapon you'd ideally be using the first gun round, but I'm sure you can find a use case for it.
It is a more. You'll figure something out.
True.
Maybe I do want to see a bit more of a more CT AWPing. They went for a couple of double up setups on Anubis. I think that's been a feature of a lot of teams, double up in Anubis.
True. We have seen that quite a bit. I think it's just because the A-bomb side's so difficult to anchor alone. You want to create boundaries and just let people know that they can't enter A unless they want to get past stationary AWP. Set up like a turret.
Exactly. We've seen a couple of rounds out of Imora's AWP on the first map, but I'd love to see more. And maybe even get a grasp of this economy game. There's the AWP out right away for Imora. The MAC-10 just gets tossed away. And here we are with a 3-0 lead for forZe, kicking things off. They're going to keep a couple of Galils into this one. But it's all about getting the first round on the board here early for Eternal Fire. You've invested everything you've got here. You can't afford to lose.
Big old round here. The boost.
That's going to be the first kill, isn't it?
But the flashbang comes over. Calix still can repeat this.
Waiting for a flash of his own. Goes over the top. Perfect team play. That's a great way of getting the opening.
Yeah, not bad at all. Much better there. Calix didn't panic when the first flashbang came through. Ducked his head down, waited for the opportunity. Gets flashed him himself. And now they have the man advantage, where they had plenty of those on Anubis as well. That was one of the main conversation points there. Not being able to convert these 5-on-4s into rounds. Yeah, that's a sick shot there.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? Result with a headshot right away onto Calix. As we head under 1 minute on the clock. Just the charge out towards long.
I can't believe Resolt's got 10 kills already, by the way. He's 10-1. We're in round 4.
The second on his team has 2 kills, and that's Zorte.
It's 2-1-1-0, and Result with 10. Oh, dear.
One-man army.
And total frags for Eternal Fire, 5-6 total.
Sick.
Well, here we go.
Well, here goes Amor.
He gets a couple, I think. I can feel it.
Couple of bullets in the
couple
chest.
Of bullets, yeah, against him, unfortunately.
Finish your sentences. Well, here goes Xantares. It doubles. He swiftly removes Jerry and Kraft from contention. And this is what we like to see. Xantares getting involved with a multi-kill. The headshot lands as well, so Zorte's health taken down to just 8. And he's backing up in the X-Flop. 5 seconds. All you need to do is wait after the time. You kill him. There's no money.
Exactly.
There's no money left for Zorte. That's it. He's dead. After the time, surely it goes down here. X-Cloud does get it. And an AWP, but he doesn't need it.
Well, Xantares, as we said, he needs to step up in this series to have a chance of bringing this one back. That was a 5-on-3 he just salvaged for them as well.
That's ridiculous,
Yeah, absolutely. It was great opening picks coming in from forZe. We'll have a look at them right now. This was where the initial boost coming in. And Xantares, amazing work at the M4. Saw a couple of those moments on Anubis. Was unable to convert them, but money's still strong. And the AWP coming out for Zorte as well. Round 5. Flashbang's over. AWP won't be fully committing, but a nice grenade towards the playground. This is a crucial round for either side. Eternal Fire especially. If they give this one up, money will be broken. They'll be 4-1 down on the CT side in this elimination game with a map against them.
All right, Jerry. Lovely shot. Calix answers back. And that peak, not too advised from Calix. He does go down. just as that smoke blooms. And now we've got a significant advantage for forZe right away. So you've just won your first round, and Moore's going to miss the shot, not going to be able to get the kill through. And Major is just nowhere to be seen. He can't really compete in this round. He's got one on Shalfie, who's the lurk player, but
it just doesn't matter, right? Because you've just given up your position. Now they know they can plant.
Safe call.
And all you can really do is
into the sewer.
Nah, sack it off. Go to the barrels instead. But there we have it. We said that was a crucial round. Major does want to survive here. You can see he's got the incendiary, flash, HE, high value items on the utility belt, diffuse kit as well. And they won't be getting the most amount of cash going forward either. I think $2,400 per player. Hunt doesn't seem to be on, but that was, as mentioned, a very important round in the context of this best of 3. Money will be broken, morale as well. Your opponent's map pick here haven't really turned up so far. The only round you've got is when another huge Xantares 4-man spray comes in. That's not going to be sustainable. Timeout maybe?
Yeah, I mean, you're right in terms of the only round one they've got is ridiculous 3K.
Yeah.
Can't really do that every time, and so you've got to figure out the system here, and it has been... There's too many kills here. They're just coming where the player completely out of position.
Exactly, yeah. So, tactical pause does come through. Working out the next move. As mentioned, money will be low. They've saved an M4 with some utility. That's in the hands of Major. Now, as mentioned, they've already got $2,400, meaning they can buy into the next round thing, because you don't really want to force it. You don't really want to take a partial, even though you've got to save them 4. That's the problem. So you're discussing your options here, but you also can't really afford to give another round away. So it's pick your poison time.
Yeah, definitely pick your poison. There's lots of chit-chat going on, but it's all about the Counter-Strike that will unfold now. AK-47 for Xantares. Now, if you are going to have one player step up and make a move, it will be him, of course, with the rifle. We've already seen that. Give him the hero AK, maybe he can get something done. Major swings to the connector. It's a double swing, too. He's got his teammate there, and Xantares is taking so much damage. And that nade's going to go sending its way towards him. Heat-seeking missile catches Xantares, and that's the rifle gone. Should be easy picking. So the rest of 4 is now to go ahead to 5.
Calyx, X-Floud. If they get 1 kill here, that'll be a minor success in its own right. As mentioned, wasn't the force buy at the saved rifle, little MP9 there. They get 1 kill, but business as usual for forZe. We will see another buy coming in for the Turks now, see what they can do with it. Need to start turning up here, boys. AWPs need to come through. Maybe a double AWP set up here just to get in a more comfortable stance. Pretty standard procedure here, closing the round out. Jerry has looked red hot in terms of the individual performances and the general calls as well. And here comes the AWP for Amor. Currently sits at 2 and 5. Xantares 3 kills, and that's the opening frag for Amor there. That's what we like to see. Takes down his rival AWP player as well. And they peel off. And they've got themselves another man advantage. 5 on 3 here.
Just settling into this one, Eternal Fire. They haven't been in positions where they're comfortably ahead yet. Can't afford to drop the ball here. We have seen some ridiculous rounds go the other way, even on Anubis. forZe kept finding their way back into the rounds, even with Eternal Fire picking up the advantages. But Xantares' flank, this should be the one that sends it up the river. So he's around the back. Jerry has no idea. Xantares is about to come around the backside. First kill, he takes it immediately. And the second lined up as well. Good work from Xantares. Krad on the other side of Long. It's just a moment of time before he goes down. And Eternal Fire get themselves their second.
Xantares starting to get stronger and stronger. You can see it now. That's what they need. He will need a couple other names to join him, though. Calyx has been MIA so far, Dinko.
Yep.
At one point in time in the Space Soldiers days, these two were a formidable duo.
They were indeed, a long time ago. And you've seen Xantares. He's
kind of a
similar
level. You had Major, Calyx, Xantares.
It was pretty much the same
pretty
team,
much
right?
the same
And then they
team.
had like Paz.
That's right, yeah.
Was in there.
Yeah. But you'd think like with that kind of DNA, this team would look a bit stronger than they are in the last few months. But I don't know, not really that excited right now. But again, the only rounds they've won is another Xantares 3K.
But that's something that they couldn't do on Anubis because he was playing the mid position
Exactly.
and was just stuck behind the doors the whole time.
Yeah.
At least now they can get him involved.
Yep, true.
But if it's the only thing you got going for you, you're in the tough spot
Well,
still.
We'll give them time. We'll let them cook.
Let him cook indeed. Just don't burn it.
Nice little run boost here to bait out the potential AWP on the other side. Speaking of cannons, here's Xantares with the AK-47 on the CT side, a very scary prospect when it becomes a bit of a beast. As they look to work out a bit of intel, they will discover the orb towards the mid area, towards those bathrooms. Xantares will drop a smoke as we hit the 1 minute mark as well. A little bit of a ruse though, as they start to edge and find control towards long, looking to execute on this side of the map. But they seem to be aware of it. Xantares is going to be deploying a flash towards mid, and a smoke towards long to follow things up.
Kratz, good first headshot. Xantares let off the leash again, but it's just one. How are they going to function without a Xantares multi-kill? You need someone else to step up, and Amor only getting one. Gets overrun. He was stuck behind the dice box of the AWP. There's no fallback plan. And now the bomb goes down, and you realize the 2 versus 3 retake just isn't happening. You've got to fall away. You've got to save these rifles. Another round that goes forZe's way. And I mean, we're right back to the same story, Henry, where it's, you know, Xantares has a multi-kill round. You're unable to convert that into multiple rounds in a row, and you're just seeing this forward side just bounce back immediately. That's 6 now for the T side. It's going to be frustrating for Eternal Fire here. I think Amor's AWPing. I think you're seeing him. Oh, yeah, when he's in a position to frag out, sure, he hits the shots, but he doesn't really ever put himself in those positions
The thing
consistently.
is, with today's game, Dinko, like, if you look at the top 5, the top 20, like, it's the superstar slot, right? You need your AWPer to be the talisman of the squad. Amor seems like a capable AWPer, but he's not going to be the difference maker in a game like this. He hasn't necessarily played badly, but I feel like the AWP has to have a bit more bite to it, especially on like a CT side of Overpass. It should be dominating, right? This is where it can do some of its best work.
It's never in multi-kill positions. That's the issue I have, right? It's not. There's no fallback. It's just you're committed, and it's a big, expensive weapon. You know, you're throwing away a lot of money if you're not winning rounds consistently here.
Yeah, you need to see some performances where Amor's like, he's top frag and he's carrying with the AWP, and that's, you justify the investment there, but we'll see what they can do. Again, we'll give them time. This one's not over yet. They're a map down. Their own map pick just was disastrous for them. Couldn't get going. 13-2 deficit in the first half.
Well, look how committed this play is, Henry. Every single player for the T side are outside of the B bomb site.
Yeah, the B bombs are going to be under a lot of scrutiny here. It's up to Calix. And AIM hasn't really done too much just yet, but I'm hopeful. I'm a Calix fan. There we go.
Oh, swings out. Calix and X-Flow coming through. A couple of kills for Eternal Fire to kick things off, and Major goes forward through the smoke and wallbang. It's looking good here for Eternal Fire. This is the best round we've seen from them so far. Very convincing stuff. And that's the first time we've really seen like forZe just fully commit into the B side, just so quickly into the round.
Yeah, changing things up. Ran a few defaults. Been very successful, going for a set piece relatively early towards the B bomb side, but Calix's forward position completely shut that down. He only gets 1 kill, but it's a ton of information, can fall back. And I suppose they had to start taking a few risks here and there, calculated risks. Unpredictable positions, and there we have it. Very clean stuff indeed. It will be 5 players surviving for Eternal Fire. 30 seconds remaining. Jerry and Zorte will be holding on to the AWP and the AK-47. 20 points of health for Jerry. And this is the moment where everyone can just take a breath because no one will be hunting here. They just want to hold on to their AK-47s on the CT side.
This is what Overpass can turn into
3
as well.
of them. Yeah, Overpass doesn't have the best reputation these days. Not many people seem to like it. I don't think anyone's saying, oh, my favorite
I think
map
it's
to watch
because
is
outsiders
Overpass.
play quite a bit.
It's true. When you get like outsiders, Na'Vi and Overpass. Oh, that's a slog. That's a slog
It's
of
like,
a game.
All right, well, 1 minute 40 seconds have passed again. We could have been at this point a little bit earlier in the round. But yeah, it's just massive. It's just a huge map. So you have so much map control. If you play a methodical style of Counter-Strike, you're going to have to clear so many different positions. It's going to take a lot of time. You're going to run it right down to the final 30 seconds of a round every time. forZe try something quicker here, and you can see the quick style never really works either because there's a lot of tight choke points going into that B bomb site. You can just get separated by utility. And forZe taking a timeout they've been pretty good at using their timeouts. They haven't really let themselves get into uncomfortable positions, have the coach have a say, take a chill. Obviously, that last round didn't work out. How do we approach the remaining T rounds of this half? And Shelfie, big player for forZe, yet to really get involved. You mentioned 10 kills a long time ago for Risol. He's down to 11
that
now.
was in round 4.
Yeah.
And 6 rounds later, yeah, good point. Only had 11. Say only, just the context of that early domination.
Still averaging over a kill round.
Exactly, exactly. But yeah, we'll see what can be done. Eternal Fire, at least online at this stage. There is going to be the buy from forZe, but compromises, and that's much better. Amor now starting to sink his teeth in, showing us a bit of that offensive mentality. Open things up, takes down Zorte once again. And all will be recovered by Krad this time.
Risol up through the top of the connector. Maybe this is the round where he gets involved again. He has got the weakest weapon on his squad, which is why he's at the front of the pack. forZe not feeling too good about this one, losing the first player out of the timeout. You're immediately put in a difficult spot to convert the 4v5 deficit. And Jerry might just make the move to try and draw that back and try and even out the numbers here. Making his way through Monster is a bit of a skirmish for Risol towards the bathrooms, but a smart play again. He doesn't overcommit, he doesn't put himself in harm's way. And here comes the play into the B-bomb site. Risol coming to join them from short, and it's xFloud and Calyx playing a more passive setup, allowing them onto the bomb site.
Remember in the previous round they had success towards B. It was up close and personal, but now playing that man advantage. Mage chiming in from the heaven position as well. We are going to see him go down.
Jerry!
Double kill from Jerry, looking for the triple, can't convert it. Calyx holds strong towards the B-bomb site here. He should be going down momentarily, but Amor will save the day. Another strong hold towards the B-bomb site. Excellent work there. Eternal Fire on their feet at least here, Dinko. A few more rounds to go before they can actually take the lead on the CT side, but this is much more promising than what we saw at Anubis. Rough start, but there's a more opening things up there, funneling them in towards B, and his teammates can capitalize and convert this one. Calyx especially, a name we said we wanted to see more from, and now 2 tests towards the B site. He's passed with flying colors.
Yeah, good multi-kill there, good transfer on up. 4 rounds now for Eternal Fire. CT side is starting to light up.
I'm enjoying it, full eco now.
Yeah, not going to enjoy this one. forZe are about to get melted. Straight into the bathrooms, Santares. He's got the morph out. Oh.
It slipped on it though.
Yeah, malfunction. And here they come. The Glock's charging up and more handling the pressure, sticking around the dice box, and Roland Dice gambles with his life, swings in with a P250 to close it.
Well, we've got a game on our hands at least now. Not getting blown out of the proverbial water. As another buy will come in for forZe momentarily. That was the full eco. Glocks across the board. Don't see many of those. But managed to get a kill at least. But nice little confidence boosting round here for Amor. Some nice shots connected. Closes things down nicely with the P250 as well. Good supporting flashbangs coming in from his teammates. And no AWP for Zorte here. He'll be down to just a Galil. Picking up the pace towards connector potentially. Flashbang will come in towards the step position, but Zantares thinking better of it. Falling back, holding those bathrooms once again. Focusing towards long.
Starting to struggle here in the opening kill department. Jerry just swings dry out of the connector. Like, you're going to get a very easy kill for the AWP with that. At least force the AWP back, but it has cost them. And forZe once again have to play 4v5 immediately. They're going long this time. Santower is not in the bathrooms. He's outside of it at the moment. He's got support from the site. Moore's up, not looking the right way. Needs to be careful. Now he's aware that long could be a problem. Gets back in the right position at the right time. We saw the victim of the sniper. And Moore knows he's got a player trapped in the corner now as well.
Yeah, absolutely true.
He's looking for the jump. Ooh.
There is no utility at all as well on the T side. So that's the final piece of the puzzle, the smoke deployed.
It usually signals a bit of a save, a little bit of a cancel to the round.
Right, well, they found a Molotov. They could use that towards the bank potentially, I suppose. But at a 5-on-3, we'll see what they've got in mind. They're going to commit to it. There's a Molotov. And it's towards the dice box, in fact.
Shelfie needs this kill. He's not going to get it. Zantares reacts quicker. Nice kill from Crab, but a lot more to do, and he's blinded, and Xantares comes in to sweep him up. Good utility over the last few moments here for Eternal Fire.
Absolutely agree. This is much better after looking down the barrel of yet another huge deficit. They have managed to rebuild and restructure, especially towards our B bomb sides. Look much stronger here. Amor certainly has come online. And those are the three names we wanted to see, right? Xantares, Amor, and Calyx. All three of them starting to step up here, had their individual moments. And with the supporting utility coming in from the other two, that's fantastic. We'll see if they can maintain this now and actually take the lead for the first time in the series. Looks good. Yeah, it's getting in the zone now.
It's just too easy to get these opening kills right now for Eternal Fire. That's just a swing out mid from Xantares. Gets back into the bathrooms, has Amor to help him out. And this twosome has just been incredible. Between Amor and Xantares, they've just destroyed everyone that's come in their path over the last 2 rounds. It's great to see. Now they've got a beautiful setup. Xantares is watching the bathrooms walk up, and Amor can then feel comfortable focusing down in mid, and Calyx has got the site, so it's perfect. There's no cracks right now for Eternal Fire. That's going to be the lead.
Well, looking to make this a slightly expensive round, but no dice, I'm afraid, as we'll see a clean sweep for Eternal Fire, one of the few they've had, looking much better now. Money will be incredibly strong, more than enough for the remainder of this half, the few rounds we have left. And forZe starting to drop off. Haven't had many situations where you thought they might be able to do something with this, and Xantares, he's warming up. Finding that confidence now. He's seen a more aggressive towards middle. Xantares happy to take the challenge with the M4, and that's a dangerous set of affairs here for forZe. We'll see whether they can bring the AWP out once again. They can. And some loss bonus now as well. A couple rounds to go. Number 14 here, Calyx. He's filling it this time, looking towards the short tunnel. Trying to open things up, and it's going to be a monster commitment coming through in Xantares. He's everywhere.
He really is, all across the show. And I think they've conditioned him enough to try and steer away from that A bomb site over the last few rounds. So Xantares maybe predicts a play towards B, starts there instead. Another opening kill for Xantares. It's getting out of hand now, and Amor out long. Catches Crab making a solo play. And forZe, they're just crumbling here on this T side. It was a great start, and I think they'll still be happy with 6 rounds from the T side, honestly. But it's never nice to get all of those rounds early and then just completely fall flat towards the end of the half.
2 players remain, and yeah, they haven't really got anything going in these last 5 rounds.
I mean, Shelfie's on 3 kills in this game so far. Resalt's on 11, and you mentioned at round 4 he had 10. So since then, he's had 1 kill.
That's kind of insane, isn't it? He was absolutely dominating.
Get them all out of the way, just like the tech issues. Get them all out of the way.
All the kills done. He's still top fragging. He hasn't fragged.
True. No one else has done anything either, I suppose.
Hasn't fragged in 10 rounds.
I mean, I don't think forZe have been in a competitive position at all since around round 10, or even before that.
I think about, maybe 7 or 8. It's been a pretty rough 180, actually. Well, there it is, another clean sweep from Eternal Fire on their opponent's map pick. We are not done here at all in this series. Going to be holding up, waiting for any aggressing CTs. Now they can justify a hunt here, to be honest with you, and they certainly are going to be looking for it. They've got 3 AKs on the CT side, though. Those are high value. Might think better of it, but they're trying to find the AWP, and they're going to find it by the looks of things. Or are they? They did get the AWP. He will survive, so he'll at least get something. He was going to get no cash going forward. His teammate actually got 0 there, but we'll see what they can do. This is getting a little bit out of hand now. Or remove, so certainly justifying the hunt there from the CTs. They've got plenty of money, so no problem in that respect whatsoever. This looks like a tactical timeout, though. Hands off the keyboard. As we'll have a look at the little replay here. This was Xantares after an aggressive push towards middle. Now he's actually towards the monster tunnel, opening things up once again. He is absolutely everywhere on the map. Calyx finding a lot of success from this position as well. The names we want to see fragging, stepping up. Shelfie will at least hold on to his AK-47.
A little bit as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots to figure out as we head into the last few moments of this first half. If you are just tuning in and joining us at this moment, forZe are 1 map up after taking the map pick of Eternal Fire Anubis. Find ourselves here on Overpass. A strong start for forZe, but it's gone the other way. 8-6. Eternal Fire have already won the half, but will it be by 1 round or 3?
I'd say 3 at this point. Look at the buy. Couple of Galils, a P250 in round 15. You don't see that too often, Dinko.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty depressing, actually. P250 for the final round. no Kevlar.
No Kevlar as well, so yeah, he must have dropped an AK for Crad.
All right, let's get a boost going. Let's see if forZe can get a kill.
He actually got no money in the previous round.
Exactly.
We went over that.
Yeah, so let's see if he gets an opening.
Yeah.
Finally, maybe a boost to get an opening kill, because forZe have struggled to get any of these openers. Xcloud's dropped down to low health at 29. That was close to an opening, but not quite there yet. And look at this. The boost is actually being read by Major. He's predicting this kind of play. So this could work against forZe. They could lose their life on top of this.
Everything in the balance right now.
Peek goes in. There's the kill. Finally, an opening for forZe. Can they convert on this? Yes, sure, they have the opening, but they've just lost it. Spam through the wall from Calyx, and he's able to take out Shelfie. Really good trade play here from Eternal Fire. Final play in to be here at the end of the half. The more holds some graffiti. Jerry sprayed away. Now Major's position is close and personal against the unarmored Zorte. It's an easy, quick kill for that rifle. It's all falling apart here for forZe. It's fizzling out. The bomb not down. They need a couple of kills quickly here. Just not getting them. Result does his best. Gets another kill at least on the way out the door, but it will be the 3-round lead going into the second half for Eternal Fire.
Well, cancel everything we said in the first 6 rounds. It's complete 180. The script is flipped. And actually, Eternal Fire looking at the better team now, if you can believe it, after being 6-0 down.
Yeah, but I think it's also important to say that 6 rounds of the T side of Overpass is actually kind of normal, right? That's
True.
That is standard procedure.
It's just weird, like the drop-off there. I guess the step up from Eternal Fire. That's the...
I mean, it wasn't a great T side from forZe, but I think they caught Eternal Fire early when Eternal Fire may be making a few mistakes.
Right.
And I think forZe are very lucky to come out on top here with 6 rounds. Like on the T side, the fact that you get 6 rounds at all, compared to the second half of play in sort of the second quarter of the first half, it just felt like it was so flat from forZe. They kind of overperformed in terms of the result they got out of it. So I think they'll be pretty happy about it in the end.
Well, let's see what can be done. Zantares looks like he's playing like a monster right now. Absolutely epic performance towards the mid position. The B bomb site connects up. Seems like he's getting warmed up now. His teammates starting to rise with him as well. And more starting to land shots to the AWP, and Calyx looking like a strong anchor. If they can win the pistol, might be able to take us to a third. Looks like we'll be getting underway momentarily here. And here we go. We'll have a look at the buys as they come through. Eternal Fire now on the T side, of course. One smoke, a couple of flashes. And the Molotov, of course. We have got a P250 for Major as well. And the first interaction coming in towards short. Door has been naded off. It actually missed. The door didn't fly off, unless I'm mistaken.
Here he goes. Crad has just got some pretty good timing, but xCloud, he knows that he's there, so the element of surprise to hold off the flank is not going to be there. Crad has to wait, just has to wait for xCloud to come on pass. Shelfie gets the pick on Zantares. Finally, Crad will get involved, and it's turning out to be a perfect round here for forZe. They lose a single player, but the pistol round really does not get going there for the Turkish team.
Both pistols in the bag now for forZe.
Yeah, that's massive.
They managed to get the 3-0 conversion in the first half. We'll see if they can manage it in the second.
I think another important fact here with the pistol is they don't allow a bomb plant, right?
Right.
So no force buy, like none of the strong force buy with the rifles.
Most teams would take a full eco here, buy up in the next. I'm assuming we'll see the same.
Yeah. So it should be the conversion, no problem here for forZe. 9-8 will be the score. forZe can get into the swing of things quite quickly here on the CT side. A nice opening there for Zorte. So it's a double tap to the head over the top of the smoke. And again, if you are just tuning in, the context of this matchup is that this is the Group A decider game. So either you win and you continue in the tournament, or you're out. Simple as. I thought this would be the decider. I thought B&E would have been the decider game. I thought forZe. But I guess B&E have been a team for a longer period of time. forZe have obviously had to make a lot of changes. And Eternal Fire always in a change mode. So
indeed. This round getting a little bit more complicated than you would assume. They've managed to get a FAMAS at least. But looks like Crowd will be shutting this one down in due course.
Well, Moore might get a little bit more, but just 2 for him. A lot of money picked up the SMGs here for forZe. And now we get to see that buy that you were mentioning a little bit ago, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Probably can't get the AWP, not worth it, but you can get 5 AK-47s. Maybe a Galil in a couple of instances if you want to get the utility out. But you have got the firepower advantage now. But a couple of players going down on the CT side does allow you to upgrade some of these SMGs into rifles. And indeed, they've actually thrown all the SMGs away. We've got rifles across the board here, and the AWP out as well.
And the Krieg.
The Krieg is out for more. Like,
wow, what a
seen
rare
one of those
appearance.
in years.
I haven't seen that. It's been years since we've seen it on the server. And Calyx just running out middle. Just absolutely destroys Zorte. He took the same spot again, though, so I guess he just gets punished for being a little too predictable. Zorte hops up in the exact same spot, this time to no avail. So there is a reaction for forZe in the CT side, and that is to move into water, take control of the water area. And hopefully this can negate the problem of losing the first player. Still a lot of time here for Eternal Fire to play with.
Plenty of time. Torres setting up his teammate X-Floud there. That's going to be the commitment towards B, almost certainly. It's up to Jerry to try and deny entrance, but not really much done there. Considerable damage, but the round should be over here. Crad nowhere to be seen. Teammate Shelfie just isolated on towards that graffiti position, but I don't even think he'll bother swinging. Just going to try and see if anyone will go for a hunt and take them down as they pass this point. So there it is, Dinko. The third round forced by another clean sweep here for Eternal Fire. Had a lot of those in the last 10 rounds.
We have. They've been pretty good on the rifles. CT side, and now a good start of the T side too. Double figures. Yeah. Starting to feel like a third map. I think you called that at the start of the day, Henry.
Oh, it has to be. When you and I are commentating, that's all that really can happen.
It's the only Counter-Strike reality we can live in.
Exactly. So, that was all down to Calyx, though. Just running up towards middle in that fountain position.
Just straight away, of course.
Absolutely
just dry swings.
Rails the AWP. It's X-Flood to throw in a nice flash as well, but let's see if we can see that one to open things up. It's actually the less impressive kill, but
the Krieg.
Krieg was there as well.
No scope.
We don't get the Calyx frag?
Nope.
That was the one.
That was the kill. But Zorte had a rifle in that round, so now he's got an AWP. So maybe it'll be a different story altogether. Tactical timeout for forZe. They have used a few of these now. Jerry having a say. Trying to lead his troops. A little bit of fist bump here. Try and rally the emotions. Get them back into this. Stay positive.
Yeah, their map pick. Still plenty of time to get back into it, but it's a little bit worrying the way it's going down. So many clean sweeps, so many blowout rounds. Let's see what they have in store for us here. As mentioned, we do have the AWP once again for Zorte. Elsewhere, though, funds not so strong. Distinct lack of utility and firepower in some cases as well. Once again, pre-firing towards that party position, trying to find any early aggression. Crowd will just be watching the cross towards long. Not having any of it, though. Very passive from Eternal Fire. Boost from Shelfie watching towards B short. All right, Jerry.
Here we go, Jerry. Finally breaks the silence with a kill on the MP9. Sometimes it takes a play like that to get the ball rolling.
Takes the boss man as well, Dantares.
Yeah, it's a big player to lose. But the main pack is actually over here towards the bathroom, so it's actually Crad who's going to have a lot of the responsibility falling on his shoulders soon. He's going to drop back and not stick around, and in fact, can now employ a setup with Shelfie. Crad's the bait in this one. Shelfie is the player that needs to get the multi-kill. Crad just needs one. And if he gets more than that, or Result gets involved, well, this could be an easy shutdown round, and forZe looking good for it. The more it comes around, gets at least one on the Krieg. And Calyx, now the last remaining player who opened up the previous round, and might just be the closer in this one. He's found himself a kill on Result. Flash goes up in the air. He might get another chance, and Calyx's headshot is perfect. Zorte shows a pixel as he jumps above the dice box, and maybe Calyx has a little bit more in the tank. to get Shelfie absolutely on for the clutch, but Shelfie stays controlled, composed, and forZe do get their round.
Wow. Lovely shot there from Calyx. But pretty decent round, but expensive in the end for forZe there. That was looking very controlled, but started to lose a few players towards the end. I believe they must have salvaged AWP at the end there. Result up to 14 kills now. It's time to come back online after his amazing flurry of frags in the opening 4 rounds. And that's the final kill there. 10-9. Man, he's still strong on the Eternal Fire side, but this will be the last of the gold if they give this one up. Same story really for forZe as well. So a big round in terms of the finances on either side. We are seeing a bit more active play from the CTs as well. 2 players toward that connector. Pushing in towards the T territory as well. Maybe up the ladder, Dinko. The old backstab.
Calyx has run boosted out long. Up the ladders, and Zantares just looks on down. Shelfie thinks he can start to climb up, but Zantares reads it. Minute left. Calyx clears out the bathrooms and now close long. There has been another push from Jerry. And we did this in the previous round to Greta Vale. He did it with the MP9, but this time no one's detected him. No one's seen Jerry move through. Now, it all comes down to this because they're pushing into B. They should be aware that this could be a possibility. Zantares is going to go ahead and jump up on the barrel, and Jerry at least gets one, but it's a one and done. When you're down a player, you really want to get a multi-kill in that position, but he's unable to get it done. Result just swings. Flash gets set up. It's 1 kill on the FAMAS. Major able to reply. But again, it's just 1-for-1s, and that's not going to favor forZe at all. Until finally Crad evens out the numbers. But it's all on Crad. He's the only remaining player capable of doing anything here for forZe. And with 17 seconds left, he'll deploy the smoke on out. The plant starts to come in. They needed to get it down. And they will here for Eternal Fire. Crad gets around. He separates him into the 1v1 because the smoke is up.
Oh, he's got a gap. Oh, no, he doesn't.
But there's no kit here, Henry, on Crad. No utility either. He has to move quite quickly to get back into the site. And now it becomes a mind game. Major backs out. Through Monster he'll go. Maybe he even deploys the flank around from short. And Crad has so many positions to worry about and doesn't have the time for it.
He's wasting a lot of time here.
He has to get on it. It's not exactly planned for Major if he goes the right way. And he has gone the right way about this, but he's not getting onto the defuse. And Major does go for the loop-de-loop. Comes around the backside, and Crad just doesn't read it.
Yeah, not very confidence-inspiring there from Crad, but still a good attempt in the 2 versus 1. We are going to see Eternal Fire pull another round back here. Now look at the replay, see where it all started to go wrong. Jerry pushing out towards Monster once again, but unable to capitalize on the round. That was the moment. Crad, he thought he'd done enough there, down to the 1 versus 1, but Major didn't even really have to play the round. Just went for a little walk, came back.
Yeah. Literally walk. It's like the most obvious play that gets played in that position, but Crad just didn't even seem to consider it, but unfortunate. Eternal Fire win a big one. And forZe, they're broken. They're down to Deagles and P250s and Scout here for Zorte. He's going to take something special. We're kind of due around like this, I think, Henry. We haven't seen a round come through with a low buy in a while.
That's a good point. And forZe would certainly enjoy that if they can pull this one off. They are quite handy with the Desert Eagles. We saw a couple of triumphant rounds on the previous map. This is the first opportunity. Dealing some damage, but no one can find the killing blow. Finally, they come through. It took a lot of HP to get that one done. Jerry and Crad, the walking wounded right now. Dropping smoke towards the connector doors, and in towards B we go. Only one player there. It's Resolve. He's going to step up once again. This will be the moment to do it.
P250.
Not going to be able to pull that one off. And down they go.
It's all crumbling here, Henry.
Yeah, it really is. Third map looking almost likely at this stage, but we'll see. 4 versus 3. AK-47 recovered for Shelfie. That's pretty decent going forward, but no chance they can do anything with this round, I'm afraid.
Eternal Fire heading to 12, 4 rounds away from securing that 3rd map. This is the map pick of forZe. Both teams looking to potentially drop their map picks today in the Group A decider matchup. Now, this isn't the only series we've got available for you guys. There's another one coming up later today.
Tell me more.
Yeah, you know, we're looking at another best of 3, Henry. It's been a day of 4 of them. So a 4th best of 3 to round out the day. It's been a long one, but it's going to be Spirit versus the Movistar Riders. Now, Spirit did have a late one last night. and they're right back.
Another decider game, I believe, right?
Yeah, exactly. Spirit took a loss. I think Movistar Riders got their first best-of-3 win since November. So
Well, that's quite a stat, isn't it? Well, good luck to that. Should be a good game. Hunger will be on the menu for sure. They'll be playing for their tournament life and their morale in general, I believe. It's been a rough ride for Movistar Riders. They've shown some good rounds, but that's going to be a fun one after this. But we're having a lot of fun here as well. This is Jerry and co trying to open things up with the Desert Eagles. Unfortunately, couldn't quite connect the dots there. And it will go 12-9. And the money's still absolutely bamboozled here, Dinko. That was an eco previously. And saving the AK, they have to go down to pistols once again.
Yeah, I believe we missed the kill there once we cut onto the player counts too, just the end of that round. But Xantares cracks open Shelfie right away. Another big opening kill for Xantares. forZe have been unable to convert any of these, it feels like. When they lose that first, it's generally been pretty smooth sailing for Eternal Fire. Bathrooms set up for forZe, often deployed in these kind of rounds with the weaker weapons. You look to try and pull them into a trap and spring, but Xantares breaks apart the mechanics of it all. Pulls the springs out, gets himself another one. Here we go, Xantares. Just having a great time. 4 kills, the ace will be stolen away from him, but he will not carry the round. Picked up here for Eternal Fire.
Yes, indeed. They are back. They are on their feet. They are ready to frag, Xantares especially. Showing absolute dominance on the server right now. Even against the pistols, still more than willing to be at the front line. Get the job done. 4 big kills, let's go. Maybe a tactical time up with looks of things. forZe starting to feel the pressure now. Jerry needs to come up with a plan. How do they start posting rounds on this CT side? They can still do it. They can still close this in 2-0, but they need to start shutting down some of the superstar potential of Xantares. Seems to be having way too much fun with the AK-47.
They've had a lot of these tactical timeouts, but I've yet to see really any huge step-ups or changes coming out of them. They haven't really proven to be too effective. It's felt very flat since the 6 rounds they initially picked up. So lots to work on here for forZe. I don't know if they're going to be able to work on it quickly enough to get this game going, but this is the round they've got to pick up. You drop this, almost guaranteed we go to map 3. Jerry moving over towards Monster. He's gone for some aggressive moves here. He's got his teammate beside him. And Krad to lock down the connector. Well, keep eyes on what Eternal Fire looking to do early. They get Xantares boosted up on top of that slide to have a little bit of a peek in mid, but doesn't see anything. Maybe they will focus a bit more towards A in this round, Eternal Fire.
There we go. Look at the double digits. forZe with a 6-0 lead to kick things off here on Overpass. Have got smaller and smaller. Can't keep up with the high-octane Counter-Strike Eternal Fire providing right now. Zorte will be good for 1, but that's all he'll get. Significant damage to a couple more players, but they're full on control right now. We're looking for rotations. It's going to be Shelfie coming in from the bank position. And, of course, Result as well, making his way over. But still, 50 seconds remain. Smoke starting to be deployed now towards A, and Xantares on the other side of the map will find Krad as well. Starting to crumble once again before They just don't have anything to say about these difficult situations, and this is a key
This
frag.
could be it. This could be it. Shelfie gets a kill in from the truck, a second, and more quickly with the shot back in the AWP. But he has to commit to the side, and Shelfie's there for another one. That's, yes, a celebrated round coming in for forZe. They're back in the game somewhat. They get loud. They're happy about that one. There has to be more, though.
There has to be a lot more. And still, they managed to keep 3 players alive there. It looked like it was going to get a bit dicey with this kill from Xantares. You thought that could be the moment it all falls apart, but that's how they get back into us. Wondering how did he actually go down, but sort of wall bang there from Jerry. And we do have Shelfie mowing them down from the APC here as well. Nothing more could do. Goes to the plant, gets taken out, and there we go. If they can win this one, it's a huge round for forZe. They lose it, it's probably GG. So we'll see what can be done here. Back in towards short. 5 players on this side of the map, Dinko, so this will be a B execution.
Oh, another opening for Xantares. The amount of opening kills this guy's getting is crazy.
Yep. Owning them. 25 and 12. Immor 22. And Calyx 16. The names we wanted to see at the very top. And plenty of time. You get that opening pick. you've already put them on the back foot. They're in a rough spot. They have to be active now. A move has to be made, a maneuver has to be presented by the CTs, and they're pushing off towards short. They know they can't just rest in their laurels here. So nice reaction, information garnered, but can they pull themselves back into this round? Actually going to go towards T-spawn. So that's going to be Result and Shelfie falling back. They've ascertained that B is completely clear. They have to take the gamble here now. Send everyone towards A. And that's exactly what they're doing. 5-on-4, but good information plays coming in from the CT side. They might stand a chance here. Bomb committed towards long. They're going to try and get as close as they possibly can before fully committing towards a bomb site. 30 seconds now. All 4 players for forZe here.
So it's a kill, but unfortunately his teammates are falling like flies. The utility from Eternal Fire in this pop has been big. Shelfie has got to go nuclear here, and he's done very well to get another, and he gets in behind the truck. The bomb is loose, but it's up against Xantares, and he has been an absolute beast so far. 8 seconds though. He has to play for elimination, and Shelfie can just hide away. There's not enough time to plan, so Shelfie can just hold. Surely there's not enough time now. This time's going to win it. And there's literally a millisecond in that one, Henry.
I was so scared. I didn't want to say anything. I felt like I was playing the moment. Xantares is in my head. That was insane. Yeah, you could see him trying to bait him out, trying to trick him, suggesting he was going to run him down. He knew he was behind Optimus, but couldn't get the plan down. And that's actually the first signs of life we've seen from forZe in a while. A real down-to-the-wire round, and it's Xantares opening things up. Remember, there's a 5-on-4 deficit. They made the information play towards the B monster tunnel and stacked everyone towards A. Sure, it comes down to a 1 versus 2, but they did just enough to get over the line. No bomb planted as well, Dinko. Money should be low. An MP5 coming in for Major.
MP5.
I haven't ever seen one of those.
SG. We've had a Krieg.
Yeah.
Now we've had an MP5. Just waiting for the P90 to come out at some point.
That must be a misbuy. Like, why
would you buy
God's green earth would
the
you
only
be purchasing?
person I see buy an MP5.
And he's got no armor as well, so surely give it to Xantares. He's got a Deagle, I suppose. He'd rather have a Deagle than MP5. So yeah, I don't know what I'm saying there.
Well, the only people I ever see buy MP5s, like, on purpose is Moses. He's the only, like...
I like it because it's a fun gun, but I wouldn't be buying it in a serious game.
Yeah,
Good old Moses. I like Chris J used to use the MP7. A few players still do. But
okay, yeah, sure.
That's about it. The MP5's never had its moment, has it?
I think the MP7 is good though.
Yeah,
MP5.
It's just the MP9 is just like pound for pound, just so much better.
It's just the best for the probably one of the best pound for pound guns in the game, right?
Yep, I'd say so.
Well, it's looking like some money to be made here for forZe, and not a lot of fight back from Eternal Fire. They get 1 kill onto Jerry, 13-12. forZe are back.
I hope so. They've kind of fallen off a little bit, but this last few rounds have been quite convincing. 3 in a row now as Eternal Fire, or maybe take a tactical pause themselves. As Orte getting that nice kill through the smoke, takes down the MP5. Jerry finds himself in a bit of an awkward spot, but gets all the intel he requires for his teammates to close things out here. Their money should be building up to a pretty decent amount now. They've got the Orte once again hasn't had the best game, 12 and 15. 5 players once again, Dinko, committing towards the B bomb side, trying to find that knockout blow. Xantares, maybe they want to deliver it. Fast up towards shore, AK in hand, and down he goes. The orb this time strikes.
Yeah, Xantares loses an opening fight this time. forZe have been good once they get ahead. And here they are with the advantage, and it has really left Eternal Fire in an awkward spot because they were all in on that play. They were all in on that B play, and you lose that first player right at the get-go. Well, now you have to sort of consider, we could have lost a lot of map control here, and that's exactly what's happened, Henry. Look how much map control has gone the other way. forZe have pushed all the way up through party. They've seen that no one is there right now. They have the advanced setup in the bathrooms. Right now, Eternal Fire are funneled towards B.
Will they commit, though? In terms of utility...
If they get a boost kill, this is big. This is probably the only way they can fight.
Oh, they've actually got ample opportunity, but it falls apart. That one hurts. It's a difficult shot.
It is.
It's a hard shot.
How quick Jerry is on the turn back is great, but Xloud actually able to trade that kill. They're still down a player, but if they get this monster fight going their way, well, now we're back at a 3v3. 35 seconds left.
Result fumbles that somewhat. He gets blind, and, well, Zorte will make up for it. I thought he had no chance of that flick. He gets blind and slips off the booster position, and eventually just does nothing there, right? That's a little bit traumatic for him, but...
the bomb is sprinting to long right now, and there's not a single player near the A bomb site.
Yeah, Mage is just going to help himself, isn't he? Does he plant towards the bathroom? Indeed.
How have Eternal Fire found a way into this round? This is unbelievable. forZe were in such a good position.
Pretty bad smoke they deployed, Dink, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but the crowd's behind them. Major does. He seemed to be aware of this. He comes in, takes the fight, just loses it against Crad, and now that puts xFloud in a very difficult position. Hasn't had the best game here. And 3 players to collect. He's literally in a triangle right now with players.
What are they up to?
He peeks out. They haven't seen him. And they're separating these into 1v1 fights. They're giving him the best possible chance! What has happened? xFloud with the 1v3, and forZe find a way to lose it.
Super ugly from forZe, I'm afraid. Jumping in 1 by 1, knives out.
That's the only way they lose it.
I don't know what you're up to. Like, at least one of you apply the pressure first, not the AWP jumping with a knife out. It doesn't make sense.
I don't have to. Oh, it's just unbelievable,
Like,
isn't it?
let's not take anything away from xFloud. Like,
Yeah, that's an incredible mechanical clutch.
amazing, but like, God, did you ever serve it up on the plate for him?
Yeah, you did.
This moment here, knife out, running a
There we
rush.
go.
Where's the flank coming in? Like, Crad should be they know where Crad is already. He just got a kill. He should at least push the first one to go in low HP, get the information. Not the AWP jumping in with a knife out. That's a rough one, but Eternal Fire will take it all day long, of course. That could be the game in itself. Tactical pause. Yeah, you want to take this up to this sort of round. Like, everyone's adrenaline's pumping. You want to let your opponents stew over the round. They just completely blundered there.
Because they thought they were back in the game for sure. I thought that.
That's a 3-on-1.
I think that if they win that round, maybe they go on to win this series 2-0. Losing that round, they can now possibly
and it's like
end up in map 3.
The flower bed, like the most common
It's
position.
the only position you can really
As you've
be.
confirmed, bathrooms are clear. You know the bomb side's clear. It's only there, really. And no one thinks to even consider it. And this is a make or break time, I'm afraid. Got a few rifles, 2 FAMASs, and we'll see the pistols come out as well. 14-12. Last chance saloon for forZe after throwing that round away. Everyone seems a bit rattled after that one.
Yeah, they're just sitting outside B. There's just keeping this one quiet. But Eternal Fire, they tried a heavy B play in the previous. Here they go again. This time, right into the pistols. Perhaps Eternal Fire are finding the only way to get forZe back into the game again, Henry. They found their way into the advantageous position. The double kill on the 5-7. And Eternal Fire commit into the lower tier weapons. 45 seconds to fix this.
Well, this is exactly what forZe needed, Dinko. Another boost here, but it takes time. This is a 15 seconds of investment to actually get up, get the kill.
And you might not even get anything because Jerry's too deep. You're going to get the sandbags fight, but it's actually worked out. Major wins that fight somehow, and even though the barrels player was ready. Now Jerry's turn to get aggressive, and they're not ready for it. That's the bomb. That's the most important player that Jerry could have found. And Krat slipping around the back, and more sure gets a kill, but he has to get in short. He has to clear out these 2 players. The kill is there for Amor, but it's down to a 1 versus 1. Shalfie up against Amor.
He's out.
And Amor has got the bomb. He's got back to the safe position, and Shalfie looks to run him down. Can he get through the smoke?
Oh,
he can't. He can't get through the smoke, and he just runs through it. Amor pulls it back, and Eternal Fire, another round pulled out of the hat.
Oh my days, can you believe it? Now this series really is starting to heat up. Another epic clutch there. The only thing he could have done there, grab the bomb, smoke off short, plant it down, and hopefully bait him through the smoke there.
It's huge.
Yeah, and they were ready for it as well. The dink came in. Amor did absolutely everything. This kill, what is the penultimate one there? But in fact, he gets naded and still somehow cracks the shot towards Jerry at sandbags. That was massive. 15-12, map point.
And with that, Amor has now taken over as the top fragger on Eternal Fire, 27.
Amazing scenes.
Map 3, surely on its way.
Oh, yeah.
Just the MP9s, the CZ, and the Deagle here for forZe.
Bit of nuke action coming up, Dinko.
Gotta love nuke. Oh, look at this. How is he doing this? He's right behind both of them. Crad gets a double kill. They do not see him. They stand above him, and Crad will count as lucky stars swiftly. Upgrades into the AK. Now, forZe, how many opportunities are you going to get? And let them be squandered. You cannot drop the ball here. You've got to play for overtime. An AK for Crad. Eternal Fire once again in a 3v5.
I'm nervous for him. forZe are going to find a way to give this one up. It all starts here, Dinko, as Antares
Oh, here we go.
sequence in toward the B bomb site. An absolute beast making his way through. Everyone in his path is being slaughtered at this point, and he's got full control of the B bomb site as well. A 5-on-3 converted single-handedly once again.
He's done it again. forZe put themselves in a comfortable position right off the get-go. And then it all falls apart. Major turns around, finds Crad. It's very disjointed. There's no real move here that you're feeling like forZe are going to get even a kill back into this one. He spots Major, but Eternal Fire aren't going to let this one slip. They know they've got map 3 in the bag here. They've got Nuke coming up. Shelfie's going to run right into them. One kill, but Zantares will be the player to close it. Who else? A fantastic performance from Eternal Fire. Started slow, but Amor and Zantares on that CT side really kicked into gear. They leveled up, and that T side showing 2 from those 2 players was super impressive. And now we've got to go to 3 to decide Group A.
0-6 deficit. You thought they were done. We thought they were out, but Zantares, Amor, Calix, all coming online. The trifecta of doom was looking very, very impressive there. And you have to say, forZe couldn't handle it. They dropped off. They couldn't handle the heat. Zantares knocked them for 6 time and time again, especially in that B bomb site. So efficient, so fast, and so precise.
And you're going to be frustrated as well with the kind of rounds that you lose, right? This is the last round. Crad gets it behind him, and you'll see him. He gets the double, and again, another 5v3. And Zantares is able to just take 2 back here immediately, and that happened 3 rounds in a row. forZe really choked it away. They could have won this map. They could have got back into it multiple times. But when you let too many mistakes happen in quick succession, you're going to find yourself in a tough spot, and you deserve to lose the map, Henry.
I think that's probably fair. And the fact we have Nuke coming up as well, now both teams still they're actually in the zone. Everyone's turned up. We've had the first showing on Anubis. We've now had Eternal Fire actually turn up to Overpass. We didn't think that would happen whatsoever, and they're looking deadly now. Remember, this is an elimination game as well, so it all comes down to the final map. Wouldn't have it any other way. Where do you think it's going to go?
I think it's going to the desk. They
That's
have
a
a lot to
point.
break down coming into this. There's a lot of mistakes to take a look at, and I'm sure they've got plenty for us to look at.
That was an explosive game right there that's going to be leading us into Nuke. But yeah, I mean, so far we saw Zantares really step it up in that T side in this series as well. And I think that was very necessary in getting their head back in this game.
Yeah, I think that first half was brilliant. I really enjoyed Eternal Fire. I mean, forZe did get off to a good start, but, you know, pistol win and all that jazz was a pretty big part of that. But the way they clawed themselves back into that CD side, I thought Emor looked great. I thought he's making so many good moves, so many good opening picks, and then the 1-2 punch of him and Zantares just worked brilliant on that A-bomb site. So they were shutting down the defaults, they were playing well late round. It was kind of everything that Anubis wasn't on the defense. It was a quite unbelievable contrast.
I think the thing that surprises me most is we've just seen a good T-side in CCT. I mean, we've had a severe deficit of solid T-sides throughout this tournament. Yeah, it's nice that it's Eternal Fire to start bringing the heat. It's nice that Zantares almost dropped a 30 bomb. He's been pretty absent throughout the entire event. Again, he had one good sort of game against the likes of HONORIS. That was on Nuke, and that will be our next map, so I'm excited to see if he can replicate that performance. But yeah, all in all, forZe probably should have closed this 1-2-0. The fact they don't, it's a little bit concerning come the final map.
Yeah, so I gotta say, these last couple of rounds that we got to see here from forZe and Eternal Fire, I felt like we really got, you know, some man advantage situations that forZe were able to find even on some of those rounds with the pistols, but they weren't able to hold on to those. They were losing massive clutches. Eternal Fire were spiraling off that momentum. I mean, is that a hard place to get back from against this team in particular, Eternal Fire?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we spoke about it in the kind of initial segment when we framed the game, is that this forZe team, especially as a 5-man unit, they just lack the chemistry. They lack the experience to have good fundamentals. And that's what happened in this game is they had good positions, particularly on that second half, and they make a mistake here, or they don't communicate this properly, or there's a gap and someone gets in behind, or, you know, when Zantares is playing like this, you give him an inch and he's always going to take a mile. So for forZe, yeah, we're just seeing a few too many mistakes, and I think the difference between this and Anubis was Anubis, they got gifted some entries, they played very simple Counter-Strike. They were never really pushed around much in that first half, and they're on the T side. This time, they were pushed all around the map. They had to make so many decisions, and under that pressure, they caved a little bit.
I mean, you mentioned chemistry, though. Do you think that Eternal Fire are slowly patching some of those problems that they've had inside and outside the server, which has allowed them to start delivering on some of these better performances?
It's honestly a perplexing series so far because they pick into Anubis, and the crossfires were kind of a bit of a disaster, and they're making very small small team play mistakes in a lot of those holds. And the holds on this map on that CT side were brilliant. They were playing off each other so well. So honestly, maybe they're just too young as a team to know their map pool correctly. Maybe that really is what's happened here so far in this series.
I mean, coming into it, I was a bit shocked to see that actually Anubis was picked up by Eternal Fire, given the closeness and nature of these two teams. It seemed like Eternal Fire were going for a bit of a risk, but we got the stats pulled up, and I actually want to say right now, again, Xanteras and Emor, those 1-2 punches that we got on that A bomb site defense, absolutely performing phenomenally. Xanteras bringing that energy into the T side that allowed them to close that out, but X-Flood at the bottom of the boards, he did have that massive clutch that led them across the line, and I feel like if you're having a bad game, but you deliver one crucial round like that, it's all worth it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they mentioned it on the cast, X-Flood he's not in position to ever be high up in the scoreboard. Yes, we'd like him to be consistent maybe a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, the stats don't really tell the story of his impact in this game. He was fine, he was good, and he had that good round as well. 1 on 3 to absolutely mince it over the line. So yeah, he did his job. Maybe it's not quite reflecting the stats, though.
I mean, speaking of clutches, Major had a pretty good one against Crowd as well. Indeed. It was an interesting one. I was berated in the green room for saying, oh, I would have done something like that. But yeah, he manages to plant not for himself, goes all the way around and catches Crowd looking completely the wrong way because it was so silly. It eventually worked. And, well, that round was definitely a bit of a swing round.
Yeah, absolute game changer right there. There's so many rounds like that coming through, and I gotta say, we'll see if they can keep that energy up. I mean, looking forward to Nuke. We're gonna see maybe some more CT-sided dominance, and I wonder if that's gonna be a big factor here coming through from Eternal Fire. They're starting to warm up a little bit into the server. I actually really liked Amor on the opping. He was landing some nice shots. Even on Anubis, I feel like he was landing some flashy shots. So do you think leveling up there into Nuke is gonna be a big factor in Eternal Fire closing this one out? Yeah,
I think actually the player I want to focus on is Zorte, because Zorte, when he first joined forZe and over the course of, say, 2022, I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was really great. I thought he was a dynamic player. I thought he gave this team a zest they weren't necessarily getting from anybody else. And actually in this tournament so far, he's been fine. He's been pretty average. He's not been bad. But in terms of who's a star player beyond just South in this team, I feel like it should be Zorte, and he hasn't delivered yet in this series so far. And going into Nuke, when you have so many options and the Orca can be so influential, I want to see quite a lot more from Zorte. I think he needs to be good. Yeah, I mean,
really I agree. He's sort of fallen off in recent times online as well. There's just an inconsistency to him sometimes that he didn't have last year. And I mean, when we were looking at him in some of the CCT series, I think South Europe again, he was missing so many shots that I just wouldn't pitch him as missing. Some of the most crucial ones were in Anubis. It's the reason why I was talking about Crowd on that secondary orb so much, because he was delivering some of the most ridiculous shots in the bomb site defenses. I mean, we didn't see as much of it today on our first matchup. But yeah, going into Nuke, with how dynamic Emor's been on the orb, Zorta really needs to buck his game up, because it's going to be a very tough head-to-head to win out unless he can start delivering like his previous form.
Yeah, I want to continue to follow up on that point just a little bit, because he has been a really consistent factor for forZe in the past, but they've gone through a lot of roster changes here. So how do you think that affects him as an opper trying to deal with these new pieces?
I mean, it's certainly an interesting question. You wouldn't have thought it'd make a massive difference. I mean, especially on a CT side. Surely Zorte had all his old moves and all his old options. I wouldn't have thought they'd gone anywhere. Maybe there's a bit of a transition, maybe with a player like Crad, who does like to get aggressive. Maybe he has some plays he wants to make, but I wouldn't have thought we're dealing with apples and oranges here. We're not dealing with that. It should be pretty much equivalent. So I don't know what's up with Zorte. I think you're right that maybe even on a mechanical level, he's not as vibrant or as explosive as he was at times. So I've seen Zorte play brilliantly. I know he can be a dynamic player, and yeah, I just want to see more of the Zorte I'm kind of used to, because it doesn't quite feel right at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I agree on that front, but again, I want to see more Major. I want to see what Major was bringing to the earlier games of this tournament. I keep coming back to him. Again, he had an important clutch in Overpass, but otherwise he was a little more quiet, which I suppose is what you're meant to be doing as an IGL. But what was it, 24 frags on Inferno, massively out-fragging Xantaras, like 2 times his kills. He was delivering a ridiculous amount of impact. If he can show up and if xCloud can show up as well to a little bit more than he did there, as much as he had those important clutches, there were a couple of rounds where he just went missing. It would be good if we saw a full team effort from Eternal Fire, because I feel like that's what they're going to need on a more consistent basis. They can't just keep relying on Xantaras, which they did a little bit with Emor chiming in this one. I mean, what, they had 2 players with less than half the kills of the top 2 players on that scoreboard there. If they can just find a bit more of a team consistency, that's definitely going to elevate their overall level as a squad.
No question about it, guys. We're going to be tossing to a quick break, and once we come back, we'll see who's going to be joining us in those playoffs right after this.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
And let's introduce our second guest, Regali, formerly of Game Agents or Fnatic Rising, now playing in Copenhagen Flames, absolutely tearing up the scene right now. They've been playing super well. They've won some of our tournaments.
Hello everybody watching this.
You guys are playing an obscene amount of games.
Trained a lot, we practiced a lot.
Were you a bit worried after you joined? And
He was one of the main reasons I really wanted to join Copenhagen Flames. Right now I became strong with Rifle as well.
the thing is, it sounds like you're continuing to expand your game.
We are playing way better in officials.
How do you find time to practice? You guys have obviously been placing super highly in these events consistently now.
Welcome back here to the Group A decider match in Malta. One of these teams will be heading home. The other will stay for another few matches at least. We've got forZe versus Eternal Fire, and we're heading to map number 3. It's Nuke Henry. I predicted forZe to win this. You predicted Eternal Fire. I am starting to feel a little better about your prediction after watching that second map.
I don't know what to think anymore. This game isn't making much sense. A lot of these series at the event has kind of really boggled the mind and go.
Yes.
But still, that was a really entertaining overpass. One of the better ones, you have to say, right? Like, normally quite a slow, methodical game, but Zantares going absolutely ham. That I really enjoyed that. Third and final map. I assume we've done the knife, so yeah, it will be Eternal Fire starting the T side. And what a tactical approach. They've got double Molotovs, smoke, HE grenade, and you would assume it's an upper push with that sort of mentality, but we'll see.
Look at those odds. 1xBet bringing us to a literal 50-50 between their 1.87 on each. Jerry coming forward, a headshot. Crad with headshots back and forth. It's a very good start here for forZe's pistol affair. And now where did Eternal Fire go with this one? If they go back to the lobby, they've lost a lot of ground here. So you're about to get in another fight before you can really get anywhere that's of value right now. And luckily, Amor is a berserker at times. And he's got himself through with another one.
No way.
No way Amor is doing this again. What a way to kick off Nuke. Shelfie's here, and they're not ready for this. He could deny the bomb plant, and that's exactly what he will do. So if it is to be a round win for Eternal Fire, Henry, it's got to be all Amor.
And the ace. You're absolutely right. He still has 100 HP and armor. A minute to play with. This is certainly possible, Dinko. As he makes his way out towards the hut. Smoke deployed, but he's in front of it. Position given away. Still a chance. His close-range Glock could do a lot of damage. Needs to segregate the fight so if possible. Gets a glimmer of hope here, but they're starting to do a lot of damage. Good effort. No bomb plan, though. No round victory. It will be forZe taking the CT pistol there. Great stuff, but Amor certainly keeps it interesting.
Little sign of possibly what is to come. We see forZe get themselves in really good positions, and then Amor or Zantares, one of the two, would come in and just take it back.
Yeah, that keeps happening. You think, like, all right, forZe will lock this one in. Someone will get 3 kills out of nowhere, and all bets are off. But they're going to be force buying.
Oh, I like it.
I guess on Nuke, it's a more stifling map. You're going to have a lot of close-range interaction, especially towards ramp and up a bomb site. So trying to bite back quickly here. Like I said, ramp would be the most logical area to take.
Let's take a look at what the T's have done. They've actually thrown 3 outside smokes, and they're going to go towards ramps. They're trying to sell that they're going down lower, and they're still waiting outside the ramp. Not a single person is outside.
Here we go. First kill could be very important. It goes in favor of Eternal Fire now. The scout does connect. The body shot does quite enough damage there, and they actually have a man advantage, but not for long. Calyx will take it back in favor for Eternal Fire. 3-on-2, low HP player. And the former Major, just 4 points of health, but he's got the M4. If he can give that to Calyx, they're in a great position.
Yeah, Orisol's got a good spot here, though. They haven't checked him. Gets away with the first and a second kill. The Major is the walking wounded right now on 4 health. 1 minute left, and he'll go back, but it's a 1v1.
Yeah, this is a thinking man's round.
And Major has a big brain.
Exactly. You've got a minute to work with. Bomb on your back. You've slipped the net. You have to do something unpredictable, frustrating, but Shelfie's doing pretty well here. He knows a Major's going to be low. And now, if he goes down the net, it's a guaranteed frag. There's no way he can lose up.
There we go. Shelfie just needed to hit any part of the body. And he did exactly that. So MP9 swiftly upgraded into the rifle as well on the way out there. A force buy that gets down into a 1v1.
Well, they're up against scouts and MP9s. Pretty even battle there. Towards ramp they went. It's a nice idea with the outside smokes as well. Trying to hold players down towards lower itself and towards outside and focus on this kill towards ramp. They get it, but also kind of saved the day. That's a big frag that they found. Resol as well, managing to find a couple of more frags towards the ramper, and 1 versus 1. Major just didn't have the HP here. Pretty simple procedure to close things out. Should be the eco, I say with bated breath, seeing a few upgraded pistols on. Tara's has got Mac 10 and Kevlar. Don't hate it. Be able to get an AK still next round.
I think they've just kept them pretty low over the last few. They're just hoping to get them to the point of breaking point, but it's not going to work out for them. Resol gets aggressive. Finally punished. He's already done a lot of good work. A couple of cool ideas here for Eternal Fire so far, even though they have lost every round of play. The fact they've come out with some speed. Previous round they went for the 3 outside smoke. Didn't play with it. You're going to have to see them commit with that a few times in the gun round just to try and condition them now that you've already used the fake in the first round where you literally have utility. So usually you'll see teams wait a while for that. But at the moment, here comes the first smoke on the cross. Zantares will be playing with that. The rest of his teammates are still back in spawn.
What have they got, though? Immortal still has smoke. I think they're deploying T-spawn smokes to the crosshairs. Zantares with 1 HP trying to maybe get down towards Secret. Doesn't seem to be the case, so maybe just a bit of a ruse. Get towards main entrance, perhaps, while they're focused on toward those smokes. They've got the man advantage on the CT side. Don't have to commit. Don't need to stop anything necessarily. Zantara's 1 HP. He'll be going down, but he just wants the information. Now his teammates are looking to convert, but that's a lovely little sequence there from Zorti. Manages to keep calm, take them down, and extend the lead 1 round further. Early days here on Nuke. Elimination game here in the best of 3, final map. And so far, so good for forZe. 3-0 up. Result there. Great play. The Moore did pull one back, but nothing they could do against this. Cool, calm, and calculated. So we did say Zantaras would still get the AK-47. He's got a smoke and a flash there as well, so everything's absolutely fine. And what kind of approach they bring to the table here? The instant smoke from T-Spawn. Jerry up close and personal. Flashbang's coming in his direction. He's got to deal with Zantaras once again. This position has been a bit of a mainstay this tournament. Rarely gets checked, and once again, it's overlooked.
Zantaras was the man to get all the openers in the previous map. Well, he has been opened up. And it's left forwards in a good spot.
Nice smoke as well.
Good smoke to keep them back, so they can't go through the ramp room.
Thwarted their attempts. They had a 4-man setup there to get in towards ramp, and now they have to recalculate and work out a different avenue of approach. Another great smoke as well. They're going back towards Squeaky, and it's like, right, well,
okay, everywhere we go is being smoked off right now. We've still got a minute left to wait, Henry. So.
Yeah, but they have no smokes of their own. That's the problem.
Well, send a flash down into the hut. Jerry will descend from heaven. Resalt waits up on top of the hut. MP9. Ravenous and ready. Jerry's alongside. The rifle at some distance, at least gets one. But the top hut player still unchecked, and he'll get himself the kill with the MP9. Look how many extra players are here on the CT side too for Calyx to deal with. It's impossible. AWP from up on top takes him out and secures yet another round here for forZe. We've seen them get off to good starts, Henry. They are very good at getting a good start.
They've had a good start on every map so far.
Yeah, seeing it through.
Overpassed the 6-0 and it did fall apart. But this is a pretty compelling start. You're on the CT side. You haven't given a round up yet. Everything's been pretty convincing. There hasn't been anything that's been too close for them. A 1 versus 1, but that one was pretty much under lock and key. And that's another partial buy for Eternal Fire now. Desert Eagles. A Mac 10 for Zantaras once again. Interested to see what his pathing will be with that weapon. He's obviously got some sort of moves in mind he wants to deploy with the SMG. Keeps buying it. Maybe an event dive or getting towards Secret and working those back hauls. But the majority of the utility's already been deployed. They've got one player, and Zantaras is trying to get towards Secret with the Mac 10, so that's the answer to the question. And they're going to try and set him up. They'll go back towards ramp with Zantaras in position, hopefully getting a frag and trying to split towards that lower bomb site, but they've got the AWP to get past. It's been up and down, the form of Zorte, but in a strong position, doesn't have to overcommit to this one, and that shot doesn't connect. They're bunny hopping into the ramp now. Drops the incendiary, and just has to get 1 kill here. He's going to commit. Getting a bit dicey. They've got that orb now, but he does get a double kill. I didn't notice the collapse, okay? I didn't see the collapse. So
yeah, that's incredible.
That's very safe indeed. And we have 50 seconds, just Calyx remaining, and a 5 versus 1. And there we do. We have Zorte just completely thwarting their efforts towards ramp. 5-0 is locked in.
5-0, just keeps going. Zorte shuts it all down. Not really too many problems here for forZe. They've had a bit of a break. I think there's a large break between maps here at this competition, more than you would probably have elsewhere. And so you come here, you have a bit of a reset moment. You come down to essentially what becomes a best of 1 decider on Nuke. And you're either going home or staying in the competition. And forZe have put themselves in a great position here. Eternal Fire, lots to do, lots to figure out here in the T side. And we did see on Anubis at the start of this series them struggle on the T side. It's just like Zantaras is struggling to climb the pipe. Resalt, you're crazy. that's a
out of the frying pan into the fire.
Molotov, final tick of the molly, and Resalt thought he was out of there, but it was the top hut molly that spread just slightly on the final tick and just got him. That's so ridiculous.
Oh, just when he thought he was out, they dragged him back in. Wow. Round 6, 5 on 4. The first real advantage Eternal Fire have had here, to be honest, on Nuke. Smoke's being deployed to outside. Looks like it's a garage smoke. I haven't seen that before. Little floater over the top.
Outside smoke's going through. Again, I mentioned earlier how Eternal Fire have already used the fake out in this game so far, and they've done it again here. No one's committing with the smokes. In fact, they throw the outside smokes, they cause a rotation of another player down to B, and it's going to be effective because they don't have 5 players up, so the CTs have to send the player down there and be curious, and puts more pressure here on Jerry to try and hold the A site as the T's attack through. It's just one for Jerry at the back of the site. Eternal Fire will put the bomb down. Now forZe in a 3 versus 4. Have to consider if they even want to go for this.
I don't think they can. With an open the retake here, it's going to be very difficult. Look at the positioning of Shelfie and Zorte as well. They're outside towards T-Red, so certainly will be the save. Nice little set piece there from Eternal Fire. Good pathing on the bomb side as well. You can see them channeling that right-hand lane towards the silo itself and making sure there was no chance of a multi-frag position for Jerry. Unfortunate for Result there. Not really much he could do, I suppose. As mentioned, jumping out of the frying pan into the fire there. Twice. And
a couple times.
Down he went. But,
charred, in fact, at this point.
Good nade, actually.
Boing. It's good we remember to buy a nade. Well, there's the odds at the top of the screen. 1.42 to that of 2.74.
Yeah, well, that's Eternal Fire now starting their campaign here on Nuke at least. A few rounds to do. Shelfie making things a little bit more expensive there, funneling them down towards that team main entrance, but plenty of money here for the CT. They have one more full buy in reserve as well. Outside smoke's being deployed early once again. Zontaras, a different avenue of approach this time, Dinko. Instead of being on the floor, it's going on towards the sideline. Good nade damage at the start, and actually thinks better of it. Back down we go.
Well, X-Floud and Jerry are in an exchange of back and forth. We'll establish a 4v4 early and keep mentioning these smokes towards Yard. They've thrown the same combo. This time they are committing plays. You have to at this point. You faked out twice. Eventually you have to send something behind this. And they're going to put Zontaras down through Secret. Not only will he be there, but 2 of his teammates. Immortal needs to be careful here. He has the bomb, and he stays in the open as the smokes fade away. Luckily, getting down here, everybody pretty much has joined them on the lower side. It's a party down here in Secret. Silent disco for now, but here comes the speakers. Result. Oh, speakers blown. 50 seconds. Commitment down into the B bomb side. Door swing wide open. And Eternal Fire, they played some great rounds here. 2 back-to-back beautiful rounds.
Yeah, very nice. And of course, it's the same old story. forZe, big lead, then throw it away. Give it up. Let them get back in. Get the 5-5.
Take that lead. Crunch it into a good ball. And throw it as far as you can.
Jokes aside, very nice round from Eternal Fire. Looking like themselves this time. There's outside smokes, conditioning them, different setups each time. Zontaras seems to be the point man each and every time. Just different pathing en route. As we'll see a save come in once again.
It's not like really, it's not super complex Counter-Strike either. It's very simple in terms of, you're committing with 4 players pretty much everywhere. But it's all on the same page, keeping it clean. They're just lightning fast and getting the kills, not losing anybody in these fights. And because that's happening, because you're not losing the players in these initial engagements when you enter the bomb sites, you can't really retake as a CT side because you haven't done enough damage to even make it an even number situation. So it's been really, really tough over the last 2 rounds here for forZe. They've got to maybe try and figure this out, maybe be a bit more disruptive. They tried to get in the hut here, but this is the first fight, just goes 1 for 1.
Here we go then. Lovely work from Zontaras and co once again. And they've got a tactical timeout on the forward side after losing a couple of rounds in a row in quite a convincing manner, to be honest with you. It's going to be talking about their options. What's the next move? What's the next setup? They managed to save some weapons there. And indeed, the tactical pause, a chance for both teams to recalibrate. Eternal Fire, obviously, with the same amount of time to discuss their options. Major being brought back into the team as the in-game leader. The revolving door of Eternal Fire, but I guess he is the most notable in-game leader from the region. Makes sense, not necessarily known as the biggest fragger, but his form has been good in this tournament.
And they tried to kind of start the team without him. They tried to start with Woxic and Zontaras calling, and there was chopping and changing all over the show. And I think they realized that, damn, we're not exactly great at this. So we'll bring Major back into the team multiple times. Kick him, bring him back. Kick him, bring him back.
Yeah, twice at least, right?
And rifles out for everybody. Let's see what call Eternal Fire have in this one. Has been a lot of outside fakes. Outside commitment in the previous round. This time just a default. Nice and early, because they probably are predicting forZe to change it up a little bit and maybe be a little bit more disruptive, throw in some CT aggression. But this is the play. It's the boost over the top of the garage from zorTe.
It's a nice spot. You rarely see kills from up there, though. It's always quite interesting, but here we go. Zantares, as I said, the point man continues to crack things open towards outside. That's the in-game leader removed in the form of Jerry. Calix will be waiting for any sort of response from the CTs now, knowing that they have to reclaim some territory on the map. And it looks like they're pushing towards Ramp Dinko. So that's where they've chosen to re-aggress, hopefully find a kill in response. They have to do something, can't rest in your laurels in these sort of scenarios. And here they go, pushing towards lobby, but the upper execution is coming through. Major will crack things open. They're finding all the kills required. Ooh. They now know there's an AWP behind them as it goes down to a 2-on-2.
How is this going back for forZe? I don't know how they managed to do this. zorTe gets a big double. Major runs down the vent, throws the Molotov out. And Calix joining him. He had to wait until his teammate got to position before he threw the molly out. Now commits the bomb plant down in the default spot.
Kit's available.
zorTe's here. Oh, could have been a quick shot towards the back of the site. Major's low. So then Cinder is going to go down and might actually burn out Major from this round, but luckily gets to safety before the Flames can tickle him. And Shalfie now arriving down for the retake. zorTe can't get back in here. He can't be the first move now that he's missed that first shot. He wants to allow that rifle to play. And Calix realizing that the AWP was the weapon here on the ramp. He's got close up and personal. But it's zorTe that hits that close shot. And now Major's position spotted. It's down to the rifle that zorTe switched out to. And he's got the kill. He'll sprint for the defuse. The kit on the ground. The kit on the ground right in front of him. He runs over the top of it. And he gets to the defuse. Still going to be close. Is there enough time? No, there is not. Even with the kit, not enough time for the defuse.
Close as you like there, and it's Major down in the 1 versus 1. A huge round to pick up there. That's now 3 in a row that forZe have given up, and this time it's tantalizingly close. Couldn't be closer, really. And this was the opening kill once again. Just when we saw a change of setup there, a good reaction. We said they had to do something there, Dinko. They pushed towards lobby. zorTe does absolutely everything to bring it down to the 1 versus 1. Even gets the kill. Thinks he wins the round, but the kip, even after picking it up, loses out by 1 second. Still a nice full buy here on the CT side. The recover. The AWP. Krad, though, trying to fire some shots through the smoke. Nothing connecting just yet. Now, where is Antares? That's where you normally need to work out where he's heading. And he's going towards ramp this time. Not outside, but they have deployed the same smoke stinker. So look outside. You can see they're down. So there's a change of setup here.
Well, it's all about ramp for Krad. You can't get caught with an nade in hand. Luckily gets the...
I don't mind that from Eternal Fire. There was an option, of course, to run through the flames and make things super awkward and maybe get some trades. But now, slowing it right down, it wasn't going to work out. That probably was a loss if you ran through.
Yeah, good discipline. You know, there's a time in which Eternal Fire would have run through the flames.
Yeah.
55 seconds to clear out the CT vent. Smoke goes down for a minute. It's a final pop into the A site. Just simple utility going through. Can they get the kills, though? It all comes down to these fights. Major gets one. Immore follows up. And Calix makes sure that Eternal Fire consolidated control of that part of the site. But Jerry is still being a nuisance. He's still here making it uncomfortable. And now he goes down. It's all about Krad. Can he stop it? He will deny the plant. And now it is all down to Calix on 2 points of health. And Krad turns, spots him at the last second, and wins the round for forZe.
Finally breaking the streak there. Another exciting round comes right down to the wire once again. At absolutely everything, another 1 versus 1. Krad denies the plant, and they were so low as well. They took so much damage in all those interactions. I'll have a look at the replay here. You can see all the fire, the full execution coming in. Unable to get close to the bomb side, though. Great utility from both sides. And Krad, good reaction towards the ramp room. So Tares went for the plant here. Didn't have any cover, no health. Down he goes, and Krad plays it very well as we see them find yet another round here. Tactical pause for forZe. It's been a little bit topsy-turvy the last few rounds after being, again, up 5-0. Eternal Fire closing the gap in the third and final map of this elimination game of Group A. first 3 mapper of the day as well. We've had 2 other best of 3s. 1 more to go. Then we get to the meat and potatoes of the tournament tomorrow.
Do love meat and potatoes. It is a staple of the diet from where I'm from.
It's good. You can't really go wrong with it, can you?
Unless the potatoes get infected by some sort of disease.
That could be a problem.
And then it does go wrong.
Could be a problem, actually. Right?
Oh, Imor. Got himself a Galil kill. Calyx and Xantares following up, and it's just so quick here from Eternal Fire. And this is how much firepower they have. They can get involved in these early fights and make it awkward, make it a skirmish. And now they found a gap towards ramp, and they want to run down Krad. And he has changed his position back towards Hell, and he's missed every single one of them. Finally, catches Xantares, who fumbles the movement a little bit. And they're going limping down into the B-bomb site now. Krad is chasing them. He's got his teammate behind him, and they are committing to the bomb plant. That's goal number 1, is to get the extra cash into the bank for the next round. And now maybe they can start to think about a fantasy world in which they win this round. Zorte is alone with the AWP, and this isn't really the weapon for the job. When you're pulled between 2 players in 2 different angles, you better hope that fire spreads. And somehow, Imor has stayed away from the flames. In the corner, protected. Zorte is in such an awkward position, but he's got it down into the 1v1. They split it up. They actually give a chance to him, and now he gets onto the defuse, just sticking it. Comes off it now. xFlout swings from the decon, and it's not worked out for Zorte here. Another one lost, but he'll get away. Not enough time for Zorte to win the round. At least brings everybody down, but for the side of Eternal Fire, that's a massive round to win.
Absolutely massive. They don't care that everyone went down. They're just happy that the round came on top of the screen. Excellent work there once again, and another frustrating round to give away for forZe. Here's more, catching them off. They're pushing towards the squeaky. Krad did pretty good to get Xantares. Like he said, missed out on the first 2, but xFlout, as soon as he gets his kill, it looks like the round secure. Really nice work here. Like, calculating the player was there in the corner. He would have been in only 1 place considering the flames are so close to him. But what do we have now? A tactical timeout for Eternal Fire. Still have the AWP, of course, for Zorte, saving the previous round, but can't really justify much else. $2,000 per player, lost bonus racking up. If they fully invested in this one around the AWP, like, they might sabotage their finances for the rest of the half. So I would assume they'll take an eco around the AWP. Even a partial buy wouldn't really make sense at $2,000.
I'm glad Eternal Fire have shown us something here on the T side. You know, it's getting a little bit worrying at the beginning of the game. Here on Nuke. But they're absolutely in this, and they've shown a lot of different looks too, right? They've had a more tactical approach. Then when they need it, they can pull out quick plays and just rely on individuals. And here they go, very fast. Standard smokes outside, running with them.
Bit of a brawl here about to go down. Very fast smokes.
Already down B. Krad just runs through the smoke and gives up his life to xFlout. Now Zorte has made the rotation. Now this is the most important weapon in the round available to the side of forZe, and well, he's being mollied out of position. Still hits the quick shot on Imor on the cross on over. And he's looking for another here. He wants it, and he almost needs it. And unfortunately, Zorte doesn't get the second crack of the whip, but his teammates are down inside of the site, and they're not allowing Eternal Fire into B just yet. It's just the pistols down there, but as long as they're there, it slows them for the time being.
This is the full eco, bear in mind. They saved the AWP. They have a couple of upgraded pistols, but no armor,
Exactly.
no nades.
Yeah.
This is big. If they can pull this one off, it's a huge round, and I'm not to say they get back into it. It's because they were 5-0 up, and they've now given up 4 rounds on the Teak side of Nuke. There's still plenty of time. Wiggle room for Eternal Fire as they wait for xFlout to rotate in. He is low, but he has
pistols can take him out in 1 bullet now.
Yeah.
And that's the scary part here. Ooh. But clean from Major, a little tap to the head. Xantares removes the AWP. And with that big green gun now gone, Eternal Fire feel comfortable to close it.
Another frustrating round there for forZe. Can't seem to catch a break here after another fabulous start here on the 3rd and final map of the elimination game. They're starting to drop off, starting to shrink. Well, it's been a common trend in this best of 3, I'm afraid, and they got the opening frag here as well. Eternal Fire converting it, very close again, but this is a great sequence from Major with that Galil. 6-5, looking to tie things up, and it's a pretty weak buy from forZe. No AWP this time, no kits, I believe, and bare bones utility. And if the fact is they've got only 1 helmet, Dinko, against the Galils, that's a real problem. Makes those Galils actually Super Saiyan at this stage. One-tap headshots available.
Xantares leaps off the top of main. Look how much ground he's got already. This is kind of ridiculous. But he has to make a move soon because his teammates are all dying outside.
I saw so much damage coming through.
Outside. We all became so fixated on Xantares, but it doesn't even matter because all of his teammates are already dead, and he's only good for 1 kill. Wow. Would have loved to see how that one unfolded. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it, but my goodness. That did not go well for Eternal Fire, did it, Henry?
Blink and you'll miss it. forZe with a convincing round, just what the doctor ordered there. Looking a little bit shell-shocked after that one. Let's have a look at where his skills came from. So the air conditioning unit, and as you can see, a bit of a shooting gallery here all the time in the world, really.
That was just a little bit too dry there for Eternal Fire.
Right.
Far too in the open.
I guess because they had such a low buy, they were trying. We saw what ENCE were doing yesterday, right? 5 men outside, rush towards Secret.
True, that did work.
And it was working, but if it's applied towards AC, that's.
It also was 3 in the morning.
It was. It was.
Well, there's only 1 smoke's come in. There's a little late on that second smoke in, but
Crossed again, though. They're quite good at getting players down towards Secret nice and quickly. This time it's going to be Major. Flashbang comes in trying to reclaim the territory. Don't want to let them get bullied down towards Secret. Major's still holding that. Comfortable for now, but Calyx will be dropped. That's Zorte starting to have a pretty strong game now. Up to 20 frags. Krad chimes in as well, but they have to find Xantares. He might have slipped the net.
He tried to get in this position in the previous round. He wasn't afforded the opportunity to make a difference. This time he is. He has to make the difference now. They're down in a 2 versus 4, and he is the only player with the AK. Major's down in the MAC 10. He's not even going to start wrapping Heaven. Instead, he's going to start dropping back towards the blue box now. 45 seconds. Jerry around the corner. Xantares can get this kill. Maybe there's something to be said about this round. He's got to play with Major.
30 seconds.
That's the problem too, isn't it? 1 flash, 30 seconds.
Well, this duo can be formidable. The brain of Major, the brawn of Xantares. You never know, Dinko.
Shelfie's letting them cross. He's letting them come into the site here. The decon door needs to open wide, and he's just waiting. He could deny this. He could take them both down, but Major turns to the MAC 10. Not like this, forZe. Too many of these rounds have gone the wrong way. Result comes in. Works with Zorte to take that first kill at the decon door, but it is Xantares left, and he is an absolute monster. So if there is a world in which Eternal Fire win this, it would be this guy doing it. The first kill onto Zorte. Now it's about tracking his opponent, but he tries to get through the window, and Result reacts quicker and doesn't allow Xantares to get to safety.
You can see that's a calculated risk from Xantares. He knows he's in a lot of trouble there. The CT's directly beneath him. He has the advantage with the low HP. And if he gets away from that one, if he can sneak through the window, he wins the round. It's over. The bomb was too far gone. But if he gets caught, he is going down there. I like the idea. Didn't quite stick the landing, but still another exciting round there. This is looking really fun. As we see Xantares just time and time again finding these advantageous situations. And how do they get away with this? How is this not a double spray down?
It's just crazy, isn't it? But the problem here is, okay, forZe win the round, but they're on the CT side. It's just much... You've conceded a bomb plant. You've lost 4 players. The money is on breaking point still. So Eternal Fire pretty good at winning these quick rounds. They've actually decided to upgrade a few pistols and get some speed behind this. And Xantares running in with the rest of the squad trying to enter the A bomb site. Jerry gets 2. Result at least gets 1. And he'll double up himself to make sure this round doesn't get out of hand.
No, it should be under control of this stage. Just 1 player remaining, X-Floud, and he'll be dealt with in due course. Zorte will find yet another kill there, this time positioned towards the ramp of the AWP. And the upper push doesn't really do much at all. And that was actually a little bit dicey there for the old forZe boys. They missed their initial incendiary towards the hut as well. Didn't land where it should have done, but still they get away with it. You can see it's on top of the silo itself there.
This Group A decider game is definitely going to be competitive the whole way through. Nuke's first half is back and forth. forZe have secured themselves at least 9. And the last round of this first half is underway. Rifles out for Eternal Fire. Shelfie's got himself towards Secret already. He looks to defend here from the fire extinguisher.
Here we go then. Final round of this first half. And to be fair, it's a pretty decent half from forZe. This felt so labored.
Yeah.
The rounds they were giving up, like advantages given away. It's just felt like a real slog to get here. But double digits, I would say it's a pretty successful half, all things considered. We'll see if they can get that, though. Eternal Fire, after being down 0-5 again, you can say the same thing for them. They'll probably be pretty satisfied with 5 or 6, but ideally the latter. Crad showing a bit of discipline here, suggesting he's jumped in towards the windows. Retreats down towards lower, and Shalfie not getting much action there. He knows he probably has to be activated and be a little bit more assertive here, and he does push towards T-Red, but he has given up the fact that Major slipped by. This is a problem now.
Major right around the backside. Too easy for Major, but Shalfie trades it out, so we stay at an equilibrium with 43 seconds left. xCloud is so deep inside of the A site, but Jerry is often good for one from the back of the A site. But Xantares, heaven again. He's always up here. A godly presence.
Here he
and
comes.
a second kill.
Can he do that?
Only Xantares left. He's so low on health, on 6 HP. He'll descend down into the site, but with 20 seconds left and 2 players still to collect alongside the bomb, it's very hard to see a world in which Xantares makes this one happen. FaZe should lock in 10, and they will. 10-5. Double figures in the first half.
Not bad at all. I'll be happy with that. I think Eternal Fire will be relatively pleased he managed to make it a competitive half the way it was going, and they know Xantares is looking red hot right now. Reiterate one final time, elimination game for all the marbles here. 1-1 apiece as we go into the final half of this best of 3. I feel like overtime's in the air right now. I can smell it.
You can smell it, Henry. What
smells
does it smell like?
Putrid.
Putrid.
It's rotten.
Sweat. All different kinds of foods from different countries.
Oh, wow.
Meshing into one.
So, half-time. 10-5, FaZe. It's been a hell of a journey for them here. Kicked things off in Anubis and looked so comfortable. But then, moving forward, Eternal Fire and Overpass just activated their star players. We said that had to happen moving to the second map, and they delivered on all fronts. A very convincing performing in Overpass. And now, here on Nuke, anyone's game, really. Pretty decent half for both teams. Moving over to the CT Forces now. If they can win the pistol, Eternal Fire, that is, they will be in the driving seat. And I would say in terms of raw firepower, they might have the edge right now.
They might indeed, but the second half underway. The Jewel Barrett is out here for more. Often can deliver multi-kills with it. Well, he's going to get a chance as they're rushing down in towards this A site. He's up on top of the hut. His teammate's gone, so can more step up. Coming out of the hut, it's often a strong position up here to rattle down Death, and that's exactly what he's going to go and do. And more with a triple. Drops on down. He could get 4. Switches out to the Glock instead. Finally, the Jewel Berettas have served their purpose, but they've run out of ammo, and xCloud's come to help. And more has set them up on the pedestal. Now they just have to stay there.
Well, Jerry, certainly around that's within his wheelhouse here, I would say. Plenty of time, and if he can find that kill towards main, he's off to the races, but it will be a more to close things out there. And the Jewel Elites raining down death from above. 3 huge kills there as well. Didn't even have time to reload, had to throw them away, get the Glock out instead. And it looked like he was going to be overwhelmed there, but he held his nerve good and proper. And here it comes, this is the sequence. They're spraying them down. They have no idea. And it will be xCloud to close things out. So, like we said, they win that pistol. Anything can and will happen. It is going to be the full eco and response from FaZe here, buying up AKs in the 3rd round. If they can get a bomb down here, that would be magnificent. But that's a tall order.
Oh, Xantares.
Here he comes.
There he is. CT side. Xantares going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with towards outside. The odds are heavily favoring FaZe now, but I think Eternal Fire would at least debate that. Jerry with the Glock gets finally put in the ground. So nice follow up there. Not losing out to anything really on the Glocks. Just building their way back into it. Here's the Xantares kills. They run over the silo. They get double killed, nice and easy. Now FaZe will see some investment. The rifles finally out for FaZe on their T side. We got those rounds over nice and quick, didn't we?
We did. It's good to see. And we've got the Galil for Zorte, who's got 22 kills, just to note that. Looking to find their first round on the T side here. Outside smoke's not been deployed yet. They've done the cross smoke to get them towards T-Red, but nothing further. 2 players there. Bomb there as well, just a note. Glaive smoke has been dropped. And it's up to Zontaras this time. Oh, good lord. That could have been disastrous for Jerry. Still is.
Very disastrous.
What is going on here, lads?
Just cancel that. Those smokes are awful.
What's going on there?
Surely the Molotov must have disrupted the
I didn't
smokes.
hear a tss, but maybe, yeah.
But I'm just, that's the only way I can even see this
Because
being a thing.
you had the glaive smoke down. There weren't any Molotovs. We saw the whole thing. There was no incendiaries down.
Well,
So,
Henry,
unless I missed it, I don't know. That just seems like a very odd sequence of events there. Jerry, I couldn't believe it either. He stepped out assuming a smoke would be there, and there's nothing.
this is destroyed.
Yeah.
Well,
If we can get the replay of that, that would be great. But I know I'm asking a lot. I don't know if that's possible, but if we could see how that went down.
Scout.
We'll give them the benefit of the doubt until we know. But yeah, that's just an ugly round. If they just missed the smoke or didn't communicate it wasn't thrown, I'm not sure. But I'd like to see what did happen. Let's have a look. So yeah, like just straight up no smoke there. And they didn't seem to be aware of it. They didn't seem to adjust given that fact. Very odd. Like sure, like sometimes smoke can be denied, but you'd still challenge the 2 people looking towards the key angles, not just running towards
Those are the
secret.
kind of mistakes, though. You know, it may seem small, but it's huge. Like for the ramifications of the rest of the game, you're here in an elimination matchup.
If you miss one of those smokes and they have any sort of gaps, it nullifies all of the smokes because then they get information you haven't actually crossed. Like it doesn't.
And you can't. It's
work.
not like you have a fallback plan because you've invested all the key pieces of utility into that move. But here comes the quick play for forZe. Going to make up for it, but it's not going to happen for them. Major is Antares anymore. They've had enough.
They certainly have. They make light work of that one, round 19. Well within their remits. Zorte will be going down here as well. Not before a nice little headshot there with the Desert Eagle. Makes his way towards ramp. Hasn't got the bomb, just trying to cause financial strife here for Eternal Fire. And to be fair, their money is quite strong, so it wouldn't do a whole lot for him, but might as well give it a go. He's got an MP9 now. No armor. And Eternal Fire don't really have to do anything. Surround the bomb. Wait for him to give himself up. You have to say that 23 kills, not bad for Zorte, the AWPer of the squad.
Yeah, he was always kind of the standout player from his old teams as well. Like Team Unique would basically go to the CIS RMRs or the minors and just not win anything. And now Zorte has suddenly got something in the tank. He's got a double on the Deagle. Eternal Fire have offered themselves up, and perhaps that's some warning.
We did just say all they had to do was surround the bomb. They didn't fancy that. They wanted to get stuck in.
I still think this isn't going to get out of hand.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sure, but it's just a little slap on the wrist, a little warning. That,
a reminder.
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about Zorte because
like,
that move was sick.
Guys, we were hunting a Deagle there. Didn't seem worth it. We've learned a lesson. We've lost potential AKs we could have had on the CT side, which is actually kind of a big deal.
Here we go. Boom.
And it's like, why are you in the? You've got the bomb. Why are you looking for the frags?
It's so ridiculous.
It's still very nice. Like, he shouldn't be hitting those shots, to be fair. Just to be clear.
He is very, very good on the
I am nitpicking. I appreciate that, but still. Expensive ramifications there for a maneuver that wasn't required. And they'll take a tactical pause after it. Antares doesn't look necessarily happy right now. Looks a bit frustrated after getting a dig to the face in the previous round.
I'm sure there's been some issues for him and the team. I think over the past few days, maybe expressing some frustrations.
He does look as frustrated generally here in Malta, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like he's just got that kind of aura around him. You can just almost see it through the screen.
All humans at the end of the day, and sometimes we're going through some stuff.
True. Very good point.
AKs on everybody for forZe. No AWP for Zorte.
So smokes look good outside, by the way.
That's
Tracking
good.
those.
Nice. Keep an eye on those, Henry.
Yep.
Look at him more. Look how aggressive this guy is. He's pushing through hut, and he's got away with it. He's managed to open up on Zorte. I'd love to push the hut with an AWP and to be able to just get away with it like that.
Well, this is getting away with murder now. 2 opening kills, no response until Rasol gets stuck in. That's towards ramp.
xCloud's in a good spot here, but he has actually maybe a little bit too early there on the trigger. And Morris came over to help him, and xCloud has great cover. He's
doing really well.
Yeah, he's just staying alive, making it really uncomfortable. Look at this, and more going aggressive. It's just wild stuff. Using the AWP like a shotgun.
Oh, they're fired up now. They've actually tied things up at 10-10 on the CT side, Dinko. Like, you give the favor towards Eternal Fire now.
Yeah, especially because what we've seen on Overpass, the inability to dig deep for forZe and be able to come back.
Great starts.
Yeah, great starts.
Great starts. No one can take that away from them.
It's like a TV show. It's great at the start. It's okay, and then it falls off.
What do you mean it's like a TV show? Not all TV shows do that. Have that formula.
Well,
have you seen Breaking Bad?
Game of Thrones.
Haven't seen Game of Thrones. Is that any good?
Sick. One of the best shows ever. And then it falls off at the end. Just completely.
I've only seen the very last episode. So.
Well, you've ruined the whole thing.
I know. That's why I did it.
Well, there's no point watching it then.
Well, that's what I thought. Now I don't have to worry about it.
Now if you have any conversation, people are like, you should watch it, you should watch it. Well, I've just watched only the last episode.
The ultimate spoiler.
Well, most people discount it even exists anyway. So.
True. No, I just don't like medieval or fantasy stuff, you know. It's just not my thing. Same with Lord of the Rings. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. Everyone can like it as much as they like. It's just not for me. That's all.
You're more of a sci-fi?
No, sci-fi as
real
well.
World.
Real world. I think like anything sci-fi, fantasy related just leads to lazy writing, in my opinion.
Because you haven't answered anything. Yeah. Okay.
That is what it ticks me off.
That's cool. Well, Henry's a man grounded in reality.
Exactly. Right then. Well, let's have a look at forZe's reality. Unfortunately for them, they've just got Desert Eagles. Zorte, though, man of the moment. The only player that's really been stepping up and going above and beyond for forZe. He has the AK-47, Kevlar, 3 smokes around him as they focus towards the ramp once again. That's where the AK is, but a more ready and waiting with the turret of the AWP. Smokes deployed.
One more. Oh, gets another one. Adds it to the tally. Hops on up. He loves to fight.
He does, doesn't he?
He loves to stick around and fight, but he does a lot of work. Finally punished, but his teammates will come in and sweep up the trade kill. It's now just Jerry left alone and half health. Down in secret alone. xCloud has it covered off for the AK. Nowhere for Jerry to go. Unless he lands an absolute banger here. This is where he should die. Well, he does land a banger there, Henry. He's come through and just smacked the headshot straight away. Now he's got an AK, but he's low on health. And if he comes up through secret, there's plenty more targets to choose from.
Well, he did find one, but it's major with the AWP as they edge the lead now. 11-10, Eternal Fire can taste victory. So close now, touching distance. A few more rounds to go. And forZe continue to plummet here. I haven't seen them come up on top of the clutch. I'll have a convincing round in a while.
This is Amor. He's really starting to get into a deadly position. He had this on Overpass as well, where Amor was just finding multi-kill after multi-kill, willing to fight, wanting to fight everything. Very aggressive. And you got to love watching it. It's a very entertaining style of play. Well, a tactical timeout taken here for forZe.
Bear in mind, 10-5 at the first half in favor of forZe, and now lost the lead, 11-10 down. So haven't actually got anything done in the second half at all.
We kick things off again. forZe coming out from a timeout. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve on this T side. What's the call? Smoke's going towards outside. None of them. Actually, for inner, we've seen the smoke being thrown out towards the close vent, but there's a crunch. It's more interesting from the Eternal Fire perspective, as they've actually got some proactive play on the CT side. They've crunched him in the lobby. They've completely dismantled any idea that forZe might have, and now it's become just madness. An open battlefield, and 2 versus 3.
And they know where Krad is as well. They've already spotted him towards the main roof. xCloud, very aware of it. Honestly, just wants to survive it. He doesn't need to find this kill. Outside is not a bomb site. He knows that player doesn't have the bomb. He can just fall back and join his teammates. Calyx. He'll be waiting towards the lobby as well. Hoping they'll walk into his crosshair here. They seem to be aware of the prospect, but such a difficult player to flush out. He almost certainly gets one here. It's not going to happen.
That's unreal. sorZe actually beats him in that fight, and this could be the round. Finally forZe, but they break the vent. No one commits. Crash decides he wants to fight the site, and Major goes through, but he quick switches. And that little detail might cost him this round. Crag goes to the site, starts to plant the bomb. Nexus quick about the reposition, but he has the AWP. You can't feel comfortable about entering the site with so many different angles with the AWP. And Crad, just peeks him, just gives him the chance. And xFlow wins the 1v1, and forZe throw it away again.
I wanted to see Major's reaction there because he knows he fluffed his lines out a little bit. Whether it was a mouse bug or a misclick, whatever you want to call it, he had a double kill there on a silver platter. Thankfully, xFlow there with the AWP somehow read the situation perfectly and comes on the top. Look, he pulls the incendiary out there. How does it happen? Would that be a bind, a mouse wheel?
It could hit Q, which is
could have hit Q, right, for quick switch, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God, you do hate to see it. Thank God they won the round, though. Bloody hell. Oh. Imagine that's the way the series comes crashing down. Yeah. A quick switch to a nade.
Quick switch to the nade now.
Oh, well, they managed to avoid a depressing situation there. Amor continues to find the advantages, though. Another opening pick. Fast you like towards that hut. Another 5-on-4.
Well, down a player. And charging towards xFlow, who is now ready. Strikes out, gets a double kill. And that's what you love to see from xFlow. 2 kills, an assist from Amor's AWP. And that is clean, quick, and easy for Eternal Fire. And they're all having a good time. Cracking a smile here, Xantares.
You love to see him. From frustration to elation.
Frustration to elation. The story of Xantares. Amor's gone for the same opener like 3 times. Straight into the hut with the AWP. Comes out with a kill pretty much every time.
forZe now. Tech 9s across the board. Maximum loss bonus in full effect by virtue of not winning a single round in the second half so far. Whitewash in the second half, I'm afraid.
Another opener for Eternal Fire here.
Yeah, they're dropping off forZe. I dare say after the great starts they've had, they might not deserve to win this series. Like it's alarming how many times you can go up to a huge degree and then just fall completely flat.
We haven't got to see forZe a lot. They've got a new team.
Sure.
We haven't got to see them a lot. And I think
a young team as well, right?
Yeah, you're starting to see cracks, I think, in this. You can see that they're a new team now. I mean, some of their CT sides are cool. Their starts are really good. I think they have good game plans, but it's when Eternal Fire figure out how to combat your initial game plan, when they force you to try and adapt, they haven't really been able to do it. And that is a bit tough.
Really is.
And they're taking a lot of timeouts too, not really to much avail. Under a minute now left. Down a player. No utility, Henry.
That's a problem, for sure. But towards the hub, Jerry will go. It's a really awkward angle for him, though, but he does somehow come out on top. I'm afraid the round will probably slip by the wayside as well.
Look at those odds. Just gone.
Yeah, they really have. It's almost like a lock-in for Eternal Fire here. But for now, sorZe with 28 kills and a 3-on-1. Unfortunately, that's an impossible scenario for him. As we have 14-10, still yet to post a single T-side round. Come on, lads. What's going on? Back to basics, perhaps. We haven't even really seen them attempt like a 4-man pushdown secret or an execution. Like, it's all just been like picked off at the start by Amor.
Yeah.
Recalibrate, execute, all falls apart. They haven't really been able to run any sort of default.
And as you said, even when you're getting it into the clutches, they haven't really come up winning any of them.
No.
And that's really unfortunate. 14-10. This is really it. This is the last leg you have to stand on. You lose this, you lose the game.
A boost with the AWP looking towards credit card, but shut down early. The flashbang will remove the danger. And down towards vents we go. We've already got a CT down there.
Yeah, good luck getting out of the vent. But Amor just pulls his Tech 9, gets close. The Tech 9 is good enough once again to take an opening kill.
Another Amor opening kill.
Yep. It is a story of Xantares and Amor just getting the openings every time, basically.
We said that was the win factor.
He's watching the outside cross here, Xantares. Where's the util? If you're going to commit secret, you can't just walk dry. Xantares will take kills. That's a great smoke.
That's a nice one. I have to learn that line.
That's a smoke I throw, I think. See, I've done that one. That's a good one.
That's when you know you're done. You haven't got a single round on the T side and someone throws that smoke. It's like, bro, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
What can I do with this?
Back to the drawing board with Nuke, I think.
I don't think you can say, oh, I think they threw an incendiary last.
Well, they got another smoke.
Okay.
There we go. Maybe Result can show us something.
He's had his moments. 20 kills here. Nothing to be sneezed at, but a 3-on-1 once again with 30 seconds. All too familiar in this second half, I'm afraid. Like, sure, you might get one kill, but you just won't have enough time to really do much with it. Best possible outcome. Somehow takes his first kill, gets down the vents towards lower, but like this is like in a fantasy world of mine. Like, there's
you don't like
no
those?
Chance. No, exactly. I don't want to live there. So there it is. Antares will close things out, and a kind of underwhelming series point here.
Yeah,
I have to say,
it's been a flat second half.
You haven't got a single round. Like, Jerry, come on, boys.
T side. There's not even been like a classic fours round where you just rush something and somehow win the round.
That's what I mean. Is it's all been quite stale and flat here.
There's the smoke. Great one, that. It's just a bit unfortunate. Probably missed a just slight pixel and
on the lineup,
so
yeah.
much.
Well, then. Could be the final round. I suppose it should be. These are the ones you normally win, though, and then all hope is lost. Like, someone will just make an unpredictable play and somehow get an opening, and you just see if they can do that right now. They've got some access towards the bomb site. They find the second kill. We'll see if that's possible.
Calyx is doing so much work here. Wow, what a round from Calyx. A great way to close it. An Eternal Fire will stay alive in Malta, and you can see how much that means to Major. He's very happy with his squad. Eliminating four, staying alive, and joining Bad News Eagles in the top 2 spots, moving out of this group.
An entertaining game, as mentioned, an underwhelming finish there for fours after having so many remarkable starts and abysmal finishes. It's just a little bit concerning, but the caveat is the benefit of the doubt is they're a young team. They're still forming themselves. You've got Crad and Jerry there leading the charge. Some of the young guns had their moments, but I think they need a bit more experience, a bit more land time. And good job for Eternal Fire. They were down and out in the first map. Didn't look like they were going to turn up. We said the win factors here are more. Calyx, Xantares, they all came online in buckets of spades.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been great to watch him more on the AWP. It's not an easy player to replace. Woxic, clearly the best opera in Turkey. You have to pick up the mantle and stay with his full Turkey squad. A lot of expectation on your shoulder, and he's been able to deliver. He does it in an entertaining fashion. And it's great to see Eternal Fire showing up and really putting all the pieces together when needed.
Well, we do say goodbye to fours. Do you have any last words for them?
Well, I'm looking forward to maybe learning some new smokes on Duke, and I'm excited for the future. I think we've seen a lot of good stuff out of the youngsters, and hopefully Jerry can put together a great squad down the line. But that is all from us for this series. We have got the desk and their thoughts on this matchup.
That was a pretty tough one right there for fours. It's a tough way to exit things out after a pretty good first half there. They had Zordy stepping up, just like you had mentioned here. He was going to be a big factor here in Nuke. That first half, he was delivering in spades, but couldn't quite finish the job in T-side.
Yeah, I guess he heard our calling in that sense, in terms of saying, you know, we need some more from Zorte. That first half, he was absolutely sensational. Start of the round, middle of the round, late round, after plants, he was all over the place, and I really enjoyed that CT side overall from forZe. They actually lost in terms of opening kills. They only got 6, but they still managed to get 10 rounds out of the half. And they were turning around situations. They were capitalizing on maybe some mistakes from Eternal Fire, but it was all in vain. I mean, that CD side was great. I mean, it's almost so bizarre that they look great on the CD side. They get themselves in a good position, and then clearly on the T side, I mean, is the implosion the only word here? I mean, it was nothing. It was absolute disaster.
I mean, have you got the stat for how many rounds that were lost in a row in that second half by forZe? 11 in a row. That is disappointing from a squad that looks so well put together at the start of this series, the start of this map. But again, it's just another one of those CCT tales of two halves. The CT half so much stronger, as Eternal Fire proved in the second half of this map. But yeah, it's just such a shame that after Zorta's incredibly heroic efforts, even in that second half, admittedly predominantly with the Deagle, that none of the rest of the team really showed up around them.
Yeah, it's a tough way to go out here, but I think the biggest factor is some of the potential on land. When you look at Eternal Fire, a lot of these guys are willing to grind out these very long days. A lot of Counter-Strike being played. These guys have the experience to get that job done. And I wonder if that third map, if you simply saw forZe run out of gas there in that second half.
Yeah, maybe. I think they also, I didn't see that many pauses. It was really going off a cliff, and you could just tell that, you know, we need to have a conversation to get on the same page, because I mean, they're losing so many opening picks, so many situations. They couldn't even get near a bomb plant, let alone winning a round. And they were trying, you know, different ideas in the mix, but whatever they called, it seemed to fall apart for a different reason. And yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed that forZe are going to go out in that fashion. I think they did play a pretty good tournament. I think they looked pretty good in some of the games they were losing as well, but yeah, as we kind of mentioning throughout, a little bit too early in the life cycle, and fundamentally that just kind of led to this demise, I think.
I mean, do you think that's going to affect the mentality of Result coming through, though? Maybe knock his confidence a little bit, because again, in the opening interview, after they, well, smashed HONORIS, he's like, yeah, I'm going to be farming stats here, looking forward to winning some prize money, this is literally going to be like a booster event for me and my confidence, and then they managed to take maps in all the series they play, but they lose in some pretty harrowing results as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably... I mean, you might not have even been in this situation that many times in a high-stakes tournament where you lose a game, where you've been in position to do well. They could have closed it 2-0 as well in this series, that's for sure. So maybe it weigh on him a little bit. I'd hope that, you know, the team environment is good and they can reflect on this. They can certainly learn a lot from these games. I mean, they played so many goddamn rounds in these series that the amount of data they now have to reflect on is quite immense. But yeah, for forZe, I mean, you can see where they're going, you see where it might work, you see where the lineup even has a lot of potential, but in terms of being a cohesive unit today on the server and be able to, you know, adapt and come back from situations and make changes and find a team out on Nuke, it wasn't all there just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, one of your players here to look out for, Major. He's been having a good event so far, and actually has, you know, helped out elevate not only in some of the calls, but coming through as well with some of the frags as well. I mean, 22 and 17, 1 behind Zenteris. That's not all that bad.
I mean, I'm stunned that he's still doing so good. I was sort of half joking when I said he was my player to look out for, but he really has been delivering. He's dropped off for, I think, 1 map this entire tournament, and that was, well, sort of the previous, which was won out by Eternal Fire anyway. I still haven't gotten over the fact that they lost Anubis in such a dastardly fashion, and then have come back in the next 2 maps to do this. It's not quite the reverse sweep I expected, but yeah, it's been fun to watch at the very least, if it has been a very CT-sided affair.
Yeah, it has been an absolute blast to watch, that's for sure. I love the explosive nature of Eternal Fire, something that we said coming into this one. And now that they're able to make their way in towards playoffs, I mean, what do you think the peak is? Do you think that they can take it all the way?
So they'll be playing... My brain's gone. Who won the other group? It would have been... B&E's their group,
ENCE.
so it's ENCE.
ENCE,
They're
yes.
playing ENCE.
Yeah,
ENCE.
correct.
Interesting, very interesting matchup. Obviously, the Henny situation going to make it a little bit more tricky for them. I stand by my comment that they can win this tournament. I would never... Don't bet on them.
Yeah.
like in the Eternal Fire, their variance is absolutely immense. As we've seen in this series, they pick into Anubis. It's an absolute disaster CT side. Nothing's working. Doesn't look like they're communicating well on the same page. And then equally, they come into the CT side of Nuke, and you know, everything's going brilliantly. And Xantares is the best outer player that's ever lived. They can't miss a shot. Major is suddenly the world's highest fragging in-game leader. It's a pretty bizarre culture switch.
It's very good work.
It's the Turkish blame F. I mean, what do you expect?
Well, speaking of the Turkish blame F, we do have our 1xBet MVP, and you know, no surprise on who it's going to be in this series. Guys, been fragging up a storm. It's going to be Zenteris.
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, Xantares, I know he wasn't his best yesterday, but there's so few tournaments where Xantares doesn't come to play. It doesn't matter if Eternal Fire are winning games or not. I mean, the last season of Pro League, he was one of the highest rated players, and his team really didn't have the best overall performances. And that's just Xantares. He finds a way to make it work. He is absolutely categorically an elite level player. Maybe, you know, on a better team, he would get the performances to be considered a top 10 player in the world. I think he probably is that sort of caliber, but Eternal Fire just isn't quite there to give him the platform. But yeah, today Xantares came in force, and forZe weren't really ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty solid rating to be putting up. And even when Zorta did start to shine, he was still outshone by the likes of Xantares. His T-side performance is pretty snappy, but no, when all of the Eternal Fire squad showed up, as I recommended in the previous, I mean, Nuke looked almost easy for them come the end of it, despite such a huge deficit they had to work their way back from. Also, 102 ADR across an entire series. That's not too shabby either. This is the Xantares I wanted to see, rather than, I guess, the Xantares we saw this morning against HONORIS and the Xantares we saw yesterday against Bad News Eagles. I think the Bad News Eagles game was the most upsetting one. That's probably the biggest hurdle that Eternal Fire have had in this tournament, and in terms of an arch nemesis over the past couple of months.
No question about it there, and I kind of want to keep the conversation going because we saw really good performance out of Xantares. He's able to deliver, but now we're going to be saying goodbye to forZe. And what do you think that they can grow and learn? Because we talked a little bit about Result and his opportunities here from this event, and I think that he just played super solid throughout the entirety of this. But I do think there are some learning experiences. So do you think with the gassing right there that was taking place, a little bit of exhaustion setting in, coming through with how tired they were towards the tail end, do you think that was a big problem for them?
I mean, potentially, you've got to throw in the mix. They are simultaneously playing those RMR qualified games, which, of course, in terms of the stature of the majors in the circuit, it's just another huge thing to have in your mind at the same time. So maybe that's a factor, but Eternal Fire is also playing those games, so everyone's in the same boat here in that sense. And yeah, for forZe, as I was saying, there you can see some really nice aspects. You can see on some halves of some maps they look really brilliant, but unfortunately for them, in terms of having a really well flushed out team, I mean, how much practice have they even got with Result at this point? Is not that much. You can't go into that much depth on all the maps, and even in some matchups where their holes don't get exploited, in some other ones they will. So yeah, just a little bit too inconsistent to punch with the big guns here right now.
I mean, do you think forZe are ready to make the major with Result right now? And also with Crad being so inconsistent, I mean, he's had a couple of pretty rough series. He didn't really deliver in this one against Eternal Fire either. And also, do you think they'll be regretting not picking up forZe instead?
I mean, I love forZe. I would always have signed him. But, I mean, I still think this forZe team could be pretty good. I still think they could be a top 20 team. But there's a lot of hurdles here. A lot of the teams around them in the pecking order are getting their stuff together. And, as much as someone like Sprout might be having issues, people like BNE will come up out of nowhere and suddenly jump into that top 20 and make it more difficult. So I could see this lineup working, but a lot of hard hours are going to have to go into that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the group here graphic that we've got going on and see how things have officially played out now that things are set and done in Group A. And our two teams moving on here, BNE, kind of the Kryptonites of Eternal Fire, making it on through. forZe set themselves up very nicely with their opening matchup, but again, not able to finish the job.
Yeah. I mean, even, of course, here we don't see the exact scores, but in that winners game against BNE, they had their chances to close that out and certainly streak right into the playoffs and be in a good position. But yeah, for forZe, they're just not quite ready. BNE looked fairly good on the whole, but actually in this group, outside of some of the HONORIS maps, every game was so close.
Yes.
All of these three teams, BNE, Eternal Fire, and forZe, they definitely all could have won this group. And it's a little bit sad that one of them has to go home, but we do enjoy the brutal format because Jeopardy, all that jazz makes it a lot more fun here to talk about on the desk.
I mean, do you think we could see a rematch between Bad News Eagles and Eternal Fire? I guess it would have to be in the grand finals at this stage, but
yeah, so we certainly expect Spirit to be playing BNE in that upper bracket semi, so it's certainly possible. We also have a double elimination format in the playoffs, so there's a lot of potential for repeat matchups and seeing more Counter-Strike in that sense. But I would like to see them play again. I mean, that'd be a lot of fun, and certainly made for some pretty spicy Counter-Strike the first time around.
Yeah, that double elimination format's going to be pretty brutal there in playoffs. Yeah. It's also going to give chances for a lot of rematches, a lot of familiar matchups, and especially with Eternal Fire locking themselves in towards that, the potential of those rematches is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, also an aspect on that front is that because Spirit had a little bit of a stumble, of course, mitigating circumstances, we were given the travel situation, all that jazz. Drawing Spirit in the first round of the playoffs is not the end of the world. It's not, you just meet them in the semi, oh my god, well, how have they come second? How have we got this when I'm BNE and I just won the group? So yeah, every team's going to have a lot of chances, and whoever wins the tournament would have had to win a lot of best of threes, so there'll be no doubt that they'll be a worthy champion.
So to confirm, are we completely ruling out Movistar Riders then?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Sorry. but I'd be stunned. I'd be stunned.
Yeah, it would be a stunning affair, but we'll have to take a look at that Movistar Riders versus Spirit game. We're going to be tossing it to a quick break. Once we come back, we'll be able to break that game down for you just after this break.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
And let's introduce our second guest, Regali, formerly of Game Agents or Fnatic Rising, now playing in Copenhagen Flames, absolutely tearing up the scene right now. They've been playing super well, they've won some of our tournaments.
Hello everybody watching this.
You guys are playing an obscene amount of games.
Trained a lot, we practiced a lot.
Were you a bit worried after you joined? And
He was one of the main reasons I really wanted to join Copenhagen Flames. Right now I became strong with Rifle as well.
the thing is, it sounds like you're continuing to expand your game.
We are playing way better in officials.
How do you find time to practice? You guys have obviously been placing super highly in these events consistently now.